one second.
I might be able to. You go ahead and do what you. I might be able to cover it.
Okay.
I think I've seen that happen. Let me see. Did you want to go ahead and weigh in, or I could try to do this?
No, I mean you can try to do that because I think people need to hear that more.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to cover it. So I'm gonna cover it. Thank you. Yeah, you're right, Elder. You're right. So let me cover it with. Let's see this. I think
and respectfully, peace, shalom, Prince Judah Vaughn. I see your name.
Peace, brother. Peace to you, my brother.
Believing is over.
What's another light?
Okay, I'll do it with that one. Okay, so yeah, now I think I can do it. Let me see. Yes. So let's listen. Let's just listen. You guys can hear it.
Last week,
can you hear it?
Ladies First.
Yes. Yep.
Great. An ad is coming on, of course. Of course, an ad. And
car insurance used to stress me out.
You don't need to stress out about car insurance. You just go to Insurify.
Okay, so
you guys seem to be making the choices in these wrong women. Okay, if she's trying her hardest to be seen, she's the wrong woman. Get a woman that know how to fade into the background. Okay, get a woman that look. I used to be a single mom. When I was a single mom, am I not supposed to tell women? First off, why are we talking down on single mothers? I'll never understand that.
You see,
look at that sister who you heard. She was getting ready to go in on single moms, but she stopped herself. She's like, "No, why are we talking down on single mothers?" So she said, "F that." So that's the part where she starts saying all the stuff about how she does. So we have two topics here. So I'm going to play a little more.
That's what I'm talking about. You were on the right path and
you're nodding. You're sitting there nodding. We shouldn't be. That's crazy.
We shouldn't talk about single mothers, right? One second.
Tyranny. So we shouldn't talk about who make them. We're not going to talk about single mothers.
No, Tyranny. Should men police other men? Should we talk about deadbeat dads?
Sure, yes.
So let me see if I get this right. We as men have to go out of our way to talk about the men that you chose.
No, they said so we shouldn't bash single mothers, but we talk about deadbeat dads? And she said yes. Let me ask you, brothers, before we continue. And I'm gonna leave the overlay up. Are they wrong to equate a deadbeat dad to a single mother? Yara, you're muted.
You can have a deadbeat can be a mother or a father. It's not, that it just is what it is. If you're a father, you're not taking care of your children, you'll be considered a deadbeat. And same way with mothers, right?
Right.
But a single mother could be just as strong, as a woman raising her kids on her own and not be a deadbeat as well. You see what I'm saying? So that I wouldn't say that just because you're a single mom, you're a deadbeat. That doesn't make sense.
They're comparing a dad that's not present to a mother who is actually present. So
yeah,
thank you. What do you think, Yara, about that particular?
Yeah, I think it was a bad false equivalency.
Right.
It was really it made absolutely no sense at all whatsoever. Right. I think they were just making a point for the sake of an argument, to be honest, because there was really no point made there. And to equate a deadbeat dad to a single mother, a parent who's present versus a parent who's not present, how do you even make that comparison and argument and say which one is better? You really have to be brain dead to really even think in that manner. And no insult to the people bringing the argument up, but it's like as a single mother, and me myself being a product of a single mother. My mother had me when she was 16 years old, right? So until my parents were married, which was until after I started grade school, that whole stigma of what a single mom is or could be even then until now is always at times frowned upon by people who don't understand or have ever had that experience, right? So to even make that comparison, I think is very foolish, and I just think they had no point there at all. It's crazy.
Yes. Thank you so much. So let's listen a little bit more, and then we're going to get to the part about the adoption. She's talking about the single parenting.
Now,
Tyranny, that's two different things.
Now, Tyranny is the same thing. Tyranny, 1 second is the same, because both of them hurt the community. If it's not my job to...
Both of them hurt the community. Single moms hurt the community. It's just, who wants to weigh in on that? Anybody? Being a single mom is not good. I think that's what the brother meant. Having a fatherless home is awful.
Yes.
Okay. So having that, so I think that's what he meant. So I'm gonna let that go. But let's keep listening now. You notice the sister who's talking. If you go against the whole rhetoric of like women are the worst and they're to blame, you get labeled as like wild and a pick-me. Not a pick-me, as a ratchet wildling. So I don't care, Youre, but I've been labeled as a. You'll just keep listening.
Ostracize and push out of the community men that are putting kids on this world and not taking care of them. If that's my job, it's your job to make sure that those mamas have somebody in the house to take care of those kids.
No, it's my job to make sure that mom. Hold on, let me answer. It's to make sure the mom is being a great mother. Again, just because I ain't got no male in my home doesn't make me a bad person. I don't understand. Right. I think single moms and stepdads are the heroes of the world. Sorry. Yes, everybody wants to be married. Cool. But if you're a single mom, you hold that down. You getting up every morning, you cooking breakfast every morning, getting into school every morning, picking them up, going to work in the meantime, teaching them about God, making sure that the kids are put in bed on time so they can wake up and do it all over again. Deadbeat dads don't do nothing.
That's the standard, but that's the standard. You don't get cookies. You're not supposed to get cookies for what you're supposed to be doing. You didn't name anything.
See, I talked about this earlier. I'm gonna let you weigh in a little bit on what the sister responded about. She's not supposed to get any cookies or praise for doing something she's supposed to do.
That's absolutely asinine.
Yeah,
it's crazy because a woman working as a mother actually deserves to be praised for what she does every day. It's not a thing of giving her cookies. That just the position of motherhood alone is a position of honor. You're supposed to honor your mother. You see what I'm saying? Right. So, and all mothers deserve that. Now I'm not, deadbeat mothers, whatever you can say, but that position of motherhood is automatically receptive of honor. So, for her to say that you don't get cookies for doing what you're supposed to do. Yes, you do. You actually do. You get much praise and much respect for holding it down as a single mother or a wife or whatever. Just, you get that praise. So I'm not taking that away from no woman, especially a single mother who's doing all she can to raise her son or her daughter. See what I'm saying? So that's my input on that point, that she was crazy for saying that.
And Youre, what do you have to say?
Yeah, I agree with the brother. The scripture, Romans chapter 18, talks about giving honor to whom honor is due.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Shalakia. Give honor to whom honor is due. That is your parent, especially your mother, right? Especially in this day and age, when the ability to get an abortion is so easy to do.
Yes.
Right? She doesn't have to listen. It's legal in this society for her not to continue on with the pregnancy if she so chooses, right?
Yes.
Right. Her body, her choice. That's the prevailing understanding of secular society. So if a mother chooses to even carry a child into birth and bring life into this world, now
that's heroic.
What happens after that usually is things like, in the Sister Napah knows about these topics clearly, about we don't even often talk about young women that have children at a young age, or even older women that have children at a particular age. They go through postpartum depression. That is a real thing.
Definitely.
And there's very little help in our communities when it comes to those things, of people even recognizing that. And so when people talk about how women have issues, or sometimes they're not meeting up to their standard of what motherhood is, I think for men to have that argument about what motherhood actually is and means is a crazy argument to have, in even of itself, especially coming from a man's perspective, right? There's no way I'm going to have an argument with the woman about what actually that's
crazy.
This is motherhood. Like you're not like, come on, like seriously.
It's a thing too, that we have to keep the perspective and the value of motherhood high. We don't, and fatherhood, just parenthood in general. The kingdom of heaven is built on family units, right? So we have to make sure that we guard our children and guard the position of mother and father, and really work at it to raise these babies up, not to just discard our children, but to raise them up and then be appreciative of the mothers and the fathers who are putting in work day in and day out every day to make sure that these kids is happy and they got food on their tables and they're protected and they're growing. You know, that focus cannot be lost, or humanity itself would suffer, right? So we have to keep the honor with the mamas, man. I don't agree with anybody bashing single mothers or women in general trying to raise their kids, nor do I agree with anybody discarding children as if they don't matter, or as if it's just something to do because it's my body. I don't want to, that's, to me, that's the lowest level of darkness you can drop to when you start to, discard the children. So
absolutely,
as parents, we're supposed to raise our children up to be a glory to the Father. And that's what it's about, man. And he will give you the energy to do so. A lot of women fall, I feel like, to abortions because they're depressed and because they're sad or whatever, but they feel like they can't do it. I can't raise this baby on my own. There's no way. I'm not smart enough. I don't have enough money. Nobody cares for me. I don't have a man around. But the Creator is with you, and he's the one that is giving the life to the child. You don't have a right to take the life, but you are, guess what, responsible for that life.
Yeah, I agree. I agree as well, brother. Wise words. Until Sister Napah comes back. And on the flip side of that as well, listen, I'm not one of those, full disclosure, that goes with the understanding like believe all women, right? We know some women, they're not Bible believing, or not even Bible, not necessarily you have to be Bible believing, I would say.
Right.
But they don't have that motherly instinct.
That consciousness, yeah.
Right. You do see that. You don't always see women who will live up to the standards of what people would give, that idea of what a quintessential mother figure should be. But I tell people all the time that even just in the biblical, ever since we're all, we're Israelites up here, like even in the concept, the greatest saviors of the nation of Israel were women. Now, people want to argue with me about that, but then we have to go all the way back to Rahab.
Oh yeah, man, come on.
Like that's a say, whether you want to talk about it in that manner or not, that's a savior of Israel, right?
Deborah, another one.
Deborah, absolutely, number one. I talk about this. Yeah, exactly. We can go on and on and on and on. So that's why sometimes I cringe, when people talk about the Bible is misogynistic and it's patriarchal. Well, it's not patriarchal in the sense of that it dismisses the role and the importance and the power of women.
Well, even if the Bible did do that, the Creator doesn't do that.
I agree.
You see what I'm saying?
Well said.
Yeah, a woman's natural ability and her beauty and the way that she's designed and created and her power is not missed by the Father. You see what I'm saying? He's the one that designed them. So I give big ups to my sisters in that position. of motherhood and wifehood and all those things, because it's such a powerful position in our society, man. If the sisters had, support that they needed, I feel like things would be a lot better. But I was gonna say something earlier concerning the spirits of even if you are a sister out there and you have had an abortion, right? It's not that it's the end of the world for you, because the spirit of the child that is now in this with the father, it still continues on. You see what I'm saying? And the woman or it could be a man, because sometimes men, they encourage their women to have abortions too. But you still have to be an example for that child, even in the spirit realm. Even though that child is not here, you still have a responsibility to, in a sense, pray for that spirit of the child, to still care for that child, to send positive energy that way. And I think when that's understood, that it brings a lot of healing to women who have already gone through that for whatever reason. A lot of times women make that choice and they regret it, but to know that your child's spirit still exists on with the father is a blessing. It's not that, and you can still reach out to your child. And I've heard stories of women who say they've had abortions, and then like the next couple of months, they still feel their baby's kicking in the womb somehow. That's very deep, because it shows that the spirit of the child lives on, and it still needs the mom. It still needs you to do good for yourself and for others, and and be that example in the earth of light. I think that I've had children who not aborted but miscarried. I had a child that miscarried, and I was tore up behind that for a long time. But I realized that the spirit of my child is still existing. It's still growing. It's still learning. It's with the Father. You see, you have an experience of eternal life. So, if anyone that's lost a child have experienced abortion, just know that you still can be loved. You still can share love, even in the spirit, with your child. I think that's important too, just for the healing of women who are dealing with it, because this is a heavy subject now. I mean, to me, it's an easy answer. Obviously, the adoption is better, but some women have had abortions, and what do you do? What happens to the spirit of your child? What do you pray for them? What I mean? Do you care that you still have to be an example to your child as a mortal on the earth? That's a lot of responsibility. It don't just disappear because your child ain't here. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I'm talking a lot, but
can you hear me? Am I not muted?
I can hear you.
I can hear you now.
What do you think about what he's saying, Elder Youre?
It's an interesting take on how the spirit of the child lives on after an abortion. I will agree with that. I will agree with that. As far as praying for the spirit of that child, I don't have a problem with that, even after an abortion. But I still do believe that there is consequences and repercussions that comes along.
Right. I agree with that.
Now, do I believe that it's necessarily, for some people would like to make an argument whether or not it's a salvific issue? I think that's a different argument to make, right? Because what do you do about, I think everything has to do with the intent of the heart. Because what do you do with myopic pregnancies? What do you do with that?
Ectopic, the ones.
Ectopic pregnancies. Yeah. What do you do with things in that even though the child may not have been born, right? Mm-hmm. But if you talk about life at the point of conception, I believe there's a point of conception with an ectopic pregnancy. Am I right, Sister Napah?
All right. Yeah, it's the same. It just is in the wrong spot. It ends up in the uterus.
So,
it's in the
so what do you? Yes, thank you. So what do you do with that, right? For those of you who simply always want to condemn women for just having abortions. I think everything deals with the thoughts and the intents of the heart. But my position is that overall, back to the topic of discussion, clearly adoption is the better choice. And the people on that panel that you were, I think they would just, I think they're, you know what? I think for a lot of this generation, they're raised in an abortion accepted generation where it's easy for them to absorb that without any guilt or shame, right?
That's great.
Because that's the generation that they've been raised in, right? So that conversation for that particular generation of people is quite different, right? From those of us who are more seasoned, who have more wisdom and more knowledge and understanding about what life actually is. So I'll end right there.
And I just want to say thank you so much for both of you and the input. No, brother-in-law, the conversation isn't based on Hebrews. We have two people who follow the culture, the Torah, and they're speaking. If they we're coming from their perspectives, and that's where they are. So obviously we're talking about abortion and adoption. It's not based on any biblical, well, it can be, but we're talking about in general, what about adoption compared to abortion? I do want to let you know, Elder Youre and the brother Judah, they were saying basically not so much that abortion is noble compared to adoption. They were saying a woman giving her child away in an adoption situation is not noble, that it's shameful. So, but they didn't look at, I was juxtaposing abortion with adoption. I was comparing the two like together. So even though I clarified that with them, which I could play more of it, but I just really want to talk more. I mean, if you guys want, I just have to put the overlay.
Sure.
It's fine.
You don't mind? Okay. So we'll put the overlay and we'll hear a little more because you'll hear even Captain Tazariak will come in and say, kind of like agreeing with the guy, like what's noble I'm kind of paraphrasing. He's like, what's noble about giving your child away or something? When Moses was put up for adoption, basically. I was saying that earlier, Elio. I don't know if you heard me. Okay, so let me put the overlay again and we'll listen a little more. And I really appreciate you both weighing in, brother-in-law. You know you can come in. I think Sonetter ask if you want to. It's everyone's conversation, so it's not restricted to one belief. It's everyone's conversation in the community. With that said, let me get the overlay and we'll continue. All righty. Thank you so much. Please hit the like button and let me know if you can hear it.
I want to say,
you can hear it?
I can hear it. Yes.
Great.
You didn't say anything.
One last question. Hey, one last question. Should we bash women who delete kids and put them up for adoption?
I'm not pro-adoption.
That's two different things.
No, I didn't ask you. I said, should we bash women who delete children and put them up for adoption?
I don't know.
That's two different things.
No, should we bash?
You can answer. Friends, even if those are two different things, you can answer. No, it's fine.
Adoption, you're a hero if you put children.
That's y'all version of a deadbeat mother. You're a hero. Do y'all hear this?
If you don't abort a child and you choose to give it life and give it to a family that wants children, how are you not a hero? So, can you hear it?
We pretty much take it all: fridges and dishwashers, dressers, drawers, couches.
So far, you heard me, and they were like, "You're a hero." We can let's play it a little more. I'm gonna skip this ad and let's hear a little more.
Especially if you know you're not. So if I knew I was gonna be a trash father and I was gonna neglect and abuse this kid and I left him alone, I'm a hero, right?
How are you a hero for doing what you're supposed to do?
It's crazy.
Did you hear?
Like, if you get pregnant, you're supposed to have the baby. How are you?
I think what she's saying.
Okay, so you so far, I think I could have been doing this the whole time. How come I wasn't doing it like this? So far, you heard they have a problem with me saying you're a hero, and then Captain Tazariak asked, "How are you a hero for doing what you're supposed to do?"
Right.
Because abortion is legal and women are doing it en masse, right? Like,
well, like I said before, you're a hero anyway, just because you're a mother. You see what I'm saying? You can never take that away from our sisters who are, I don't care if that's what you're supposed to do. Even if you're a father and you're raising your children, you're supposed to do that. But guess what? That's a heroic act. You know what I'm saying? So to me, he was just being an instigator in an argument that don't even really make sense. But go ahead.
Thank you. And I'm going to pass the mic to you, Elder Youre. For me, I think that it is both ways. Fathers, and I'm going to say this. Ladies, don't come for me. I love you so much. I know it's hard for you out there, single moms. Okay. A single father is an uber hero, like a superhero to me. When I see a father who's single, raising children, that for me is like, I'm getting goosebumps. It's like, and that's my opinion. It's an extraordinary person who deserves extra praise, like in the scriptures where they say double honors to the elders who rule well. Why? Because it's so easy not to be a single father, right? So when we say, why should we praise them? I mean, come on, praise them because they decided to not abort the child, delete the child. They said, I'm going to go ahead and give this child a chance to live. Go ahead, Elder Youre. I want to hear from you on that.
Yeah, I think that, I think that there's no other way to even frame that other than an act of heroism. What loving mother would ever want to see that child at any disadvantage, right, in life? And if she can find a better place or a better situation, as you said, it's the same thing we see with Moses, right?
Yes, exactly.
Her child is facing imminent death, right? And so why not send him or put him in a position, regardless of whether she didn't know if that baby was going to be eaten by a crocodile going down that river, or bitten by a water moccasin or a snake, whatever was in the area at that time, or smashed against the rock or anything. But the understanding of that mother, let's just take the divinity out of it, right? Let's take that out of it, right? This mother risked her life, according to the story, risked her life to save her child, right? So that he can have a better life. We see this with mothers all the time, right? We see this all the time. And that is an act of heroism. You know why? Because it is, in order for someone to be deemed a hero, right, they have to show an act of selflessness.
Yes.
And any mother, right, who's birthed a child, when that child is taken away, she has to give that child up for a better life. That's an act of selflessness that you can't define any other way but being a hero. So I think
you literally saved a life. That is heroism.
Yeah, I mean that's it, man. In a nutshell. And I'll land with this. I myself was a single father for years, so I understand that. But and I'm glad I made that decisions. Right, a beautiful relationship with my daughters because of it.
Yeah, you were.
But I would tell you this: I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
Wow.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because and to see that there are mothers that are out there that do this day in and day out from the very I wasn't a single father from the very beginning. I wasn't from the very beginning.
Yeah.
But you have single mothers who are like this since the child is born, comes out of the womb, to worry about at times if your child is going to be this, if your child is going to be this successful, if you're going to be able to feed your child, if you're going to be able to house those things, although the Most High blessed me to be able to provide, those things weighed heavily on me, right?
Yeah.
I want to make sure they have the best home. I want to make sure that they're always safe. I still had to go to work, right? So, it was to the point I had to rely on my older children to take care of the younger children until I got home.
Damn.
You see?
Yeah.
And to be at work and then to get a call or your child is sick or your child is in a fight or your child is this and that and now I'm scrambling. I got to get to my girls. I got to get to my girls. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So I wouldn't wish that on my own worst enemy. So when people say that, somehow single mothers are not deserving or do that, or their cookies or their flowers, that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It makes absolutely no sense.
I was gonna say this too, bro. Because just like the Bible talks about, or we'll just say create. Let's just use this as an example. When a bird is flying through the sky, right? It's performing in its function. So we'll say that it's operating in its glory. And we give praise to the Creator for the functionality of the bird, gracefully gliding across the blue sky. Now, in the same fashion, as a mother is naturally in her element, taking care of her children, providing, whether she's a single mother or not, that is her in her glory. And therefore, we give praise to the Creator for her being in her glory. It ain't about, she don't deserve cookies for doing what she's supposed to do. No, she deserves, as she's operating in her glory given to her by the Creator, we give praise to the Creator for that. And we give praise to her for doing her job. You see what I'm saying? So to me, that whole, it was emotional. I think they was all riled up because you could tell everybody hollering, going back and forth and not really hearing nobody clearly. So I think it was just a buildup of emotion. And for Tazariak to say that, to me, I would expect more from him.
Well, all right. Thank you. Peace, Minister Jap. How are you?
Man, I'm good, man. Peace to everybody.
Thank you for joining. Did you get to hear any of the video?
Sarnetta basically told me that the topic was if a woman gives her child away for adoption, she should be considered a hero.
Oh, compared to abortion and compared to aborting the child. What do you think?
I think the verbiage of calling a hero is extreme. That's to say it's like it took courage. It was something that should be applauded. Neither one should be applauded. On my channel, everybody knows me. I got a reputation of always going hard on the Black single mother, but I always say this. I don't view her as to be as bad as a woman who has had an abortion. A woman that had an abortion is, to me, the ultimate evil. I don't look at it as something that should be given sympathy for. It should be something like, she was young. All of those are excuses for being reckless with your reproductive system. And it has consequences. So what I say with women have a lot of ways to not get pregnant. I did a show on my channel called the 21 Forms of Birth Control. If you go to a website called birthcontrol.com, you can see every form of birth control that women have. And women have a lot of ways to not be pregnant if they're proactive with it. I don't want to get into all that because you can actually go to my channel and you can watch the whole videos over 3 hours. We break down every form of birth control that a woman has. And men don't have that much birth control. That's why the verbiage of it is called birth control. Women have control of birth. Yes. Men get protection. Only thing we can do is protect ourselves. We don't get birth control because once she has the seed in her, she is now in the driver's seat of your life along with the life that's inside of her. Now, a lot of people don't view the the embryo as being a life. It's a human being. And I think that a woman who's willing to terminate a human being for the progression of her life, the trajectory of where she wants to go in life, and she deems this life that's inside of her that she enjoyed every aspect of it when it was going down to actually have that life, then when she realizes there are consequences, she actually has to take responsibility for what she did with her reproductive system. She can opt out and terminate a life so she can finish school, terminate life so she can get a better job, terminate life because, hell, she doesn't want to lose her shape. All of these excuses are selfish. And at the same time, I always tell brothers, if a woman is willing to terminate her own child for the betterment of herself, imagine what she'll do to you. So I look at it as evil. So when you say a woman is a hero, now that's an extreme. Now I'm saying she's good, but no, she's not necessarily good. She's still moving in her selfishness, but she's not as bad as a woman who has killed a child for her advancement in life. So she might have gave that child away to a family who couldn't have children, who couldn't conceive children. You know, my stepmother couldn't conceive children. You know what I'm saying? So like she cherished other people's kids. There are people out there like that. There are people who really want to raise kids. We can't have any, but there are people out here who are reckless with their reproductive system and are able to have kids, but give them away. I still deem this as a way for a woman to run from her responsibilities, but it's a better option because you didn't take a life, and that life still has a chance to become somebody, and you still got a chance as a woman to whatever issues you have, fix yourself, and maybe come back and make amends with that person. But once you take the life, you can't make amends with that. You know, a lot of people like to throw around the extreme of rape or incest, which is a very, very, very small, minute part of abortion, because most abortions are done out of the convenience of done because the child is deemed an inconvenience. So when I tell women, they talk about, you know, well, what if a woman is raped? What if it's incest? Well, don't let a rapist make you a murderer.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
So,
wow, that's rough.
So from there, you still have a life in your hands. So even if you gave the child away, we don't know this child could flourish and become the next Antoine Fisher. They still got a fighting chance if you gave them away. So I do respect a woman more than that gave a child away for abortion than a woman that actually terminated a baby. Because like we got graphic on my show. A lot of people don't understand like those 4 or 5 month abortions, how they go in the woman. And they pull out pieces of the baby by piece and put on a pan. And the reason why I deem this to be as evil as it is, because you could put this baby on a pan, you barely look at it, you don't give this baby a burial, you don't give this baby a name, you don't even say a prayer over this baby, and you go on with your life, and then you do it a second time, a third time, a fourth time. You are evil. And when you take your daughters over there, you create this condition of evil to where they're willing to kill babies so that they can have a better life for themselves. So then as a man, I tell men to evaluate, look at that, really think of the characteristics. This baby was inside of her, and what she's willing to do to her own children, imagine what she'll do to you.
Wow. Thank you for that. I wanna pass the mic to Youre and let him get some feedback on what you said, which is really
thank you, Sister Napah.
You gave them a visual. The graphic part is like rough, but thank you for that, Cap. Go ahead.
Absolutely. This is the first time I believe I've ever been on a panel spoken to Minister Jap. Is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, peace to you, brother. Just for the sake of this particular conversation, because I heard everything you said, and I don't disagree with everything that you said. I don't, because I'm not a proponent of late-term abortions, right? But I do believe there are nuances to abortion. As I stated earlier, in the instance of ectopic pregnancies, there's a nuance to that. Those are still labeled as abortions. So I think it's important to make that caveat. But for the sake of this conversation and some of the things that you said,
well, hold on. What do you mean by ectopic abortion?
Well, the ectopic, where it's like the woman will die, it's in the tube. If the baby,
that tubular thing. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now that's life or death, and that's kind of rare compared to what we really when we think about abortion, we think about, a woman grabs the pregnancy stick. She sees that she's pregnant. She has a life choice to make. Her life is going to go this way. Her life is going to go this way. And she feels that having this baby is going to ruin her life. That's the bulk of the cases of abortion. Most women that are sitting in that line are doing that because of that. Because a doctor would then have to tell, when you talk about that tubular thing, a doctor would have to tell her, yo, it's life or death. We need to abort this baby. But when the woman makes the choice, see, the woman don't make that choice when she's dealing with it in that facet. It's, some women that have that situation happen. I've known women who've had that situation happen. They didn't even know they were pregnant. They were just going to the hospital like hurting, and then they found out like, yo, if you didn't get to the hospital fast enough, you would have died. So that's a very, very extreme, rare situation. In most cases.
Brother Jap, if you don't mind, Elder Youre, I need to ask Brother Jap a question.
Yes, sir.
I want to get clarity on you, Brother Jack. Are you saying even if the woman was raped, you saying that she still have an obligation to carry that seed, to bring that seed into the world? Is that what you're saying, brother? Yeah. Because that seed can grow up with self-hatred. And once that seed know that he is a child or she is a child of rape, you know what that will do to a child, brother? That brings on self-hatred. I think it's her decision at that point. And we should back her up at that point. That's what I'm thinking.
Killing
Go ahead, brother.
Killing the child doesn't give the child a chance for you to even know whether they're gonna
But before it becomes a child, that's the key. Before it becomes a child, you see what I'm saying? How long? Let me ask. Hold up a minute. How long, Nepal, does it take for a child to like actually grow in the womb? Like about 3 months, 2 months?
9 to 10 months.
No. I'm talking about before it gets to the stage of having all of them developments.
Oh, about 8. We'd say about 8. Well, some say 25 months, but for me, I say 8 weeks if we're talking about.
See, and that's what I'm talking about. Like if you can catch it.
I think picking and choosing when we decide it's a life, because if you kill a pregnant woman right now and she's not showing, that's still considered a double homicide.
True.
Yeah.
I agree. I think
so we picking and choosing when we decide life is, because when life is valuable, based on whether she's showing or. Because say if it's 6 months, it still hasn't came out of the womb. Is it not a life?
But
me personally, Jack, I wouldn't want my wife to carry a child of rape. That's just me, and I would have that choice because I know that man will always be there in their life. That symbol will always be there. And when she look at that son, hold up, Jack. When she look at that son. And he looked just like him, brother. The woman grows to hate the child, brother. We got to deal with reality. She begins to grow hatred for the child.
She can still give that child to a family who will raise that child and not bring up the matter of which that child was brought into the world.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying now on that part.
If it's too traumatizing, what's more traumatizing? The situation you went through with being assaulted, that's traumatizing. Then you want to double it by becoming a murderer afterwards? They say victims victimized.
I'm so with you all the way, 99% Jap, up to the part about the, carrying the baby of the assaulter. But I get you have a strong point ethically and morally. You win across the board. But I wanted to hand the mic back over to Youre, because there's still that area where women, even if she's wrong, how does that affect her carrying the guy's baby? You know, this is a tough topic. So it's not that I fully disagree with you, but I'm saying in the reality, what is that going to do to her mind? So maybe you want to respond, and then we can pass it over to
all the way through. It's rough. I understand. It's not an easy way to explain it, but all I'm saying is don't let a rapist make you a murderer.
That's a strong line right there.
Yeah,
Go
let
ahead,
me give you 3 points here that of contention what I've had with you, Brother Jeff, and it's just in conversation. Number one, when they talk about, you mentioned when a woman's pregnant and she's murdered, they charge that person with a double homicide, right?
Correct.
The reason why that's a bad comparison that you made is because when a child is born, there's a level of responsibility for that child that exists that does not exist when a woman is pregnant and she's killed or murdered, right? So that's why it's looked at differently, right? Because there's a level of responsibility to take care of that child. Number two, no one talks about ever, especially men, though, I won't say no one, especially men, right? Because we don't, and I think Sister Napah was alluding to this, we don't understand a woman who has been great, regardless if she follows through with that pregnancy through birth, we don't take into account the mental anguish she does with carrying that seed for, 10 months, Sister Napah? 10 months?
Around 9 to 10 months.
Around 9 to 10 months, carrying that seed, yes, of that egregious act growing inside of her, right? Not accounting the shame, not accounting the guilt, not accounting the horror she went through. So we would prefer a woman to live in a nightmare for 10 months for the sake of, to simply say, she could just give this child away. There are nuances to these things, right? Who actually cares whether or not after that child is born, after a situation of rape has happened, who cares about the mental stability of that woman that's left? That's still a life there.
During slavery, we didn't have abortions. Our women during slavery, we didn't have abortions. Our women were still having these babies that were conceived out of sexual assault. And look how great of a people we became. We overcame that. It's going to be hard. It's going to be rough. I am not saying it's going to be easy. She is going to be in pain regardless. She need not compound the pain by becoming a murderer after she has been a victim.
I mean, brother, you have a strong argument. This is right.
Yeah, you have. Hey, Youre, hold up 1 minute. Give me 2 seconds, Ivan, or 1 second. But Brother Jap and all the other people that agree with Brother Jap definitely have a strong point. This is good. It's good conversation. But you got to understand science as well, because inside of that sperm is his DNA. She's taking in his DNA. That child is going to have his DNA, brother. Inside of that DNA, it carries a lot of his thinking, intelligence, all of that. So we're not looking at the DNA part and the science of it. What if he grow up? Don't they always say, damn, he act just like his father. Damn, his lips is just like his father. The way he move his lips, the way he move, the way he walk. What about the way his mind may be thinking later on, Jack? So we got to look at all that. And I think, Napah, whenever you get time, Napah, why don't you type up something to see a rape victim, a child, and how they behave, how they came about, and they grow. Whenever you can get the time, we need to check that out.
I'm going to pass the mic to you, Jeff. But we're talking about a whole different topic, nature versus nurture. But go ahead. That's a good point, Sonetter. Go ahead, Jeff. Thank you for letting me.
I even did a video when I talk about this topic about abortion being evil. I did a video where I found it was a woman who actually survived an abortion, and she actually sat down with her mother. The chemicals or whatever like that didn't kill the baby, and the baby they didn't administer the chemicals again, so they just went ahead and just the baby it survived it. And this lady was literally an abortion survivor and met her mother, and they made amends. Her mother had to apologize for having that selfish mindset that she was in when she decided to terminate that life. But then that life spawned to be a great person and turned into something. See, we don't know. We're predicting that this life is going to be terrible. There are a lot of people born in terrible conditions. The Black community is born in the worst conditions possible, and we still make it happen. Now, what I'm saying is if this is going to traumatize you like that, I understand. Give the child to somebody that will give that child love, and that child will have a fighting chance. But don't become a murderer. Don't become what the person that was just as evil as the person that did this evil act to you. Because at the end of the day, you just compounding the trauma.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, brother. But let's not go past the stop signs. Let's go back to this slavery thing you brought up, right? You talk about women were great, right, during the time of slavery, and look at their children went on to be better things. You still blew past the point that I made, was that do you consider, or should we consider, the mental stability and the anguish and the torture that those mothers gone through? You act as if we should sweep that under the rug. That has no consequence to anything. This is what I'm saying. You're making this argument without considering the apparatus that birth is even possible.
So
how do you claim? Hold on, I'm not done. How do you make an argument that the house is great, but the tools that used to create the house is no longer important, or has no consequence? Like, this is the argument, brother, that you're having, which is really a bad argument. I'm gonna put it out there. It's a bad argument, right? So when you say forget the mother, because that's what you're telling us. Forget what she goes through. Forget what she has. Forget what's on her mind. Forget the abuse that she goes through. Forget that even during slavery times and even till today, there's very little mental or mental health or psychiatric assistance to deal with these women who may not necessarily have been great, but have been lied to by their boyfriends and lied to by men who take advantage of them and say, you know what, let's raise a family. And then when it's come time for that responsibility of a family to come forth, he's nowhere to be found. You don't think that takes a mental toll on a woman before you go and say, you know what?
Who said it wasn't going to be painful? Never said.
Listen, we're not talking about painful.
We do before
about painful. That's sweeping it under the rug.
Abortion was a procedure that was invented. So before that procedure was invented, there was always sexual assaults and rapes. When that happened, what did the women have to endure then?
What they had to endure then is the same thing I'm telling you that they still enduring now.
Pain,
anguish,
but at the end of the day, life was still made, and these kids were able to still be great people again.
Okay, so you're saying out of the 18 million abortions that we know have been had since Roe versus Wade, we got these are those children that were born, those 18 million would have gone on to be the greatest nations that ever. So if that's your argument,
they have a fighting living chance.
I got you. If that's your argument, then that's the argument you should make.
But what you're saying, the argument is that if a child was born out of rape, they're going to automatically be evil. If a child is born out of rape, they're going to automatically be a demon. They're automatically argument. That's what both of you and Sal.
No. Let me help you, Jeff. That's not my argument. Okay, your argument is that a child that is born out of that,
an innocent child deserve to live? Yes or no?
Yes.
Go. Yes. Is the child innocent because the child had no control over how it was going to be born, and the circumstances and the conditions that it took to be conceived, had no choice in the matter? Is the child innocent?
Yes. The child is always innocent.
Then you have got to give that child a chance to live, even if you don't want to look it in its face every day, let someone else do it. You have that choice in America.
But we agree with that on the point of adoption. We agree with that on the point of adoption.
But you realize how
I want to add an element.
Rare circumstance about rape that and it results into having a baby. Most abortions are because of a convenience factor.
Yeah, and you're right. I do want to get off of. Excuse me 1 second, Youre. The I don't want to say the grape topic is very crucial, even though it's a very small percentage of abortion. I agree with you, Jap. I do want to say this though. What if, from a woman's perspective, because I saw my sister Miss Nicole in the chat, what if she hates him so much she enjoys doing the abortion?
That's evil as hell. What?
Is that evil? I don't know.
Yeah, that's dark as shit.
I mean, he did take her and violate her.
No, how can y'all say that's evil? What's more evil? What's more evil than her being raped? Great.
Let me not say enjoy.
Is innocent. The child didn't do shit.
I went too extreme. Let me not say enjoy. What if she hates him so much she can't see anything besides? Hold on, let me get my whole statement out, please. What if I shouldn't say enjoy? What if she can't see anything but destruction of his child? Okay, that's what I'm gonna say. Go ahead.
So you got to be able to heal, man. You cannot become a victim of Stockholm syndrome when you become your victim. I mean, your oppressor, right? You have to have an intestinal fortitude in your heart to know that the Creator is light, He's love. Whatever situation you go through, whether you've been raped or you've been somebody dropped a bomb on your neighbor's house or your cousin, whatever you go through in life.
Oh, really?
You can never become so cold in your soul.
I'm about to ask a question. Y'all know what I'm gonna ask him. What if that happened
Hold
to
on,
you?
before you ask me a question.
But what if that happened to you? Would you be able to?
Exactly. I know the higher light of the Creator. I would never hold.
I'm not trying to make fun of that. It's a horrible situation on both ends, male and female. So go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, you can never advance and grow, and none of us will, as a nation, as a people, as a human society, if you're going. Every time somebody does you wrong, you do something even worse. That in itself is destruction to the whole society. So what we have to learn to do is to value life, to value forgiveness. We have to, because if you don't, because that's the highest light. Most people can't come to a point where they can be raped by somebody and then say, okay, I want to be able to work through this. I want to heal. I don't want to hate this person. I don't want to, you know what I mean? You have to be at that level. Some people are so hurt that they just want to hurt the next person. Hurt people. But that's not right. If somebody raped you and you got pregnant and you say, well, I hate the fact that I was raped. I hate this man. And I hate my child and I'm going to kill my child because of what happened to me. That's not right. You may justify it with whatever rhetoric you want to justify it with, but at the end of the day, the child is innocent. It did nothing wrong. It does not deserve to die. Every reason that you use, like my brother Jap is saying, is going to be a selfish excuse. And it's evil to kill based on selfish motives. I don't care if it's whatever. You kill my brother, I'm mad at you. I'm going to come kill you. That's what niggas do in the hood every day. Is that right? Is that right?
No, that's not right.
So for you to get raped and then say, well, I'm going to kill my son.
That's totally different, though.
It's not different. It's the same pain and trauma.
It's not the same thing, brother.
That's causing you to make a choice to hurt someone else that's innocent. It's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
What happened? Okay, whatever.
It's like you gotta see, like, I mean, it just depends on people who believe in a higher power. They believe in God. They believe that they're gonna have to atone for their sins. And I always think about, like, you know, what if you have to meet these these aborted seeds in the afterlife?
And you will. That's the part.
What would the conversation be? Well, this happened to me, and you know what I'm saying, I just didn't feel like you should even be able to experience life on earth. You know?
Well, I can almost guarantee you this not a
but everybody is not religious, Minister Jack.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's what morality comes in when you don't believe in anything. You know, because you don't even believe it's a life. A lot of women believe like it's a lump of cells. It's just an embryo. You know, they don't believe it's a life. You know what I'm saying? So again, women have a lot of options. They could drop, like when I used to be a firefighter, it was a girl who came to the fire station at 3 a.m. and dropped off 2 twins, rang the bell and dropped off 2 twins. She had that option. Those twins got adopted by a family, was all on the news. And they got adopted by a family that wanted kids badly. And they seen the story on the news and did everything to try to adopt those kids. You know what I'm saying? Now, those kids still had a fighting chance. She had twins. So if she would have had an abortion, that would have been a double homicide.
Hey, can I ask a question?
I give her, I at least give her credit for dropping them off to a safe haven, because they could drop them off at churches. They even could drop them off at hospitals.
Hospitals, yeah.
They can drop them off at hospitals. So women have options to keep the life on earth and still not live with the trauma of taking an innocent life.
Come on, brother.
Well, let me ask this brother a question, right? Because I hear a lot of emotions, right, in these particular arguments, right, and tugging at the heartstrings. I get it. But let me ask the brother this, right? Because I want to get back to the point that I was making. Since we know what pretty much the numbers are since Roe versus Wade, right? And I'm just going to start there for a sense of just a marker, right? We know there's been at least 18 million. I would say almost close to that number. Most of them are African American children, right?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
18 million abortions, right? And counting, right? So say if it was up to Minister Jack, those abortions would not be allowed to happen. And those 18 million children are born. Where would those 18 million children be placed? And what would be the level of care that they would receive?
They're in America. They have a chance.
That's not the question that I asked you. I asked you what chance would they have? Because see, this is the same thing that people that make the same argument you make is why we have the situation we have in Brazil. If you haven't studied the situation in Brazil and the many orphans in Brazil, you would see that those children have a lower quality of life because they were given a chance. But guess what? Their mortality rate is some of the lowest in the world. So what is
we're going to utilize abortion as population control?
Listen, that's not what I asked you. Stop moving the goalposts. That's not what I asked you. What I asked you was the level of care that those children would have received if they would have been born. Those 18 million plus children. Are there 18 million families? Is there 9 million families that would have taken them in? Or where would they have gone? Into orphanages? Would they not? Could you guarantee that they wouldn't be on the street starving, being raped day in and day out? They would not be discriminated against. That they not want to receive a quality of life that you think having a chance with them going through most of their lives in a position where they wish themselves that they were dead or had been aborted. So what I'm saying is there's nuances to your conversation and the point that you're making. Now, I'm not a proponent, I should say, proponent of abortion. I'm not a proponent of that without nuances. But what I'm saying is to simply slap a label on women, to simply say these women are evil because they chose to do this or they chose to do that. When it comes to children, 9 times out of 10, I guarantee you, if that young lady would have had someone supporting her, she may not would have dropped them 2 babies off, right? A lot of times those things are done out of fear. A lot of times those things are done. And by you being a man who will never be in that position ever in your life, to say that these women are evil simply because of it, I think, brother, you're really overreaching and overstepping your boundaries in this particular conversation because you're having it without nuance. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you can't take a life and then say that, like, okay, what quality of life is death?
Right.
Because you're saying that
some people, let me answer that question real quick.
Shouldn't live because they
What's the quality of life? What's the quality of life of a 9-year-old child, a 9-year-old girl being raped every day, all night long, for years and years and years? What's the quality of life of that? If you ask them, they'd rather be dead. See, I work for the Department of Children and Family Services. I've seen children as young as 3 years old raped consistently. What quality of life is that?
Are they alive?
I'm asking you. What quality? You're trying to equate somebody living with the quality of life. You can have someone hooked up to a breathing machine; they're still alive. But what quality of life is that? That's not an argument to make.
At the end of the day, they're still alive. They have the ability to possibly survive. They have the possibility. You're giving them a
quality of life.
When you kill a child, they have no chance of life.
Have you encountered? Have
Get out here and try to.
Have you ever spoken directly to a rape victim?
Whatever predicament they're in.
Ask you a question. Have you ever spoken directly to a rape victim, brother?
This is rare. Again, this is
asking you. No, I'm asking you though. Have you ever spoken to someone who's a rape victim? I have, and you know what I've heard them say? I wish in that moment I would have died. You know why? You know why? Because at that moment there is no living. They don't see any chance of living. You know what? Some of them never even recover. So for you to equate just breathing with the quality of life is a fallacious argument.
So
it's just a bad argument.
So if something bad happens to you, you just take yourself out and you don't give yourself a fighting chance to survive this and overcome whatever adversity. Because listen, things could be very, very, traumatic in life. Life is not easy, man. Life is life.
I agree.
Death is not life. When you just throw death in there, there's no chance of actually overcoming anything.
Right. And who's to say that those terrible things would ever happen to you if you were spared of your abortion? You can't say either way that the child will have a successful, great life. You can't say that it's going to have a terrible experience in life. You don't know that. Nobody can tell you. The only thing you can do is give the child a chance, no matter what situation it's in. You never say, I'm going to become a murderer.
All right. But brother, when are we ever going to respect the woman enough to say, baby, it's your decision?
Yeah, no.
You're the one that's going through this. You're the one that got to carry this pain for the rest of your life. You're the one that's going to have to face this child. She might not want to give the child up. She's probably looking for a family. So when are we going to say, you know what? These are men. How are they trying to tell us how we should feel when it's not happening to them? This is our bodies. This is us.
We have no choice in the matter. We have no say-so whatsoever. We're being asked. So if you asked me, I'm going to tell you what I think. At the end of the goddamn day, whatever I think, she can get rid of the baby. She can keep the baby. I have no choice. It's her choice. I just would, if you asked me, I would say, don't let someone inflict pain on you and then you become a murderer. But I'm being asked. At the end of the day, even if I could argue till I'm blue in the face with a woman, she can march down there and go to Planned Parenthood, which is in every black community in abundance, and get rid of the baby. You know what I'm saying? But this is a rare situation. We always get hooked up on this situation when we talk about abortion. We really need to talk about the inconvenience, baby.
Right. I'd like to do that. And you know what? I think that he said something very, it's sad but true. You could talk to your blue in the face as a man if you want that baby. If she doesn't want it, it's not going to happen. But at least a man should be, I agree, he should be able to say, hey, this is how I feel about it. If you could just give him that much. But the rape part is a really, really touchy subject. I have actually counseled more women who have just said, I don't want the baby because he doesn't want to be with me. But maybe I have 2 rape victims because I'm a doula, and we used to set up a mock clinic, abortion clinics before the overturning of Roe versus Wade. And that was illegal to do here at the time. And we would bring the women in. They thought they were getting abortions. And the first thing most of the time they say, well, I don't have anybody's going to be here for me. The guy doesn't even want the baby. So that was the majority of the conversation. And she was thinking like what Jap said, I just don't want, I want to go to school. I can't. And by the way, those are, even though you say they're evil, I'm not going to fight with you on that as a person who follows the Bible, and I'm pro-life. I want the woman to choose something else, but that is for her. I can't tell somebody, you're going to go to hell. The Most High is going to kill you because you didn't want to have this baby. So this is a touchy topic, but I am glad to hear men talk about it. So let's get off the if we can, the rape, and get to that point where I was saying, like, if we could, the women who just don't want to not be snatched anymore. Yes, I'm smiling a little bit, but I've had women say, I don't want my body. I'm too young. I don't want my body to look like this and that. I don't have the money to do this and that. So what about the majority of the abortions that are being done because of that? Thank you. Let me have the mic.
Say this too. I've said this on my show. We need to even the playing field and implement the men and implicate the men in this murder as well. And what I mean by that is that I would think that an abortion should take two signatures. The father should have to sign off on that shit too.
I don't know about that.
You know what I'm saying? Because
saying some fiery stuff right now.
Because okay, we put abortion all on women. It's all their choice. But let's say if the man says no, I want to have my baby. She need to have consent from that dude as well. And if they decide to have an abortion, I'm going to blame the man just as much as I blame the woman. Y'all both evil. Y'all both living for yourselves. Y'all both are complacent and killing that baby. Because then we got mothers too. Mothers of teen mothers. And mothers of teenagers who have pregnant children and they go take their daughters to the clinic. They are just as complacent as the woman, the little girl who decided to have that abortion too. So all parties need to get blamed. But men get off the hook because women get to make that choice solo. No, if you want to even the playing field, two signatures. We need to have the father sign off on this shit too.
But what about, I'm going to have the mic over, but what about when we have that stigma of of the single mom? And that's another, because that popped in my head. Nobody wants to be a single mom. It's like
marry before you carry.
The worst thing ever.
But marry before you carry. You got a limited amount of options. The NuvaRing, the woman condom, the pill, the shot, the.
What do you think about the morning after pill?
Things, you got pick your flavor of birth control. Pick your flavor. At the end of the day, being irresponsible with your reproductive system has consequences.
Let me ask you, what about the morning after pill?
Anyway,
Jeff, is that abortion to you, the morning after pill?
Yeah, that's abortion.
Oh wow, you are very, very, very radical.
No, that's why even if you watch my show, people think it's comedy or whatever, but it is comedy. But I tell brothers, wear your condoms and pull out with a condom on. Like it never happened.
Wow. What do you think about that?
I promise you I practice what I preach. I promise you I preach this on my show all the time, that brothers have to stop having reckless babies. I'm on the brothers hardcore because I know the women don't make logical choices. They make emotional choices. You know what I'm saying? So they want to have this passionate make love thing. I tell people, man, if you broke, you don't need to be having sex. That's the last thing you need to be doing. You know what I'm saying? You can't afford to have sex because you can't afford the consequences of it.
I agree with the brother on a lot of the talking points. I will say that I agree with you 100%. And I agree with having these men sign off on these things. The problem with that is that we still have to understand, once a woman becomes pregnant, it becomes a medical issue now, right? Mm-hmm. And this is what men don't quite get about this argument, is that now her life is at risk, right? There have been many women, I have family members whose mothers have died giving birth to their children. The mother's no longer here, but the child is here, right? Died on the table during pregnancy because of medical malpractice, right? Which you can no longer sue for in a lot of states, right? Medical malpractice, or they cap what you can get from a doctor for medical malpractice. So, like I said, I agree with a lot of your talking points, but they come with nuances. It should come with nuances. These things we just can't, roll over the bridge of, oh yeah, that's it, that's an issue, but now we're gonna keep going. But these brothers, a lot of times, I know them. We talk, you know them. We a lot of us know them, right? They get with some of these women a lot of times, and here's the thing: they're not older women; these are young women, young girls.
Oh yeah,
that they're saying, "Have my baby," with no intentions of taking care of a baby.
Yes,
have no means of taking care of a baby. They can't take care of themselves.
That don't mean the baby.
They're telling these young women during sex, "Have my baby." So if we have a young man that does this, should not he be prosecuted in some type of a way? That's fraud.
You know about prosecuted. Y'all are radical, Youre and Jap. We got to prosecute.
It's called check garnishing. It's called going to jail for not paying your child support. It's called getting your license revoked for not paying your child support. Your life is going to be a living hell when you impregnate the wrong woman. She got programs and the government assistance and all types of things that will sustain her and be a parachute to her falling in life. We don't get those type of privileges as a man. When we have a kid, we have got to man up and face it. If we don't, there are consequences for it where the law comes into place and whoops our ass. The law don't whoop the ass of a deadbeat mother. There are plenty of deadbeat mothers out here. I dated a girl who hid a baby on me.
I disagree with that.
Who hid?
I know the law.
I didn't know she had a baby, so I had a baby. I know she had a baby. She didn't have custody. You know what I'm saying?
What?
The baby still.
She had somebody else's baby.
No, she had a baby.
Yours?
She was still lit. No, hell no. I don't have no kids.
Oh, I was like, because I thought you said she hid your baby.
He had a kid, still out here on the dating scene, still doing her thing, living convenient, living her life.
Now hold up, Minister Jap. You said that like that's a badge of honor, like you're happy. Hell no, I don't have no kids. What?
No.
Would you like to have some someday?
It should be, are you married? First.
Right, but I'm asking you, would you like to have kids someday?
We do. When we are free thinking straight black man, we think logically. I'm going to do things in order. Marriage, setting up a life, then we can have a baby. Because if you look at all of these other cultures who are flourishing and utilizing the institution of the nuclear family, they do shit in order. We have babies and try to figure it out and wing it in life.
Marriage don't guarantee you to live happily ever after with the family.
It's a better chance.
There's a lot of people getting divorced in 1 year, brother.
Hey, listen.
In 1 year, brother.
I believe in
I didn't know you was a religious man, though, Minister Jap. I gotta tell you that. I didn't know it.
Even if you're miserable, if you got kids, suffer and figure it out.
Hey, Napah, you got Fatty in the channel. You got Fatty in the chat.
Figure out this relationship.
Oh, yeah, Fatty, come on in.
And make it work.
Yeah, tell Fatty, hit the link. Hit that link. The link is at the top.
Can I say something real quick? And this is just an encouragement because I see the issue here is that we got to level up in our consciousness of loving each other, respecting each other in our nuclear family, like Big Brother was saying. The nuclear family, man, is taking such a hit because of the lack of responsibility that parents are making right now. You see what I'm saying? If you're laying down with somebody, you need to make sure that you're ready for that responsibility. It ain't even if you have an abortion, right? You're still responsible for the fact that you brought a life into this world that didn't just go away. You see what I'm saying? So we have to be careful now instead of just thinking life is just whatever. We can just have a baby and I could just have an abortion and it don't mean nothing and I just keep on. No, all of these things have consequences in real life, whether it's spiritual consequences, physical consequences, mental, emotional. This is serious business. And an abortion ain't just some random conversation.
Can you try to fix your mic, brother? Try to fix your mic.
Yeah, we can't hear. It's starting to
Yeah,
fade.
you sound a little bit like robot.
Oh, my bad. All right, I'll try to stop talking a little bit clearer.
Take that paper towel roll off your mic, and I'm just kidding. It sounds like
I think I have my hand on my speaker.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, man, we got to start taking life more serious in our decisions that we make as a people, because, like I said, the family is suffering, and the kids are really the ones that are taking the biggest hit. So this generation, if you know, between 18 and 40, you need to be really analyzing your morals as far as what kind of person you want to be. Do I want to be a kind of person that's really okay with killing babies? Is that really what I stand for and want my community to be about? Or do I want to raise these babies the best I can, no matter what situation I'm in? Because that's what I would want my mama to say. Don't kill me.
Yeah, but look at how you say it. Like you make it look like the women are going around killing babies. That's the way you said it.
No, but that's
killing babies. No, man.
What you don't. That's
what are they? They're human beings. What are they going to grow up to be? People.
Yeah, they're babies. They are living beings. Once that spirit is conceived, it's eternal. It's not, even if you kill your baby, the spirit still lives on. What are we talking about? It ain't just you just delete the baby.
It's disrespect to go with it too, man. Like they don't even bury this so-called. They don't even have a no type of memorial, no name, no nothing.
Man, it's sacred, man. You gotta have that sacredness about you.
How much of this this mindset or this thing that you have issue with, how much of this do you attribute to racism and white supremacy?
Oh, it has nothing to do with that. This has everything to do. This has everything to do with your choices.
Right.
So you don't think the choices that are available.
It's not in that. Hold on. So
you don't think that those choices.
The white man was not in your bedroom.
You said it out of your own mouth.
Man was not in your bedroom.
You said it out of your own mouth. It was either you or the other brother when you said population control. Is that a product of racism and white supremacy?
You said that. You said if 18 million children were born, where are they going to go? So
I didn't say anything about population control. I didn't say anything about population control.
That's what you said, man. I heard what you said.
I didn't say anything about population control.
I analyzed what you said. And what you said was,
if you hear me say population control,
born,
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about those. I'm not talking about those
that are not going to be allowed.
What I asked you
was
about racism and white supremacy.
That's some Hitler shit.
Hold on. If you think abortion is not a product, that the abortion you're speaking of is not a product of racism and white supremacy, you're still misinformed. If you think it's not about population control, you're still misinformed.
Well,
if you don't understand who Margaret Sanger is, if you don't understand who William Gates' father, William Gates Sr. is, you still don't understand. You don't understand the argument fully.
You
don't understand the welfare system.
You're bumping and grinding wrong.
If you don't understand the welfare system, when men being pushed out of their homes because women need to get welfare to take care of these children, you still don't understand the argument.
All these excuses for bad behavior and
bad choices. Excuses for bad behavior. It's
every excuse. You got every excuse in the world for a woman making a dumbass choice.
It's what society has given our people.
Let me do this now. If I could just jump in here. I'm going to give Minister Jap, you get 60 seconds, go in on the topic, and then I want to pass the mic and let Yara go in 60 seconds. Okay. Go ahead, Minister Jap, 60 seconds. Your time starts now.
Most of our problems present day right now are behavior-based. You have the ability to say yes or no. You have the ability to keep your legs closed, keep your dick in your pants. You know what I'm saying? Wear protection, don't wear protection. All of these choices are yours present day. Talking about the history means goddamn nothing because present day, the white man is not in your bedroom. The white man is not moving and grooving, trying to get women out of their parents. The white man is not out here trying to trap you with a baby. These are choices made by people regardless of what race they are. This has nothing to do with racism, anything to do with that. Women have the convenience to opt out of all responsibility, and they utilize abortion as a means to get it done. And the way that they get that done, that is the most evil out of all of these choices. Giving a child away for adoption, you know what I'm saying, is a better choice than abortion. I don't clap or cheer for either one of these situations because they're both irresponsible, but the better of the choice would be for that woman to give that child to a loving family.
Thank you, Jab. Time. Go ahead, Youre. Your turn, Elder Youre.
Yeah, I'm just going to reflect back on what the brother was saying earlier. He mentioned about women during slavery times being raped and their children taken away. What does that have to do with anything? Well, if that's the case, then where did all of the abortion clinics pop up from? Those weren't funded by African Americans, especially placed in heavily predominant African American communities. So those choices to have an abortion, where did it come from? It stemmed from racism and white supremacy. And for you to say, oh, the past makes no difference. No, that's our present. Because we're talking about the same issues that you have today in dealing with that systematic depletion of the Black community. Whether you want to, whether you want to accept the fact or not, that's what we are dealing with, you can't dismiss the seed of that. What you're dealing with is the after effect. If you study Daniel Moynihan's case for the Negro family, he talks about the very issues that you have. Fatherless homes being produced by what? Racism and white supremacy. How? Through systematic racism in this country. The plan to force women into single motherhood. Why? In order to deplete and destroy the Black community. Daniel Moynihan wrote about that in the 60s, giving his recommendation from Lyndon B. Johnson to LBJ. So when you talk about these things are not prevalent, you're incorrect.
Sorry about that. You know what, y'all? Go ahead. Jap, give me 30 more seconds, and then we'll balance it out, and we'll get back to the full conversation. 30 more seconds, rebut what he said, if you could, brother.
No, I mean, I think it's a healthy conversation, but at the end of the day, I think that we tend to always find a way. We're going to find a way to blame the white man for some shit that we got control over. It's not that deep. Literally, if you can't afford children, you know these consequences, don't put yourself in this predicament. You know what I'm saying? As a man and as a woman, you know what I'm saying? And women have more choices and more control over this situation. The worst possible choice is death.
Okay.
Because you're dealing with life.
Let me ask you, everybody, a question. I see you, Judah. But isn't there don't we have a history of Planned Parenthood? Let's just start with Margaret Sanger. Like, do you at least see that there is a history of eugenics? I'm not saying that you're wrong about the moral side. I think we all agree morally, no one should be killing any innocent children.
Do you have a choice to go in those doors?
So no, I want to ask you to get into the background of it a little bit, not too much.
I know the background of Margaret.
Yeah, I want you to sound off on that.
What I'm saying is, I equate Planned Parenthood the same way I equate the liquor store. Both are prominent in our community. Do you have to walk in those doors, or do you have the self-discipline, and do you have the morality and the moral compass to not go in there and know that there's consequences, whether you go into the liquor store and then you get into some alcoholism, or you try to drink away depression, or whatever you do. Those are bad choices. If you go to the clinic and get rid of your baby, it's still a bad choice. But one word: choice. You have the choice. You don't have to be pregnant. You don't have to be having premarital sex unprotectedly. You know what I'm saying? You have these choices, and these choices have consequences. And we have got to stop fighting for the right to have an excuse for bad choice making. Having a child out of wedlock is an absolute bad choice. It has never been a good choice. It has never in life set this kid up for greatness. A lot of kids just happen to make it. A lot of men are survivors of single motherhood. It's a terrible construct. But women have that ability to say, yes, this is going to be this way, or no, you're going to marry me before I start bearing your children. She controls. She is the gatekeeper. She can't get in. We can't get in you unless you tell us we can and how we can get in you.
Let me add this about, okay, thank you, Minister Jap. Now, I want to say I've seen people in like these, they don't say third world countries anymore. They say it's underdeveloped or unindustrialized countries. And it's always been a mystery to me, or just I'm dumbfounded to say, why are they don't even have access to water or toilets. And I say, why do these people continue to have babies? So I get what you're saying about choice.
I say that all the time. Why are y'all fucking?
But they do. But they still do. So I think we know the answer. You know what I'm saying? Like, so peace, Mr. Fantastic.
What's up,
Judah wanted to say something. I'm gonna let Judah go, and then Mr. Fantastic, you can come weigh in. Thank you for coming in. Hit the like, please. Go ahead, Judah, and then we'll pass the mic on to Mr. Fantastic.
All right, thank y'all for having me here. By the way, this has been a pretty good conversation overall. Ultimately, I just want to bring it back to the topic and make it clear cut. Abortion versus adoption. In my opinion, I feel like I'm not alone with this. Adoption is better, just in general. In my opinion, just because obviously the child gets to live, and then we don't know a lot of times the spiritual connotations to what happens to the child that is aborted. There are very few spiritual texts on earth, and even people who have had experiences who really know what happens when their baby goes over there. We know and we believe that the baby is well taken care of by the father, which we believe, and I know for a fact in my heart that the Creator takes care of every innocent child that's been aborted, that baby is going to be okay. But we don't necessarily know exactly what happens. We just have faith. So to me, I'll always say, let the child live, let the child have an experience in life with the Creator. We don't know if it's going to have a beautiful life or a terrible. We don't know that, but we definitely know that it has a chance. If you kill it, you don't know. And for those women who have had an abortion, I would not say you going to hell. I wouldn't say that even you personally are an evil person. I feel like the choice is evil to kill anything, but you can always recover and heal and get yourself back together after having a traumatic experience like an abortion. I don't feel like that's the end of the world for a woman if she kills a baby. You see what I'm saying? You can redeem yourself. You can get back in good standing with the Creator and with your community and with your child, because it's still alive in the spirit. So with that, all I want to say is thanks for having me on here, man. It was a good conversation. Peace to everybody. Bless up to the sisters. May everybody continue to just grow and get past some of these little conversations that mean a lot to us. That's all.
Hey, peace, brother.
Peace to y'all, man.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Fantastic, you wanted to weigh in on this topic?
Thanks for having me, man. Shout out to everybody else. What's up, Jack? What's going on, man?
What's going on, bro? He froze.
That boy froze.
Okay.
Am I back? Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I just got it. But nah. So yeah, the whole thing. Obviously, I think it's a very easy question if we're just talking about adoption over abortion. Some of the things that were being talked about earlier are, I don't think people understand that less than 1% of situations are forced or incest or any of these things. So when women bring those up, it's just what I'm saying, it's a red herring and it's an excuse for them usually doing something that's an inconvenience to them, or they feel like it's an inconvenience. Having a responsibility of bringing life into the world, you can't play on both sides of it. So once you decide to allow a man to, create life within you, you can't then just put all the blame on the men when you hold the ultimate responsibility because you allow that man to do everything he did 99% of the time. So a lot of things are changing. because women are now purposely not having kids or having kids later, and the selfishness of that is not understood from a societal standpoint and a biological standpoint. That thing is going to be extremely dangerous here, 20, 30 years down the line, when you don't have enough young people to replace all the old people. And now that medicine is getting better and technology is getting better and people are living longer, that's why you need a steady influx of newer people. But you look into these baby deletion statistics is quite scary, and for the Black community specifically, like you said, that's I think, was it 50 million, for somewhere between 40 50 million abortions or something like that. And like I heard Jap saying earlier, you don't know how many people, geniuses, Michael Jacksons, Martin Luther Kings, all these wonderful people, you'll never know because they didn't get the chance to start. So once you decide to have a child, if you can't take care of it, just let somebody else do it. People do it all the time. I mean, hell, some women get paid to be surrogates. So I just don't understand at this point in time how and it's crazy that the whole last election was leveraged on that. My body, my choice, and Black women were one of the biggest target supporters and of that rhetoric.
I know Napah must have stepped away.
Yeah,
I agree with you, though. No, you go ahead, man. I talked long enough. Go ahead,
man. Me and you go along with it, bro. I see that already.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with. Trust me, I agree. Like I said, I agree with. I probably agree with about 90% of what you're saying, Minister Jap. I probably agree about 90%. My argument is always nuances. Like I said, if by definition, if you want to talk about pro-life, I am a pro-lifer, no doubt about that. But I always have to make the stance that there are great areas and nuances that exist, whether some of the extreme arguments that we have and examples that we give. And of course, we don't know within that large number of aborted children how many would be, inventors and doctors, and who would be the ones that could have gone on to cure cancer. We don't know that, but we also don't know on the flip side which one of those would be the Black Jeffrey Dahmer. And if you have children, would you have wanted your children to encounter that child? So we don't really know. Again, with that argument being said, so should we just unleash everything and let the chips fall where they may? I kind of get that when you're talking about the sanctity of life, but after the sanctity of life, right, is preserved, then where do we go about the quality of life? Because that's often the argument that's missed. And I don't know all of you brothers' background, but like I said, I've worked with small children who were being abused and misused, and some beaten at 5 years old and in a coma, and a child from 3 years old being chained to radiators and burned with match or burned with cigarette butts put out on their skin. I've seen those things. When you talk about at least give them a chance, but some of the chances that some of these children will ever see will be living in hell on earth. And so I often talk about, like, what do we do about that existential argument of what could have been or what should have been, but really should we ever take into account what that quality of life meant? And I think that a lot of women, right? I can't speak for any woman, but I would think that a lot of women, not all, but they would take that into account. What quality of life would my child, would this child have? And to say that every child that's placed in adoption and is going to be in care in adoption, right? We've seen there are cases, and the numbers could be small on this, but we've seen cases where children are being placed into adoption and become child slaves. Yeah. And so for their whole childhood, they're living in a state of slavery. What quality of life is that?
You're using the exception as the rule, though. So in all those situations you gave,
what you guys are doing when you simply say they could have gone on to be this greater person and this greater person.
Well, no, yeah, I still would, because those people exist, and like case in point, Antoine Fisher, right? That's a real true story.
I was gonna say Antoine Fisher is a perfect example.
Yeah,
if he would have been aborted, he would not be this great man we'd be talking about today and have this compelling story that we can share with people, that a child who was born in the worst possible conditions, given away to the worst possible family, and still made the best out of his life and overcame every aspect of that. It is possible. When you rule out the possibility, then there is no quality of life, because there's no quality of life in death. If we're utilizing your logic, that's to say everybody born in Haiti needs to be aborted. Everybody who's pregnant right now, and anybody who gets pregnant in Haiti right now needs to be aborted, just because the quality of life in Haiti is terrible. So being born in a terrible conditions, you don't deserve life. You deserve to die. Before you even get to breathe, you don't even get to breathe your first breath because you were born in Haiti. So everybody in Haiti who gets a woman pregnant, every woman has to have abortion because the conditions of life are terrible there.
You're equating the quality of life with financial gain. There are some people that live. Hold on. There's some people that live in the Amazon, and they live in the Amazon. They live in places. They live. Parents take vows of poverty. That doesn't mean that they have a poor quality of life. You see, you're trying to
shelter. You know what I'm saying? Life.
Yeah, he's saying basic necessities.
That does not deter. That's not
a homeless person here has a better life than living in Haiti.
That's not determining the quality of life. You can live. Listen, you can live in a shack and have a better quality of life than someone living in an 8-room mansion.
So, what is your definition of quality of life?
I'm gonna give it to you again. It's how a person is cared for, love. You can have love and be poor. You can have love and support and security and be poor. That does not bring the quality of life. Look, you can eat beans for your whole entire life and still have a good quality of life, right? So you're not equating the quality of life with money and financial gain. That's a lot of the problems that we have, right? So especially when the people that you're talking about.
You deserve to die because your parents ain't shit.
I didn't say nothing about you deserve to die because your parents ain't shit. I didn't say that you said that. What I'm telling you is,
what I'm saying is, you can't control how you're born, and you can't control what conditions you were born in. You were innocent in this whole predicament. You having life is your chance.
What I'm telling you is, you prevent. So even if that child grows up. See, and it's hard to really have that type of conversation with you because you don't have. Do you have children?
No, not all.
Okay, so you don't have children,
but I do.
Right?
But I do.
Okay, so you do. So let me speak.
I still can recognize. I still can have a lot.
No, not really.
Recognize what?
No, not really.
So okay, let's say this. No, not really. I've never been to jail.
I'm going to ask this brother. I'm going to ask this brother, Mr. Fantastic. If a young lady, hypothetically, right? You have sons or daughters, or both. Okay. If a young lady goes into an abortion clinic, right? Minister Jap catches her on her way in and say, "Hey, you know what, sister? That child deserves a chance." She said, "You know what, Minister Jap, you're right. He deserves a chance." That same child, she goes on to have that child. That same child grows up to become a serial killer, and your daughter is the victim. Did Minister Jap make the right choice for you and your family?
Yeah, I mean,
how would you know that?
Yeah.
How would you know that? That's the whole point. That's the whole point that I'm making.
But that's what we saying. But
the child that's in the book the child that was
arguments,
that was an evil child. So
you know
that
that these children are going to grow up to be good children? Because you gave us an example
because we can look at the numbers. So hold on. So what we can do is we can look at the numbers and the percentages of people that are criminals and the percentage of people that are serial killers, the smallest percentage. So you're literally using the extreme of the extreme and the exception of exceptions as an example. Like serial killers are less than 1%. Hold on, brother. Just real quick. Serial killers are less than 1% of the population. We look at criminals overall. Criminals with less than 10% of the population. Okay, so the chances are saying that if any child that's not aborted has a 90% chance to be an asset to society in some way, shape, form, or fashion, or at the very least, just a regular person. Okay,
based on what?
Based on all the numbers I just told you.
So those numbers say that so those numbers would tell you that they are contributing,
more likely to not be criminals and serial killers.
No, I'm saying no, but are they contributing to a positive way of society? They might not be criminals and serial killers.
Yes.
But what if they grow up to be pimps?
Even if they were a street sweeper, a janitor, or a McDonald's worker, that is an asset to society as long as they aren't harming the public. Yes.
So what about those who are not criminalized but are still involved in criminal activities? You got a lot of dope dealers out here. You have a lot of pimps out here. You got a lot of women beaters out here.
All of that's criminal, and I just told you.
The only way you would know that they're criminal is if they go into the criminal system.
So hold on. So
that's the only way you can even get that statistic.
What are you saying? No, what do you mean? I can get the statistics and I can look at the FBI.
That's the only way that you would know that those persons were actually criminals is if they went into the criminal system. But you don't know how many people there are on the streets who have those and carry out those intentions every day. You don't know that. So your argument is always going to be nuanced. That's my point.
No. Well, I understand the nuance, but you're looking for extremes and exceptions. So what I'll say to you is this: like we all live life, right? We're all, I don't know where you're from, right? Jack from Chicago. Where you from, brother?
Chicago.
So I'm pretty sure you know what a trap look like, right? You know what it look like with somebody holding, right? Got a firearm on them, correct? All right. So being that we are experienced gentlemen, we all got a little gray in our beard, right? I can look at certain things and know what the norm is. Okay. So understanding that and saying that is, you're gonna have people that are on the outside or like, criminal adjacent or benefit from it and so on and so forth. Everybody done bought a stolen TV or something at some point in time, right? If you want to count that, okay, we can just double it, right? Even still, if you want to double it and say everybody that's has some play into the what's name, we'll double it. And that's anybody that tell you statistics, that's like more than gracious, right? We're still at 20%. That means 80% of the people are still going to be law-abiding assets to society. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. The numbers support that. If a woman has a child that she decided to delete, it's highly chances that kid is going to be somewhat of asset, somewhat of a positive to society versus being vehemently, even when he may grow up in not the best of circumstances. Everybody that this is something that people I just don't we say it, but people don't really realize it, right? So 80+% of criminals, people that go in prison, right? They come from single mother households. Well, that's 80% of prisoners, not 80% of people born to single mothers. So they're still telling you that the majority of people that are even born in these impoverished situations. I mean, I don't know about you, but I came from humble beginnings like a motherfucker. I grew up poor, couldn't afford the ER, right? OR, not poor, poor. You feel me? So being that we know most people overcome their circumstances, right? More likely than not, you're going to end up to be, in the middle somewhere, or you may be extraordinary from wherever you are, right? Most self-made millionaires people aren't born millionaires, they're self-made. So all these things support the facts of the matter that giving a child an actual chance at life is giving them the ultimate chance, and more likely than not, something that's positive going to become that chance than not. I mean, LeBron James, LeBron James' mom was like horrible, terrible. All right. LeBron pretty much got saved by his AU coaches. His mom was out here doing a lot of, criminal and wild stuff.
Tommy Davidson mama.
Yep, Tommy Davidson, same thing.
Mama had him living in a crack house and a white family adopted him. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So here again, this is what I'm saying. And I knew when we would get here, and I'm glad we finally got here. The slapping of the reason why we see this detriment in our society is due to single mothers. And this is how you started the conversation. And I knew this is where you would end. Both of you guys, right? This is where you are right now. So when you talk about, brother, you from Chicago, right? So let's do something very familiar, right? And I'm going to explain to the brother why his numbers are wrong, right? So you know, I'm from the Wild Hundreds, right? You know the Wild Hundreds, right?
Yeah, I know the Hundreds.
All right, so I'm from the Hundreds, right? So you know where. So I lived a block away from Finger High School. That's where I grew up.
I know you at.
So you know where I grew up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we ain't got to talk about that. So let's use O Block for example, right? Okay. We know about King Von, right? We know about all them catch them over there, right? We know about 61st, 63rd. We know about all that, right?
Yeah.
So we all know about Stateway Gardens, right? And we all know that is a world in and of itself. That if you're not from there, there's no way you're going to understand the way that they live, right? They have their own code of what is a quality of life, right? They have their own understanding about what is. You talked about LeBron James' mother in Cleveland, in Ohio, and the things that she went through and how she had to be saved. You talked about the other brother, his mother, they had to be adopted by a white family. But what you're not talking about is what you always do, is that you're not understanding what happened to that mother to have her in that position. Because if you're simply just trying to say, oh, she's inherently evil, then I think that your numbers are skewed, just like this brother. How many people, brother, you know, grew up that you knew were hardened criminals, never spent a day in the jail cell? I know many of them. Many of them. So simply because you giving me numbers about criminality and criminals on the street, you really can't determine that, because every criminal can be gauged if he goes into the penal system.
Yeah, but I still gave you credence though. Remember, I doubled the numbers.
You didn't give me anything. You didn't.
I did. I doubled the stats. I doubled the stats. I doubled the stats.
You can't double the stats, brother, when there's nuance.
What I did that to support your argument. That's what I'm saying. So unless you're unwilling to, and like I said, anybody that understands statistics and math understands if you double a stat, that's being more than gracious. That's an anomaly that's pretty much never going to happen in anything. Okay. So I humored you because we said it's less than 10%, but I just made it 10. Okay. Less than 10% of the population are criminals. Okay.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Listen to what I'm telling you. I know you're a smart brother, right? How would you know what those numbers are if every criminal hasn't gone through the penal system?
Yeah, and that's why I'm giving you credence, though. That's what I'm saying.
You don't know, hold on. So you just can't say, "Oh, I double it," and you did me a favor. That number could be quadrupled. Hold on, that real number could actually be quadrupled. Could it not,
brother? That's called.
That's a direct question. Yes or no?
What I'm answering you. Well, no, it's not a yes or no. It's not. It's not a yes or no. It's not a yes or no. So again, that's called a mathematical fallacy and an impossibility. So what you're doing is you're making something. That's like me saying that's like you saying, oh, you can hit. Hold on, wait. So you know what the lottery is, right?
Yes.
You know what the lottery is? Yeah. So the lottery is already tells you when you look into the things, Mega Millions, Powerballs. Hey, there's a 1 in however many 100 million billion chances of you being the one winner, right? Those numbers never ever change, right? Those odds are going to be those odds. It's the same thing for when you start doing the criminal stuff and you do the trends, right? So what they do is they map criminal activity. Hold on. They map criminal activity. They look at the amount of people that get locked up for shit. They look at people that got charges and all these things and so on and so forth, probation. All this stuff, bro, is calculated, right? And pretty much it stays somewhere here up or down because since like 2020, the crime rate overall is like -5%, okay? So crime is actually down from what it was like, the heights and wealth before, the lockdowns, right? What we're still telling you is this, though. You're still going to have a range and you're still going to have the numbers that you're actually able to look at. And then you just, I think it's like what? Anything plus or minus, I think it's 2 or 3%, right? You pretty much give it, and that's usually like sound. So if I double it versus that's covering everything,
what you just gave us
any variables.
What you just gave us is an appeal to statistics, brother. And what I'm telling you is that's a fallacious argument because you don't know what that number of criminals are that actually exist that have not been through the penal system. And the only way that you would know that is if they've gone through the penal system. So
You're using the unknown.
You cannot give me that number. I don't care how much you smile and grin and shake your head.
You're giving the evidence of the absence of evidence argument, brother. But yeah, but I understand it very well. It's a very, very rudimentary and elementary thing that's entertaining, and you're doing the absence of evidence, right? Isn't the evidence of absence?
You haven't given us any evidence. You just
I'm giving you evidence. I told you. You the sources are the FB, the data.
Nepal, Mr. Fantastic, Black Tage, you know what I'm saying? My Chi-Town brother, man. Listen, I gotta get out of here because I gotta take care of some business, but I definitely appreciate y'all having me on. I appreciate the conversation. Shout out to my brother Black Sage from Chicago, Mr. Fantastic. You already know we shout out to Nepal. Shout out to Sarnetta. Appreciate y'all for even inviting me.
Before you go,
can I
want to say
channel too? I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna just say that. Let people know where to find you because this was you sparked the conversation. It was great. You got to come over more. Go ahead. Let people know where to find you, Minister Jap. I'm gonna put you on the big screen.
Yeah, follow me on YouTube, Minister Jap Network. You can also follow me on Twitter at the Minister Jap. I am involved with a lot of those FBA conversations. Those were great. Salute to Sarnetta and everybody here at Black News Network. Also, I'm on Instagram, Minister Jap Church on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? So, we have real talk, real conversations. We have comedy, entertainment. We talk that talk, man. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? We still try to give y'all some knowledge and some information, though.
Wait, you forgot to say you also have church.
It's the church. They already know.
All right, peace, brother. Peace to you. Thank you for joining us, Minister Jap. It's always a pleasure. Peace. All right, so I think we had a full panel. Are you from Chicago, Mr. Fantastic?
No, I'm from Macon, Georgia.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say we had all the Chicagoans on the panel besides me, of course. So back to y'all were going back and forth with statistics, and Mr. Fantastic, just sidebar, I talked to him on the other channel. He said he's a debater, Youre. We got to get him over here for.
He sounds like it.
I don't know. He hasn't been on
here. Sounding like it don't make you a debater, Sister Napah. We know that, right?
We already know that. we get over here. We really do. I'm not saying, listen, it's great. The whole YouTube is on fire with debates, but I'd say that we are on another level. What do you say? Am I tooting our horn?
No, we're definitely on another level. But let me say this to Moises real quick. I don't usually read the chat. He said Youre claimed to be from the hood and he left. Brother, I live in Flint right now.
Who said that?
What are you talking about? I'll go in between Flint and Chicago. Now what? Come for me, man.
Flint, Michigan. Yes. Oh, yes. So where are we right now? Are we all in agreement that that adoption is? I was shocked. I was pleasantly surprised that Minister Jap came in and said, "Yeah, adoption is way more of a more." He didn't say noble, but he said it's definitely more of a. Lord, I spoke too soon. Here's Fatty. He's about no more echo chamber over here, y'all. We have Fatty over here. He's on the opposite side of it. Peace to you, sir.
Fantastic was doing a good job. How are you guys doing?
Peace to you. Brother. This is Elder Youre. This is Fatty. He's another debater that I said he needs to come over here and get his feet wet. I know you're doing great debates, Fatty. You said you're from where? What debate? Did you say what group are you from?
No, I'm not. We are not a debate group. We just kind of relish adjacent. We are a group. Have a group called the Untouchables. So we do everything.
Right.
Yeah, we do everything from panels to little debates to all that. Like we just go around and try to make sure.
Don't be modest, Fatty. Fatty was good getting it in with the infamous. I say infamous Andrew Wilson. So he knows how to debate. So, Fatty, I'm gonna give you the mic. What do you think? Are you ready to change your position?
But I'm a little bit cold about what you guys, because I was hearing that they were talking about statistics, right?
Yeah,
so
but from the top though. Remember, I said I was covering we can go straight back if everybody's okay. Square one, the adoption. I called the woman a hero and noble. as opposed to abortion. But even if you don't want to say that, like I want you to just go from your talking position that you did before with your clip. We went over your clip a little bit.
So I don't think people should be called heroes for taking the easy way out. And there's the easy way. There's a participation trophy. If we, especially men, are saying no more participation trophies, these people are getting soft because we reward everybody. We call heroes to everyone. We tell everybody's the winner. Everybody's beautiful. Everybody's pretty. Everybody's handsome. You are creating a society with no losers. And that's very problematic because now you're creating delusional people, right? So I don't want to reward women that are giving up literally raising the kids that they brought to this world, because the real hero is the woman that actually keeps it and takes the rough route. And then if she can do it, then we can have a conversation about it. When she tried all the angles and all that and she couldn't do it. But I can call hero to the woman that gave up when there's millions, billions of women on this planet with kids on their back, 3 kids, no nothing, trying to make ends meet, and they still trying to push forward. So I can call a quitter a hero. That's ridiculous in my opinion.
You want to respond to that, Youre?
I mean, my stance still stands from the beginning. Like, I think, you know what? Let me say this. I think black men as a whole have a problem saying that black women are the saviors of our families, are heroes, period. We just, that's just.
Just real quick, are the saviors or the saviors?
He said saviors.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, the saviors of our families. We just have a hard time with that concept, right? I
agree with you.
Without our mothers, right? I don't know if all
but
your mothers are African American, so I'm gonna say black mothers, but all of our mothers.
Yeah, but the same would be said for your father, though. I mean, your mother can't impregnate herself.
No, your mother cannot impregnate. See, here we go again. We're not talking about the science of it, right? Because motherhood is not a science, right? Motherhood comes from the heart, right? Motherhood also comes from the ability to birth a child, right? We can't, simply because you impregnate a woman, that doesn't give you the right to call yourself a mother, right? You have to call yourself a father, which comes with a different category, a different responsibility, different levels of responsibilities, and different sacrifices, right? So to simply say that a woman can't be deemed heroic if she gives her child up for abortion is ludicrous, right? Because
adoption.
a woman, listen,
abortion or adoption?
No, I mean for adoption. If she gives her child up for adoption, because a woman's first instinct, right, even in nature, right, is to fight for the survival of her child, right? And so whatever she has to do or feels she has to do in order to do that, watch this, whether it's prostitution to put food on the table for her child, that may be demeaning to her. But her goal is, I want to take care of my child. I want to make sure my children don't have to find themselves in the situation that I am. Right?
Isn't that putting? Wait. Isn't that putting her child in more danger?
Yes. No, so if I'm a drug dealer, if I'm a drug dealer because I want to feed my kids, I'm a hero. If I'm spreading the poison to the community to feed my kids, because that's what I have to do for them to survive, I'm a hero. I deserve a statue.
Yes, you're a hero to your child. Absolutely.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Yes, you are.
How is this possible?
You're a danger. You're a hero to your child. Yes, you are. You know why?
Hold on.
Do you know why?
I got you. So no, real quick. So no. The problem with that, in every way, shape, form, or fashion is you're a danger and a harm to your child because you're putting your child in a lifestyle that could have negative repercussions as to where, hey, things come back on you and them, or the child is left without you because now you beat up by your pimp, or you're deleted by a John, or so on and so forth. When there are too many more options of making money legally and safely, right? It's a cop out, and it's crazy that you're giving. We call it a mom.
Let's not go too deep into the prostitution thing because I think
Okay,
his point
let's
is
just
like
say,
she'll do whatever she
I got
has
you.
to do.
So let's the non-conventional ways. What we're saying is still this: a woman can't be praised for ducking her responsibilities. Now, I believe she should be given credence if she knows she's unfit. I wouldn't call her a hero, though. Hero's a very, very strong word. Now, if we're going to say that she made a better decision for the child because she's unfit and she knows she's not capable of doing it, okay, great, right? You didn't make your child stay with you and suffer, but then we know what happens. You're from Chicago, right? Remember the story of the bakery kid, the bakery guy? You remember that story? Like last couple years?
Yes.
Yeah. See, stuff like that. And now, the mom's a hero. No, she's a piece of shit.
No, what's the story? Tell us the background of the story. We don't all know it.
So the mom gave her kid up for adoption when he was young, right, as a baby.
Mm-hmm.
And she ended up opening a bakery in the neighborhood or whatever where he grew up. So he would go to the bakery, and this woman watched this boy his entire life, from boyhood to adulthood, come in that bakery and buy pastries and whatever. I get every now and again she might have gave him something for free or whatever's on him, but she knew that was her son. She never told him.
Mm-hmm.
And then his foster parents or somebody died. His foster parents or somebody died, and he looked in to see who his mom really was, and come to find out that all these years his mom owned the bakery.
But how is she a piece of shit though?
Well, she's a piece of shit because she had direct access to her son, right? And she didn't let her son know that he was her son.
But didn't she already give him up for adoption?
Yeah, I understand that. But if you, so I'll ask you, Napah, you're your mom, you got kids? I don't know.
I'm a mom, yes.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically, of course, you gave your kid up for adoption because at that time things weren't a better opportunity. If you ever saw your child and you knew it was your child, you wouldn't let your child know that you were their parent?
No, because that child has a structure. See, that would be selfish. That child has a structured life. That's a psychological trauma that a burden that I would put on that child. I have no right to tell that child, "Hey, I'm your mom." Like that child has a new life.
Well, the crazy thing about it is he said that it brought him trauma because he never knew where he came from.
Now, wait, let me say this. Him coming to the store, I wouldn't be having that anyway. So there's some nuances. I would say to his family, he can't come into the store. Like, that's not going to work. So that's also a trauma. But as far as me telling him, hey, here's your cake, and by the way, I'm your mom. No, that's going to mess him up.
Right.
Yeah, but you know what will mess him up? You know what messes?
Just real quick, and y'all got it. Let me say this real quick, and y'all got it. There are far more kids.
I'm going to pass it on to Youre, and then Fatty, you jump in and say what you say.
So there are far more children that have a identity
you guys just
crisis.
do what you like, Fatty. Go ahead.
I have time. Don't worry about it.
It's far more kids that have identity crisis and a whole lot of mental health issues and so on and so forth, not knowing who their parents were. Mothers especially, more so than fathers, because hey, mama's baby, daddy's maybe. Most children that grow up without their mothers and their mothers giving up for adoption, they have that longing to know not only who the mother is, but why. So my thing is that the science, the psychology, and all the things behind it would say you're just as much trauma, if not less, than letting the kid know, hey, versus especially let's say if you've been a part of his life, his entire life. That's what got me, because she knew, she kept it away from him, and he had no idea. So I think that's even more traumatizing, but they switched it over to a feel-good story.
Yeah, let me let Youre weigh in.
Because it is a feel-good story. And this is the problem. You guys look for anything to try to demonize women. That's a psychological problem that you guys have. And that's what I'm going to beat the crap out of you guys about.
Hold on, Youre. You know I'm slow with this. Let me tell you that. Continue.
So let me say this, right? There's nuances to that story, right? When she gave that child up for adoption, that young man, how old was this woman?
She was like a teenager or something like that.
She was a teenager. She was 15 years old.
I don't think she was 15. Was she 15?
I believe so. 15. She had to give up that child. She could not take care of that child. Right? Number two, how old was that young man when he walked into that store?
The first time, or when he knew he was his mom?
The first time he walked into that store, how old was he?
I think he said he was somewhere elementary school age, like 10, 9, 10, something like that.
So a whole decade had gone past, right? He has another life.
Yes.
With other parents who were taking care of him, that they told him after he had walked into that store that he was adopted.
Mm-hmm.
And they did not know that that mother worked in that store.
Okay.
They did not know who she was. It was until after some years later, I think he was about what, 17 or 18, almost a senior in high school. You help me with the story, I believe it is, because I'm just recalling because I read it a couple of years ago.
He started working there either as like late in high school or early in college.
Yeah, late in high school. And then, you know how she knew that that was her child? Because she looked like the baby's father.
She looked like that. Oh, wow.
He looked like the baby's father. And so
wow.
she thought it, but she didn't know it if you read the story. Because she didn't expect her child to live that close to her in proximity. She never expected it. See, this is what I'm saying. There's nuances to this story before you attempt to try to demonize this woman. And this is what I kept hearing from my good brother, Minister Jap. This is what I keep hearing from my good brother, Mr. Fantastic. And I'm probably going to hear the same thing from Mr. Fatty over here. But this is what these guys do in these spaces. And I understand it. And see, Napah, do you remember? This is almost a full circle conversation for you and I. Remember, we were going to have that conversation about mothers and their sons and mental health?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I went ahead and did a little bit on that. But yes, that was a couple years ago.
Yeah. And do you know why that's important? Because this is what we're hearing right now. We have young men growing up in society today who do not understand the plight of their parents, of their mothers, of their fathers, and the things that they went through and fought in battle with today. They don't understand it. You know why? Because there is a sense of entitlement that exists with this generation.
So,
right? There's a sense of entitlement, and I'm gonna land this. I know I'm long-winded, but I'm gonna stay right here. But there's a sense of entitlement that exists, that my mom and my dad owes me something. They should have set me up like I see those rich white kids on TikTok doing, or I see them on My Sweet 16. My parents should have had a Lamborghini for me, and I never got that because I grew up poor in the hood. They should have did better with themselves, right? So there's a whole psychology that exists behind the mindset of these arguments that are being made by these young people. I talked to a lot of them. And you know what? You could go one of these young men from the ages of 13 to 21, and guess what? Every third of those young men have the same story. It repeats every three of them. 1, 2, 3. They're gonna tell the same story. 1, 2, 3. Repeat. It's gonna repeat the same story over and again. They have a sense of entitlement without really understanding the psychology that many of their mothers have gone through. Many of them.
So my point is this, right? It's not that we're blaming women. We're blaming bad woman, unqualified woman, incompetent woman. I believe that if Napah is a good woman and a good mother, she doesn't want to be treated like the bad mother and the bad woman. She wants a better treatment because she actually deserves it. So if a woman abandons a kid and another woman has 3 kids and keeps them and fights hard and all that, I want to celebrate the woman that actually tried hard more than the woman that gave up her kid away. That's very easy. I think even women agree with that. If I am a beautiful woman, I'm going to get a better treatment than a woman that is out of shape because I work hard to maintain my body. If I'm a competent woman and I'm an educated woman, I'm going to have more praise than a woman that gave up in high school and doesn't read the book. Women want to get praised when they actually do things good. And when you grab the worst of them and you praise them and you give them participation trophies and call them heroes, that's a disservice to good woman. So it's not about going against woman. It's making sure that we reward the woman that is doing her job, and we either penalize or don't agree with the woman that is not doing her job. If you failed to raise a child for circumstances that you could control, is your downfall, is your responsibility. I don't want you to carry a cross for the rest of your life, but telling that woman that was looking at the kid going to the bakery shop every day without doing nothing, compare with all those women that take the kids to school, take that kid to soccer practice, go ahead, spend the last dollar on Christmas gifts, on trips and all that, are there smiling. Like, that's a tremendous disservice. And just to wrap it up, I'll say this.
You could take some more time. You waited a long time. Go ahead.
It's fine because the conversation was flowing, right? Y'all don't understand what closure means to people. These kids are starving to get at least I'm your mom, I'm your dad, what you going to do about it? Closure, like there's men that are on our network 40 years old still talking about they be thinking about their dad for 30 something years until they met them, and finally they could go on with their life because they had resentment on their heart, they had a bunch of things on their head that they couldn't understand because they didn't have closure. All of us probably during the relationship, if a woman or a man breaks up with us, we want closure. We want to understand, I was with you for this time, I invested in you, why are you ghosting me? Like, what's going on? I will be with that in my mind for a long time because I needed to explain why you're leaving me so I can have my peace and go about my business. Now imagine this to a kid. You are robbing this kid from his identity. It's like he doesn't know where he comes from. He doesn't know why he's here. He doesn't know your story. The only thing you can give to this kid, if you're not going to take care of him, is I'm your mom. This is what happened with your dad. I truly love you. I apologize. You didn't deserve this, so don't blame yourself. It was not because you did something wrong. It's because I couldn't take care of you. So blame it on me. Don't put it on you. You are taking a tremendous burden of that man back. But if you're going to just look at him and help him get some motherfucking... No. You should pull him to the side, have a conversation, and say, you have good parents, go ahead and they are your real parents, but I'm giving you some closure so you can move on. Like, we shouldn't be rewarding like bad people. Or not bad people, sorry, incompetent people, right? I don't want to demonize no woman, but if you can raise your kid, just like I would say to a man, if you put a kid on this planet and you can raise them, you are incompetent man. You don't deserve to be called hero. Because if Mr. Fantastic abandoned his kids and went to this, like, we will call him a loser. Why are you being a deadbeat? Like, you don't love your kids, right? So there's no participation trophies for a man. Same thing with woman. You made them, you raised them. Don't want to raise them, go tell them why you abandoned them. That's all.
Mr. Fantastic, you want to go?
Yeah. Like I said, man, it's and like I said, shout out to the House of Consciousness, man. I know, you guys were the progenitors or the promoters of, the Black woman is God, and, the God is principle, and women are important, man. Women are important, but I think the issue and problem is when women aren't chastised, when women aren't criticized, when women aren't held accountable, we get this thing as to where the woman gets nothing but credit and none of the criticism, and that's unrealistic, and it creates a very, very dangerous precedent in not only societally, but especially in the family dynamic, right? To where we're made to think that we can't be critical of our mothers, right? Don't you say nothing bad about your mama. Your mama did, she did the best she could with what she had. Well, okay, sometimes your best isn't good enough, right? And if you start out in a bad situation to where you shouldn't be having kids in the first place, you're setting your kids out and you're giving them your kids a bad start. First and foremost, by who'd you pick for their father? You can't be a hero if you pick a horrible dad for your kid. That's the first villain move ever. If a woman goes out here and she lets a ain't shit dude get her pregnant, that is the most villainous shit she could ever do, because he's robbing that child of one of the most important figures he or she could ever have in their life, right? And that's from a psychological aspect, from a societal aspect, all these different things, right? Morals, values, knowledge, wisdom, experience, all those different things, right? From the masculine frame, right? The masculine half. So, and that's what we're talking about, to where if you say anything and it's being critical, because I don't think we all have moms, right? I love my mom to death, kill and die for her, in a second, right? Still to this day. But at the same time, I had to sit down as a grown man at some time and told my mom the things that, she handled improperly when I was a kid, when I needed her the most, and she wasn't there. She wasn't able to give me what I was able to give. It wasn't a comfortable conversation. But I think if a lot more of us start having these conversations and start approaching mothers as human beings, as we all are, right, and responsible adults, well, I think things will start to change, and now women will actually get to see themselves as what they are, and not these, perfect beings and goddesses that can't be challenged or criticized.
So women are being seen as goddesses that can't be criticized right now. Are we being realistic?
Oh yes, ma'am. Yes, indeed. Yes, that's why brother Youre has referred to the space, and you brothers do this and you brothers do that. And yeah, that's exactly what it is, because for the first time in mass, men have been able to state our grievances, right? Not hatred, not detestment or anything like that, so on and so forth. It's just like disappointment, dissatisfaction, and pretty much just not being given that same human decency and given the same things as a human. As a man, you stoic and stoicism, and you can't be emotional and all these different things. I agree to some degree, but we're human beings, and it's like all the humanity is taken away from the man, right? And Fatty gave a great situation. A father that's been ran through any and everything. This woman has purposely kept the children away from the man. She's causing monetary losses. She's messed up with his job. She's done any and everything she could do to destroy this man's life. And this man said, hey, you know what? I'm out. I'm leaving. I'm gonna pay this money, and then I'll be back when they're 18, and we can try to pick. Oh, you're a deadbeat. You should never give up on your kids. But no one's telling the mom, hey, you should never keep a man away from his kids. So that's what I'm saying. And then we look at this from a even a legal standpoint, right? Family court system and all these different things, so on and so. Even women being able to just randomly put orders of protections on men, right? Claims of abuse with no physical proof, evidence, so on and so forth. Very, a lot of things happen to men, and for the first time, like I said, because men are speaking about it, now you're being called soft and zesty and feminine and all these different things, when all you're simply trying to do is be treated as a human being that's trying to make it like everybody else.
And by the way, about woman getting, like, look at what happened with Meg Thee Stallion. If your ass is fat enough, if you're good looking enough, there's always a man to pick up the leftovers. Always. You are immortal. You are invincible. All the woman, you can develop the worst behaviors in society, and if your face is pretty enough, there's going to always be a man saying, Grand Rising Queen, we love you and you deserve the best. No, you don't. You have to earn the best. You have to behave the best, right? You're not going to give candy to your or you're not going to give a PlayStation to your son if he flunking all the English and math and all that. No, you reward good behavior and you penalize bad behavior. The problem, once again, with women, that doesn't happen with men. Men face consequences every time they are inadequate. Every time that man is incompetent, he's going to be punished by society, by dating, by like the people in his job. Like, he's going to be constantly reminded. A woman, especially a pretty woman, she has 9 lives and even more if she actually has a little bit of sense on her head. So I don't think is the same way you say, oh, these men can give their flowers to women. We are dying to give flowers to women, but we can separate the good one from the bad one, so the flowers stay here for a while. Y'all need to figure your shit out, and then we can give you the flowers that you deserve.
Yeah. So
You agree?
I disagree with you.
Damn, that's crazy.
I disagree with you. Let me tell you why I disagree with you. Let's take your Megan Thee Stallion, right? Example.
Yes.
Would Meg Thee Stallion is she popular because of women or men?
Woman,
right?
Yes.
So what you said was that Meg Thee Stallion, because of some of the things that she does that are unseemly, or how she carries herself is unseemly, she still receive rewards and benefits from whom, men or women?
She received benefits from both, but on the dating side, from men because she's pretty.
Because she's pretty. Now,
because it looks good.
Now, is it the man making a bad choice because he chose a pretty woman? Like Mr. Fantastic say, we should put the blame on women for choosing bad men.
If something happens to Klay Thompson, he gets everything he deserved. It's his responsibility. I will pass you the microphone. I'm just saying, I will never go ahead and say, "Oh my God, poor guy." No, he saw what Meg did to her best friend. She cheated with her man. He saw what she did to Tory Lanez. You definitely get what you deserve. But she still gets a pass by society. She still has full arenas. She still has woman buying her. She still men want to have sex with her because she looks good. So you are an immortal beam.
Okay, so when a woman chooses a suitor, right, and she becomes pregnant, right, and he turns out to not be what he portrays himself to be, then how are we saying that that woman, right, is somehow responsible?
Thank you.
For choosing. Hold on. For choosing the man, right, whom presented himself in a way that appeared to be a good choice. The reason why I can speak differently from probably a lot of you guys, except for Mr. Fantastic, I've raised 4 daughters. And I still deal with them with this constantly, right? Though the ones of my children's daughters that are dating, we always talk about how to choose. And you know what? They all men come with a representative. All men come with a representative. So when people say we shouldn't believe all women, you shouldn't believe all men. That's what I teach my daughters. You know why? Because I guarantee you, before you open your mouth, their intentions with you are sexual, because they don't know if you're dumb as a box of rocks.
We agree. But who says believe all men? Nobody said ever believe all men. Actually, I will tell to your daughters, be careful with every man that comes next to them, because they try to get some coochie and then they might like you. Yes.
Right. So then how are you guys carving out this niche of where mothers or single mothers are to blame for what ails you and not the fathers that helped create you? Because your argument should be, what did my mother have to go through with that man?
Yes, but give me just 1 second. Yeah. What he's saying is this: if LeBron James goes to the NBA, Gloria James gets all the credit. She's the mom. I don't know what the dad is. Nobody knows who LeBron dad is. Kind of. We give you all the credits, right? Because she was there. If LeBron James goes to jail or becomes a gangbanger, Gloria James has to be faulted too, because if I'm giving you a credit, if this man become a good member of society, I can just say that you have no motherfucking responsibility on the degenerate that you created. So if I'm going to give all the credit to the mama, I'm going to give all the downside of comes with raising single men, and for not single men, these men that grow on a single parent household. And just to finish, we kind of know that these men actually fare poorly than the men that have a father and a home. Because you are a dad of 4 daughters, you know that their life will be extremely more difficult of navigating through life and going through things if you weren't there. So if you raise great daughters, your responsibility. If your daughters don't go so well, that's your responsibility. If Gloria creates LeBron James, great for her, you get $1 billion son. If Gloria James creates a man that is literally ravaging the community, killing people, going to jail and all that, she should be blamed too, because she didn't have the ability and the competence to make this kid a good citizen and somebody that is actually participating in society. Why are we taking accountability from her? It's her fault. Absolutely.
So at what point, at what age do you brothers take responsibility?
And that was a conflation anyway. Like you conflated.
How is that a conflation?
I say this, right? And this is a fact. This is a fact, and I go back to what Youre was saying earlier. An absent father can never be more detrimental than a present mother, right? Because even without the father being there, if the mother's great and right, she teaches the child great things and so on and so forth, and morals, values, all those different things, that child's still going to be a great child. And then we're going to give credit to that mother for the child being a great kid when he turns out great, when he graduates high school, when he gets into college and gets his degree, or he becomes LeBron James, or he becomes a surgeon.
Fantastic.
Or
Even on Father's Day, they want the credit on Father's Day, but they don't want the blame.
The father and the mother. So this is what I'm saying. So you can't. This is what we talk again. Women get to have it both ways. If the child turns out to be great, hey, I did this by myself. The dad was never there. We didn't need him anyway. Hooray to me and hooray to the child that I raised. The kid turns out to be a menace or a detriment. Oh, his daddy wasn't there. His daddy should have been here to take care of this. And since his daddy wasn't here, it's all his daddy's fault because the dad was never here to put input on his life.
But
that's what women get.
Let me get in here and add something. Okay, so when I said conflation, first of all, the conversation wasn't really about the outcome of the character of the child. It's about the irresponsibility of the two people who got together, made a child, and then one said bye. So you blame the woman. That's what the original conversation was.
Yes.
Blaming the woman for getting left.
As you should. Your body, your choice.
Yeah.
So let's okay. So let's take it. We're gonna walk that back down there and just stay right there and not talk about what happens to the child later on.
Yes.
Okay.
So now we're back, and this can be clearly seen that when a woman lays down with a man, and you say it's equal, you say they both made the choice, right?
No, it's not equal. Your body, your choice. You are the bouncer. I'm somebody trying to get on the nightclub.
Come on. First off, it's called consent. Come on, fatty.
And that's the point. I'm trying to get on the nightclub, and you are the bouncer. I have no shirt. You have to say, fatty, nobody comes in the nightclub with no shirt, so I have to go back and get the shirt on, right?
So what we're hearing is now women have all the power then.
Absolutely.
So we will continue to have all the power, and we will get all the praise, and we will be the ones who decide who gets to get blamed. We can't have it both ways.
No.
You just said if I have all the power, let me just get this out and I'll hand it back to you.
Mm-hmm.
You just said my body, my choice. It's
Yes.
not two people's equal doing. So later on, my choice, I say it's his dad's fault that he's a criminal, not mine, because it's my choice.
Yes, but you picked him, and that's the thing, right?
Okay, so if I'm going to
let me just
go ahead.
Yeah, no, but let me just say this so you understand, right?
Mhm.
If I come to you, I sell you a dream. I say you are going to be the mother of my kids. I have no red flags, no nothing, and then you have a kid and I leave. Is my responsibility. I bamboozle you, right? That's my responsibility. But the thing is, and we're going to be honest, this is why we're talking about the T app. Most of these women are dating the same dudes, and it's not a surprise. They know exactly who they are. So this is what happens for the most part, right? You know who I am. You know what I'm on top of time I am. I'm not married to you. I don't, even if you have a relationship, might be a casual relationship or something that is not solid. And what happens is woman control who reproduces on this planet. Only 40% of men reproduced on the history of mankind. Most of men never reproduce. Their bloodline is over. So y'all are picking the winners. Y'all picking the men that have sex. Y'all picking the men that have kids. And y'all picking the men that get married because in relationships, a woman can get picked. A woman can get grabbed if she doesn't want to get grabbed. So Napah.
Let's get grabbed?
No. So for example, when they say men hunt, right? I can show interest in Napah and go after you. But if you don't stop and you want to get cashed, nobody can catch you or they go to jail. Like it's not consent. There's nothing consensual there, right? So if you control who gets born, you control who are the fathers, and you control who gets married, because y'all women are engagement queens, like Kevin Samuel just called y'all. They have 3 men propose to you and all that. It has to be your responsibility that these kids are being brought to this world by men that either have other baby mamas, are irresponsible, and don't want to take care out of them. Because I will understand the situation where you get married with a man, y'all have a life, something happens, and then y'all split, but they're still present in the house. The parents are actually good parents. They're doing their job, and the kids are actually being pushed forward on the direction that they can be straight people. When it comes to the way that the shit is built, yeah, like the you see on Instagram baby showers with no dad. There's no planning there. Like, it's not that the dad was like 2 years and then he's gone. Is the baby shower? Is the gender revealed? Is the picture naked? Like, the man is not there from the get-go. So how does this man trick you in such a short amount of time? And what is the man that is a great woman, a great wife, a woman that looks good, does everything for them, is a good, and he says, you know what, I'm going to be a deadbeat? It doesn't exist. He was either a deadbeat from the get-go and you know it for a fact, or he just thought that you were not worth it. So if a man doesn't believe in you, why are you going to give him the biggest blessing, which is having a kid by that man? Why are you trusting on a man and give you the biggest gift you can give him if he doesn't have the same type of predisposition towards you? He doesn't like you. Why are you having a kid by him? And y'all think that men are lying? I don't think men are lying at all. I really don't.
No. Majority of men aren't lying. They are who they are, and these women, like you said, in spite of whatever, they like the way they look, they like the swag, they like the toxicity, they like whatever it is, so on and so forth. And like you said, they make the most serious decision of a woman's life that she could ever make in bringing life, and they let that man get her pregnant. She has to be held responsible for that. If she chooses a horrible man to procreate with, that is all on her because she allowed it. Okay, less than 1% of the time, a woman is forced in less than 1%. Okay, so we this in the pod. That's what we saying.
I'm just listening to this and thinking this is not just, you're not alone. This is a culture now. So go ahead, continue.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It seems so shocking or whatever because it hasn't been said for so long. Napah, you're aware of like 33% of these men that think their dads aren't dads, and that's just because we only have a very, very small percentage getting tested. So imagine if we were to test more and make mandatory testings, what that would turn out to be. I mean, as a matter of fact, I said in Jamaica, they wanted to pass mandatory paternity tests, but they said, hey, in fear of what would happen to the women when these men found out, because they know, paternity fraud there is so rampant, they said, nah, we're not gonna do that because these dudes might start, doing harm to these women, getting them up out of here. So this is what we're talking about. And because women have gone unchecked and they've not been criticized and they not have been talked about or the way they've been handling things for so long, they feel invincible. They're literally, like you said, women really do have all the power, be it socially, be it legally, be it in every dynamic.
Social media,
they control it. They control sex. They control the way sex is had. A man can't have unprotected sex with a woman if she don't allow him to. What is that in the pod if he does? That's grape. Right?
No, so it's unprotected. They always talk them out of the condom. The men usually talk the woman out of the condom.
Woman ate condoms as much as man, Napah. Yeah, all of y'all, by the third time we are together, y'all are saying, take it. You better take it. You better take it all.
Let me ask you a question, both of you. And Youre, I think he stepped away, but I'm going to need him to come in and weigh in too. Let me ask you a question. And I mean this seriously. Is there anything that you would like to criticize men about in relationships and any of their failures, or can they do anything wrong in your eyes?
Absolutely.
Of course.
We'll start with Fatty and then we'll go to Fantastic. What do men do wrong?
Men have no spine. They're letting women lead the relationships. They're walking in eggshells every time. They're afraid of going against their woman and their woman saying no. They are they can't even communicate to their woman that they wanted their woman, so they're going to lie on them and saying that they are going to be monogamous for 50 years when we know for a fact most men, if they have a chance, they're going to go outside. Like, men do a bunch of things wrong. Like, they do a bunch of things wrong, and I will never go out of my way to say, you know what, everything is woman's fault. But in reality, like Fantastic said, a woman will determine how long the relationship usually is going to go. If our woman is a good woman, usually we stick with our woman forever. It might be some ups and downs and all that, but men are not living in mess, woman. And just before Fantastic go, y'all can't hide anymore that y'all behave the way y'all behave. Because if y'all are familiar, and you probably are, with that dude, the 6'8" dude that is on Instagram getting all the woman. It's just standing there, and all the women go to him and try to get his number and all that. Y'all can tell me that they didn't know that that man had multiple women. There was even one time when he went on a date with a woman on a restaurant, and he told her, "I have 7 baby mamas," and you know what she said? "Oh, damn. But you know what? You deserve to reproduce. Go ahead. Yes, you earned that. Go ahead and do it." Y'all women know exactly who you're dealing with, and this is the reason why every time you come to us and you think we have hoes, you say, "I know you say this to everybody. I know you have a bunch of hoes because you know we have a bunch of hoes." So yes, men can do a lot of things wrong. Men can be deadbeats. Men can do a bunch of it, but in mass, men are still doing their job like they always did. Women are the ones that are revolting against the social contract that they had when it comes to men.
Okay, let me see if I want to get an echo, or do I want to hear Youre? What do you think? Should we go to Fatty and let's hear an echo, or do Fatty? Fatty, fantastic. Do you want to pass the mic on to Youre, or you want to come in and background sing?
Well, no, I mean, you know, like we talking about
Come on,
negative things.
fantastic. What do you think? Can men do anything wrong?
Of course. Men not only can do things wrong, but we have to own up to it when we are, and we have to accept the blame even when we aren't wrong. A lot of times
Tell
we do.
me one thing though. I need an example from you. Like what do men do wrong?
Well, men say they're wrong in a situation, in a relationship, to keep the peace. Men do it all the time. Happy wife, happy life. Men created that term, right? Men don't like to argue in a situation. For the most part, as a conversation, and I'll just use myself. It's conversation that I can be and so on and so forth outside of, you know, the world, and conversations and so on and so forth. The one place I want peace is at home, right? So there's some times when I know I'm dead ass right, but you know, hey, you know, when I was married or whatnot, and I knew I was right, but in order just to not make things, hey, you know what, you got it, I'm gonna leave it alone, right? But like what Fatty said, in most of these situations, most men don't have the personality to even be in control of the relationship, right? To have the leverage, right? To where that woman is really there for them and not for just what she can get out of the situation, and pretty much is waiting to, you know what I'm saying, to pull the cord and move on. I think that's, unfortunately, most men are in that position. Most men see the world from a blue pills from perspective. Most men still see sugar, spice, everything nice. Most men don't understand the very, very worst ways of women until they're hit by it. So with denying that, the reality of it, I think that's what sets up a lot of the failures for the interaction between men and women, because men aren't acting as men from a position of power from jump.
Yes, thank you. And shout out to Miss Nicole. You might want to hit the panel if you can, but I need to pass the mic on. Thank you. I appreciate, I'm smiling because you can't get mad at these brothers, because I have brothers who are friends with me from the Manosphere. Shout out O'Shea. I said it before, Obsidian, Kevin, the late Kevin Samuels, and the more introspective Black Men of Reform, Black Ram. Even Elder Yaraz, no, he's a bit, you know, he's a traditional man, but y'all have taken it to another level. Like Yara said, this is a new generation of manosphere. This is like, oh, the things that men do wrong is we're just too good to women. All right, that's what I hear. So
and we are right. We are the new kids on the block. All these old men, they need to step away. That's the reality. We are actually more in tune with what is happening than them. And respectfully, because they are the OGs, right? Like, we didn't have no problem with them. But when you hear talking points from 2019, and we're still talking about the man is the leader and the woman is the follower, and if you maintain masculine
marriage.
So you are literally fattening the pig so we can go to the furnace. You see what I'm saying? Get better, get more money, get more muscles, and you are fattening the pig. And you say, go
be
to
a
the
man
furnace.
and pay 100% of the bills. Your wife shouldn't have to work. Yeah, no.
Hold on. Let's pass the mic to Yara. Let me ask him. Is there anything that men can do wrong? But I know you're not even in this talking, going from their talking perspective. But what do you think about this? You don't even have to answer. What do you think about what you're hearing? And I want to shout these brothers out. It's not that we want to bang, but we need more of these conversations, and we need to hear more from the younger guys who talk like this, right? Go ahead, Elder Youre. I want to hear from you.
Yeah, again, these are the I'm gonna call them the mano babies. These are the mano babies.
That's crazy. Can we get the worst generation instead of the mano babies?
Yeah, these are the mano babies. Because what y'all have here is not understanding what it actually means to be men, right? You're taking everyone else's argument as your own. You have not developed your own argument and ideas. If your argument is that you have some type of empirical evidence based on what you think you hear a majority of women talk about on the internet, you don't really understand women and know who women and know really anything about women, right? So, and not just know anything about women, you don't know anything about being men. And that's not a knock to you guys. What I'm saying is that because of the lack of fathers in the home, who is teaching you how to be men? Because if your argument is that a majority of the men are not here because the women are pushing them out, these women who are having sons, and you guys are those sons who are growing up a lot of times in these fatherless homes, who are teaching you guys how to be men?
My parents married for 45 years, still healthy, great family. I have no problem with that. Like, if there's a purity test, I think most of us in this conversation are going to pass that. But go ahead.
Yeah, bro. I think even in let me answer. So even in most cases of us that have parents or fathers and so on and so forth, once you become a grown man, you get on your own. You learn a lot of stuff as you go, trial and error. Most men, the greatest men that have ever lived, and most inventions and innovations come from trial and error. So most of us that didn't have dads or so on and so forth learn things along the way from other men around us and watching other people, their mistakes and their triumphs. So I mean,
I understand that, but I often hear that from time to time, and I always tell guys, like, experience is not always the best teacher, because that's really what I'm hearing. Experience is not always the best teacher. Because if I tell you don't turn a left, don't make a left and go down that street because there's a hole the size of the Grand Canyon in there, and you drive your car in there, you're going to tear your car up. And you tell me, you know what, that's okay, I just want to see for myself. And you drive down your car down there and you walk in that ditch and you tear your car up and might even kill yourself. Just because you wanted to experience it for yourself. Experience is not always the best teacher. And simply because you have people around you, right? Or you're listening to other people, that doesn't mean that you're gleaning the correct and proper wisdom from them. Because many people only teach or they give advice out of their own trauma. And this is what I'm hearing from a lot of these mano babies, is that they're experiencing, they're actually coming together. You're trauma bonding. And the brother said it, Mr. Fatty said it earlier. These bad mothers should be teaching us or giving us these explanations. They owe us something. And that goes back to what I said about
their kids, yes.
Hold on about entitlement, but that's not being, you don't want to be taught what you should be taught. You want to be taught what you want to be taught. And what you want to be taught is that women have a place that in some ways is less than equal to you.
Are women equal to you?
Yes.
So your woman is equal to you?
Yes.
Who leads the relationship?
I lead the relationship.
So y'all not equal?
Yes, we are equal.
Hey, We are equal. One second. We are equal as human beings, like on the United Nations. I'm talking about. So you are equal to your woman, but you are a leader. How?
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that.
No, how are you equal and a leader at the same time?
Let me help you. Let me help
Yes.
you. Right? Let me help you. Right. If you're flying in the airplane, if you've ever taken an airplane, you have a pilot and a co-pilot.
The co-pilot is not equal to the pilot. He's subordinate.
Hold on. What happens if the pilot? Listen.
I'll be quiet. I'm just saying.
Listen, what happens if that pilot dies?
Yeah, if the pilot
dies, takes over.
He's the backup.
Hold on.
They're not equals though.
Hold on. Do they have to have? Hold on. Do they have to have equal flying miles?
No.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. I'm gonna give you. Hold on, Youre. Let me get some background. Hold on, Youre. Let me give you some background, bro.
I'm gonna give you some background. If you tell me you flew an airplane, I'm gonna blow you out the water.
Okay, so no, I haven't flown an airplane, but I've flown a helicopter once. But I've got 20 years in naval aviation, bro. I know how this co-pilot pilot shit goes, right? So yeah, no, you have a lead pilot and you have a co-pilot, usually a trainee. Same thing for when you get in the commercial flights. It's not a trainee, but that person is a backup. He's there to listen to the rules of the pilot first, and like you said, he's a contingency in case the main pilot goes out or so on and so forth. Blah. If that plane goes down, the first person held responsible is who?
The pilot.
Pilot.
Captain has to have 3,000 miles.
Hold on.
The captain has to have 3,000 miles. The co-pilot has to have
equality. Let me help you. Let me tell you why your arguments are so very bad, Mr. Fantastic. But you're trying. But I'm gonna help you tonight. The question is, anyone, whether you're a pilot or a co-pilot, is there a certain amount of hours you have to fly, you have to train for before you get in those seats? Pilot or co-pilot?
Yes, that's what I was saying. The captain has to fly 3,000 hours to be a captain. A co-pilot has to fly 1,500, which is half of them. So they are not actually the same experience. One is the double experience of the first.
Let me tell you, listen to what I'm saying. I'm gonna talk to the naval guy. Because Mr. Fatty, you're not a part of that conversation. Let me talk to the naval guy. Right? Let me talk to the
Go ahead. Pilot. Let me mute myself.
Let me talk to the helicopter pilot. The things that are taught in training are those basic skills to get that helicopter in the air, whether you're a pilot or a co-pilot.
What do you mean?
Do they learn the same basic skills?
Yeah, all pilots learn basic skills of flight. Yes.
Pilot or co-pilot, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do they all learn the same safety contingents, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do they all learn that it's their responsibility both for the safety of the passengers that they're flying?
If there's packs, yes.
Yes, if there's passengers, right? So does the co-pilot have to know all of the mechanisms and the switches to operate the plane or the helicopter just as the head pilot does?
Yes.
So in that sense, they're equals, right?
No, it's still not equal. So let me tell you why.
Listen to what I'm saying. You just said they all learned the same.
Oh, yeah, but you do this bad thing of where you like no, that's not an answer though. So I gotta give you the rest. I gotta give you the rest of the nuance. So I know, but you're answering yes or no questions and not yes or no answers. Nuance. You're Mr. Nuance. So there's a lot of nuance there, right?
I talk about nuances all day.
Well, you have to. So you have to, right? So the reason why you have a hack, right? The head pilot, or you have the main pilot, right? In the commercial aspect of it, that person has more experience and that person has more flight hours, right? So through more flight hours, you're gonna have more experience with inclement weather, with turbulence, right? With headwinds and different things and so on and so with failures of certain components that may happen in aircraft, right? Say you lose your autopilot, right? Your AFCS, right?
Mm-hmm.
You lose your stab, right? Stability control, right?
Right.
As a more seasoned person, this is why comes back to your experience is the best teacher in life. That's why we say that. It's the reason why you say life experience is life's best teacher, because more likely than not, of course, there can always be the negative experience, but even from negative experiences, you learn something, which is usually what? Not to do that again. If you do something and it hurts or you fail or it has a bad outcome, okay, hey, that was bad. We don't do that. Okay. So even in the negatives,
is that a lesson for both men or women? Is that a lesson that's determined by the sex?
No, that's human being. That's human principle.
It's just human across the board, right?
Yes.
Whether it's a male or female, right?
Yes.
So that level of responsibility can be either male or female, correct?
Indeed, yes, it can.
Okay, so in a relationship, those same responsibilities, regardless if it's a male or female, they're still responsible for getting that family unit from one point to the next point. Right? There are certain sacrifices that a man makes and certain sacrifices that a woman makes. Is a man's sacrifices in a relationship more important than a woman's sacrifices in a relationship?
Yeah. Yes, because he holds more responsibility for the provision and protection and the safety of the relationship. He has a responsibility of keeping everyone safe that's involved. The woman is expected to fucking go out and save nobody or protect anything. The woman is expected
so safety is the only component for a relationship.
Say again.
Safety is the only component
not
for a relationship to work.
But it's not the only, but you could say it's one of the fundamental most important, because again, if you're unsafe, that means someone's going to be harmed, and one person may not be in a relationship, or they're going to be in a relationship harmed, handicapped, hurt.
Okay, so your position is that a man, simply because he's a protector of a household, is more important in a relationship than a woman, because that's not her role.
No, yeah, I'm saying that the man is more important in the role because the man holds the most responsibility and the man holds the most authority of the situation. The man's supposed to be controlling the situation and leading and guiding to success in progress. So if you're the person that's the leader in the situation that's going to be held responsible, yes, he's more important, because if it ends negatively, it ends up bad on him, right?
So if there's a woman that makes more money than her husband, then she's still less responsible or less important in that marriage or relationship than the husband does?
No, but that's again, that's the exception, not the rule.
No, wait a minute. See, you can't have it both
well, no,
ways,
I can.
right?
You love
you
doing these
cannot.
exceptions, not the rules thing. That's an exception, not the rule. In vast majority of relationships and marriages, the man is the breadwinner, not the woman.
Whoa.
By a lot.
And then the woman is the one who gives birth to the children. So the more important part is kind of like, there is no such thing as more important in a marriage.
Exactly. There's no such thing. There's no such thing.
Yeah,
this is what I mean. Are you divorced?
Yeah, yes, it is. In
Are you
times
divorced?
Me?
Mr. Fantastic, are you divorced?
Yes, I am.
Yes, you.
Yes, me.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
Okay,
but that's the thing. You keep doing this purity test because first you ask,
yeah,
who are the parents that I raised you? I said, my parents alive, together, married 45 years. You move the goalpost. Now are you guys divorced? I'm not divorced. So do I have authority to talk about it?
That's two different conversations.
No. No, you're right. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, right? This is what I'm saying. On a case of emergency, my kids and my wife are more important than me. If that Titanic is sinking, they get the last spot. If somebody goes inside of my house and tries to burglarize it, they are more important than him. Fantastic is going to say the same. I am the one that has to stay here to solve the situation. They need to go and leave. On moments of peace, I'm the most important piece in the house because I'm the problem solver, I'm the disciplinary, and I'm someone that actually has to have authority over the people that are now next to me, because if I can have correction, if I can correct you, if I don't have power and authority to actually lead you, I can protect you, right? So respectfully, respectfully, if you are a man and you are saying I'm the leader but we are equal, you are lying, because the leader is superior. There's a pilot to co-pilot, there's a captain co-captain, there's a coach, and there's a like Phil Jackson has 5 coaches that could be main coaches on any team on the NBA. But you know what they are still? They're not the head coach. They are beneath him. They have to answer to him. They might actually be of extreme contribution to whatever they are doing on that team, and that's beautiful. The problem is this. What's wrong with being the queen? You can say you are the king. No, 1 second. You can say you are the king. It's fine. I am the queen. I am the king. She's the queen. She probably is going to take care of everything. Go ahead and say how we decorate the room and how we go this and where we go to vacations and where the kids go to school. But at the end of the day, I'm the king. I am the last piece of the puzzle. So what is the problem by saying to man and woman in general is a great place for you to be the queen, but at the end of the day, I'm the king. I have the final say. What's the
Peace
problem?
and blessings. Peace and blessings to everybody on the channel. Good, man. I'm good. I'm glad to see y'all having this conversation. It's a good one. And I got to say, Elder Youre, man, you're holding it down. You teaching these young brothers. They don't have a clue. What it is that we are brought up in different areas of life. That's what it is. See, I grew up on the OJs, the Commodores, the Manhattans, the Delphonics, the Dells. A lot of you grow up on Belle Biv DeVoe. That girl is poison. And so you believe that. You begin to believe that. I grew up on all of these when these R&B singers came out, they showed you how much and how important the woman was to us. The European, that's the European thinking that y'all got in your mind, that I am the most valuable piece in the house. No, see, the white man knew who was the most valuable piece in the house. He knew that woman was the most valuable piece in the house, because when I conquer her mind, I conquer the children. When I conquer her mind, she's going to put in that child's mind whatever I teach her, not what the goddamn man did. This is why he castrated the man. But when it came to the woman, he knew the power. Sometimes Youre is right. When there's times when she's the head of the household. There's times when the man becomes the head of the household. There's times when she is smarter and more equipped to handle certain situations than the man is. Sometimes the man is. So it goes both ways. When we begin to say, I'm above her and she's below me, she comes secondary, then that's where we mess up at. That's the white man's thinking, brother. We got to understand that we are both here holding it down. You can't do certain things that a woman can do, and a woman can't do certain things that you can do. You see? And so that's what I'm saying, man.
So the question will be, who has the final word when you and your wife disagree on something?
Well, sometimes she could have the final word and she could be right. Most of the times, I know where you're going, though, Fatty. I see where you're going. Most of the time, it's the man. Yes. It's the man. But sometimes we got to be humble and say, you know what, baby, I give in to you on this one.
No, but
I got to give in to you on this one because you.
No, but that's how relationships are, right? Most of relationships, that's the reason why women control 85% of the consumer spending, because we don't care about most things. If we are indecisive between two houses, the sellers are literally saying, go convince the woman, because the woman will go to the man and says, baby, I love this house, I love this car, and the man is going to get it for her. Where the guys go and put the kids in school, the type of activities, the way they dress, how the house is decorated, that's our relationships. I'm not saying that you as a leader should be a dictator and never tell the woman, oh, it's my house, I'm the leader. You let her deal with anything that is mundane that you don't care about it. But when it's actually vital decisions to the family function and is an emergency decision, or or somebody has to have the last word, what's the problem with the man actually intervening? Y'all, for whatever reason, y'all are playing this game where we don't care about women, we don't value women. If we don't value our woman, why would we die for them? Answer that. If we wouldn't actually value the life of our woman, why would we die for them?
Let me say real quick, right? The minute a black man stands up and talk good about his woman, why do we got to be a simp? You see the thinking that our people are? You see the thinking that the people have? You don't feel, when I say you, I'm not talking about you, Fatty, or you, brother. I'm saying out in general, you don't feel the same way about your mother. You can't go in your mother's house and tell her you the goddamn king and you the ruler. You bow down.
My dad is the king.
Hold up. You bow down. But most of the time, most of the time, daddies are not in the house. The daddies are not there.
And that's the point.
The daddy impregnates the woman and break the hell out because he don't want to handle his responsibilities. Not all. I'm not saying all. I'm just saying a lot of them.
But I agree with you. When I leave my home, when I have to work, like I said, it's good to be the queen. When the king goes to wars and all that, the queen stays pretty and she commands the reign. It's a great environment. But when I get home, I put my crown on my head again, and I am the king, and she's still the queen.
I got to show you this right here.
Let me just say this, right? Because I saw it. I saw it firsthand. Like I said, my parents been together for 45 years. My mom controls most of the things in the house because my dad doesn't care. But as soon as he says, we're going to do this with this type of situation, she says, you're all right, go ahead and do it. Because he never asks for shit. So when he does, when the king puts his foot down, there's no problem for the queen to just turn around and say, yes, baby, I got you. Just like the 7 times that I say, yes, baby, you can go ahead and get whatever you want. Why is this so why is this so
But did you hear what you said? The key is most of the time she gets what she wants. So that is why he knows he knows the recipe. That's why he's like, when he does ask, he's like, of course. Because he's letting her, she's the queen, he's letting the queen have her way, even though he's technically, yes, the head. He's letting her have
so
the
you
role.
agree with this, right?
No, I'm saying he's letting her have the role.
No. So because Youre, once again, sorry if he said we are both. I'm the leader, but we are both equal and all that. You agree with us that even though she has a little bit of power, at the end of the day, the king is the king, the queen is the queen. They are not equals. Is that fair to say?
Well,
do you agree with that?
I'm not speaking for Youre, but for what I see is when he says equal, there's certain powers that you can't say she's not running things because she does run things, even though technically he's the leader. He hands, and I teach this, like the woman in the beginning, she hands the power over to the man and the man leads. And then it's like a reciprocity. He says, like your mom, baby, do what you like. But she knows because he gave her the power, when he wants the power back, he says, I want the power. She's like, here you go.
Yes, this is the owner of a franchise.
And that's the way it goes. That's good, Napah. I like that.
This is the owner of a franchise versus a supervisor or the chain director. I am the owner. I'll let you run that shit. You can go ahead and do a day-to-day operations, get all the accolades, get medals for performance and all that day. But at the end of the day, just because you are running the store doesn't mean you owe them. It's my store. I am willing to die for my store and for mine. I am willing to actually put my life on the line for it. So it's great to be the CFO. It's great to be the supervisor. It's great to be the captain. You don't have to own the air company at all. That's not your job. And this is the thing that we talk about, women being out of place. Women have penis envy. Being a queen is not enough. They want to be the king. You can be the queen of the world. You want to be the king. I don't get why do you want to do that.
There was not always a man's world. There were women ruling at times in the world. You do know that, right, brother? Dealing with history, when you go into ancient Kemet in Egypt, there were women rulers. There were women leading armies. This is the part that y'all forgetting. When the man was afraid to go and fight, there were women stepping up in ancient Egypt, and they were the rulers. They was running Egypt at one point. Another thing I got to say, Mr. Fantastic, I do agree with you on the point that you made earlier when you said sometimes, and you're 100% correct. When you said it, I looked up and said, whoa, he right there. Sometimes a man do say, you know what? You're right, baby. I'm wrong, because he don't want to deal with the headache all the time. He will give in and say, you're right and I was wrong, because he don't want to deal with that. You know, so that is 100% correct when you said that. I'm going to pass the mic. Go ahead, Elder Youre.
Hey, Sonetta, I wanted to ask you, would you not say that the game of chess is more like any other game that mimics life the most?
That's it. That is life. The game of chess is a life game because it was built off of war. It was built off of life. Go ahead, brother.
And so on the chessboard, Sonetta, what is the most important piece?
Man, it's the queen, brother. It's the queen.
No, it's not. It's the king. If the king is captured, the game is over.
No, it's the queen.
Damn.
No, it's if you lose your queen, you can still win, and some people that's actually so if you play chess, you know that's a lot of the time that's a strategy that some people use to sacrifice the queen purposely, so people think that they have an advantage and they end up still getting checkmated.
Fantastic, even worse. I can make 10 queens.
Yeah, exactly.
If the pawn gets to the end of the motherfucking shit,
You got endless queens. You only got one king.
A king can create 10 queens. A woman, when you marry, like they say this, when a king marries a peasant, she becomes the queen. When a queen marries a peasant, is the queen husband.
Let's look at nature.
Y'all are not
Let's
queen
look at nature for a minute. Who's the most important? Let's look at nature. Who is the most important when it comes to the lion kingdom? I know you're gonna say the lion because he's the protector.
No.
The lions need the females for the capture.
And who leads the pride?
No, hold on. So,
who leads the pride?
So, Fatty, let me get this. So that's another. And shout out to you, brother.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah. So this is another misconception, right? I'm a big animal guy. It's always been my thing.
Yo, Anonymous, come in, man. Anonymous, excuse me, brother. Anonymous Hebrew, hit the link, man. Come on in. Stop being afraid of me, brother. Come on in. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm fantastic. Go ahead.
No, you're good. So the misconception is that the male lions don't hunt, or the female lions are more important. It's not that the male lions don't hunt. Is that it's one male lion to the 9 lionesses.
Right.
Because all it
Correct.
takes one male lion. The male lion participates in hunting just as much as the lionesses do. It's just the fact of the matter that it's one him that commands the other 9 lionesses. So it's not a more important thing. So because it's certain animals they can only take down with the male lion. Okay. And the male lion can take down anything from giraffes to rhinoceros if necessary. Female lioness don't do that because they don't have the force, they don't have the weight, they don't have the you know what I'm saying, the aggression necessary. So that's a misconception as to where the female lionesses are more important than the male lions, because it's just more of them because of the way the pride is set up.
And fantastic. Before he goes, just to complement your point, the Queen of England ruled England for 60 years. Still a patriarchy. Just because you have a queen and the king died and she is the head of state, that doesn't mean that all the positions of power, how society is built, who passes the laws, who polices, the military, every single system is actually run by men. She's just the queen. And unfortunately, like, just because we have Cleopatra, that doesn't mean that that's a patriarchy system. Sometimes women are going to fall into power, just like sometimes in relationships with women, they are going to have power to delegate whatever they have going on. That doesn't make them queen. That doesn't make them kings. They are just either the queen or the wife, the king's wife. And that's great. I still don't understand.
Did she have
why
a husband?
Do y'all want woman to
have a husband? The Queen of England. Did she have a husband? What did you say? Huh? Did the Queen of England? Did she have a husband?
Yes, he died.
At some point she did. He died. He died way before she did.
Yes, he died like 30 years before he did.
Was he more powerful than her?
Yes, because he was the king.
I don't think
like
so.
the line of succession, right? is brought to by the king. The thing is, for example, now the King of England is King Charles. He has the same powers, but because the lineage actually passes through the male heir first, he actually has dibs on it.
Her husband was not the king. Her husband was not the king.
What are you talking to about? Do you know the name of the queen?
Queen Elizabeth, sir.
Okay, so Queen Elizabeth was not married to the king. No, answer that.
Her husband, right? Did her succession come through her husband, or did it come through her father?
What?
Did her succession of power, did it come through her husband, or did it come through her father?
Came through her father.
I'm looking this up because I want
to. Her husband was
father.
not the king. Her husband was not the king, right? But they yet were in a marriage relationship. Would you say still that husband had more power than that queen? than the Queen Elizabeth? The answer is no. If you're talking about political power structure, she was the ruling person, right? So you don't even know what his name was. I guarantee it. You probably don't even know what his name was. But my point to you is that when you're talking about who's equal, you think equal has to do with responsibility. Everyone has responsibility. You gave a very bad example about the head coach being important, right? The head coach. This argument was had when Michael Jordan retired. I'm from Chicago, right? They made the argument that management wins championships and not players.
Hold on. I want to I like to deal with I like to deal with nature, with the animal world as well. When you look at the spider, a little spider, what do the female do after having sex with her male? She kills him. She have no more need for him. She kills the male spider and go on to lay her eggs. When you look at the hyena, who's the queen? Who's the one that's protected all through the hyena kingdom? It is the matriarch. She's the one that is the most important animal on the planet. It's that matriarch. It's the woman. It's the female, brothers. See, the animals got hold up. See, the animal kingdom, they got it right. We are also in the animal kingdom, but we have been taken off track. In our animal kingdom, the European man has flipped the switch on us to make us believe that we are the most important goddamn piece in the house, and all the other ones come second and third.
So easy.
That's what I'm saying.
So the woman is the most important piece in the house.
Bomb.
Okay. So if
and guess what? You tell you how I know. You know she is. You don't know she is.
No.
She is, because once she shut down them legs, you would do whatever the hell she tell you to do.
I agree. So if I have to address,
stop playing.
So if I have to imagine that I want to address you as a family, right? As a respectful man, I usually go to the man, right?
Right. Yes.
You are telling me that I should go to the woman because she's the most important part of
No. A man always address a man, especially when you're dealing with a man. Yes. Just like a woman, just like you're not going to go to the man's wife. You're going to go to the man. She's not going to go to you. She's going to go to your wife.
No. But that's the thing. I am in charge. This is why I go to you. I don't go to her because you are in charge. I say
certain times you are in charge. Certain times she's in charge.
She's in charge.
So this you guys believe in non-gender roles, like you cook and clean. She goes to work.
No, we're traditional.
So y'all believe in gender roles?
Yeah.
In gender roles, transitional. For my understanding, Ida's poly, right? He has multiple wives.
He's a polygynist. Sonnetter.
He has multiple wives, right?
Right.
Do you have multiple husbands?
No.
So he's in charge. He's in charge. He is the lion. He is the lion. The lionesses go outside. They take care of business. They get the food. They control the pride. And the motherfucker is sitting there, making sure that no lion comes around. He is the leader. Thank you very much for proving the point.
Yeah, but can I say this though? He and I do this channel together, and he actually lets me take control, and sometimes even, let's talk about it. He starts to roar when we bang heads. He starts to assert his dominance, so we're not disagreeing, but he hands the power. This is the thing, I think, with the word equal maybe set people off. It is a transference or a flow of power and reciprocity, but there's always like the pilot and the co-pilot.
It's delegation.
Y'all were arguing about like different hours in flight, but at the end of the day, that co-pilot is going to save the life of everybody on the plane, possibly. So that's where it says equal or just as important.
But did you notice how you said it lets me? he delegates power to you. And that's what most men that actually like their women do. I will let you do things. I don't care what we eat. Just go ahead and cook something nice. I don't care where we go on vacation. Just go ahead and take us something nice. This is what actually leadership is. I know I don't have to do everything, so I will delegate power to the CFO, to the whatever, to the human resources, to this and that. But at the end of the day, even though they are doing their job because I need people to run shit, you reply and respond to me. And this is why he has multiple women and his woman don't have multiple men, because all of y'all conglomerate around him because he's the leader. And no matter how many times he says I am not, if he wasn't, y'all will have multiple husbands too. Y'all will flock to a man that you respect, to a man that you love, because he has leadership qualities. Because if he didn't, you wouldn't be with him. There's a reality.
So now I'm gonna take it back to what you were saying. We established that yes, we all are okay. The man is a leader. Then why do you say that the woman controls everything with the sex? Why do you say she controls everything, that she's in control? Wouldn't you have to change that talking point? Because if he's leading and he's in control, how is she in charge of everything with the sex?
No, women decide who have sex and who doesn't. Your body, your choice. There's laws.
Are not in a marriage.
There's something called marital rape. There's laws of the land that prohibit me from actually. You know what is funny, Napah? You know when you talk about Andrew Wilson? Andrew Wilson and his wife had the thing where they say there's no rape in our relationship. Y'all can take it if you want it, because I'm your wife and I'm your husband. You know, if somebody grabs those clips and send it to the government, then they actually have to prosecute people, because some crimes they have to do something. Is not, they don't need somebody to do a complaint, or they don't need you to go there and says he raped me. Like, this happens. So if
I'm aware of that.
So if the law of the land is there,
there is that in the relationship, but
yes.
That's back to like when we were talking about the abortion, and we're going to the extreme. I'm talking about.
I'm not saying that. You talk about sex, right? What I was saying is that due to the laws of the land, is no Bible thing anymore. Is no, I have to fulfill my wife's needs and she has to fulfill mine. If I go ahead and try to fulfill my needs and you don't want to fulfill mine, I might go to jail. So technically, if man could do it, but they know that they're going to face extreme repercussions if they actually go ahead. So women, by the empowerment that they get from cops, laws, judges, and the old judicial and legislative system, they are in charge of sex, because there's nothing if we can do if she doesn't want to have sex with you. And that's fair. I truly have no problem with women controlling who fucks and who doesn't. I just want to make sure that y'all know, just because you control sex doesn't mean that when you get a man of quality, that man is going to just bend over backwards. Most men will, and this is why I think women lead relationships. But the certain type of white guy that women gravitate towards, that man clearly is above and beyond whatever the pity sex and the please let me get the sexual crumb queen, I'll do everything for you. Those men are not playing that type of game.
Okay, well, right there. So, because men, we know, I don't even have to ask, because this is like a two-part thing. Men, that's their priority, sex in a relationship. Yes. So with that understood, we're getting back to leader and control. If she knows that sex, if you say she controls the sex, she has the power, then his priority is to obtain sex. Who really is the most powerful?
Everything is about sex other than sex.
Let me say it again. We know that in a relationship, a man prioritizes sex. He's not talking about his feelings. Hey, can we go for a walk on the beach and talk? Can you just listen? He's thinking of sex.
Yes.
I'm not saying he's only, I know men are complex and emotional. I'm not saying they're beast, but we're talking about how they're wired in a relationship. Yes. They want to make love to their woman. So if we know that, and she knows that, which by the way, letting some secrets out, yes, women know that, then she's going to use that to essentially run the relationship.
Yes, that's fair. But there's a thing. For the average man, you are totally right. The average man is pussy whipped. She will dangle that coochie like a carrot in front of the donkey, and that donkey, on the pursuit of eating the carrot, is going to walk out
like a beast.
But that's the reality. This is the reality. Y'all women know that the possibility of sex is more important than the sex. There's a saying that says sex, everything is about sex other than sex. Sex is about power. And women use sex to get power, men use power to get sex. But the thing, Napah, is not just men wanted to get sex that actually put you on the position of power, is the way that you build this artificial system where you get all the powers and none of the responsibilities. And you know why I know that, Napah? We've been on this planet at least for 200,000 years as the Homo sapiens. Y'all didn't have property. Y'all couldn't vote. Your kids were not yours. It was the man's kids. Y'all had rights. So in 199,800 years, y'all was fucking us, and y'all weren't getting nothing other than raw dick and a swole belly. All that you got was dead. And all of a sudden, on the last,
hey, Fatty, try to chill out, Fatty. Try to chill out on the profanity, brother.
Okay, okay, respect.
You were
it's just how,
but that's not true. You can keep cooking, but women.
No, I know.
Pass the mic to Youre. He want to go into.
No, I know because I that's how I learned English. But
no,
now
you said we weren't getting anything. We were getting worshipped for that.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, we were. We were.
No, you weren't. You were in the kitchen, barefoot and pregnant.
No,
cleaning my laundry.
They looked up to women as like, not when I say worshipped, we were protected at all costs because.
And you still do more than ever.
Men, yeah, the men knew that we need them.
Hey, hold on for a minute. Hey, Napah, hold it down. I got to go take care of something. Peace and blessings to everybody. If I don't make it back in time, y'all.
Nice
peace
to meet
and
you,
blessings.
Yeah, peace, so back to you about the swollen belly and without the expletives. Go on. They didn't get anything.
What I was saying is that you didn't got power because we craved coochie. You got power because finally, after the Industrial Revolution, where we had air conditioner jobs, tampons, ways of y'all not dying on the pregnancy table, all of those things, we just decided to become benevolent. We said, you know what? These women are being treated as second-class citizens. Now they can go outside because there's lights outside. There's police, there's a society, there's security. So we are going to let them just be first-class citizens like men. It was not because of coochie, because we were getting coochie for hundreds of thousands of years, was because we decided as men that women should have the rights too, just like white people were enslaving people, and all of a sudden, for whatever reason, decided, you know what, this shit is this Schmidt is effed up, right? So it's not about the power of the coochie, it's about men finally kind of actually treating women like they thought that women deserve to. And this result of what we're having is women getting their get back. This is all nothing but a lick back. This is why we talk about dingoes envy, is because woman envied men for so long that now this first, second, third generation of women that are completely free, their main goal is to be a man. They don't see feminine traits as something positive. They don't see traditional traits as something positive. They want to be a boss bee, just like Youre. They want to be CEOs. They want to run companies. They envy men. So that's why they don't are comfortable on a position of queen, because they aim for the king.
If you don't mind, let me say this. I never thought I'd really hear it, but you mano babies, y'all hate women.
Yes, yes. You caught us. No justice, no peace. You caught us, sir. Oh my God!
Before you get into this, before you get into your soliloquy, brother, let me
listen. You hate women. So, Mr. Fantastic, since you've been down there quiet like you hiding under that hat, I still see you. At the end of the day,
hiding at all, man. I'm just, you know.
At the end of the day, like when we're talking about pilot and co-pilot, what is the definition for co? What is the definition for that prefix?
The co-pilot is the person on the passenger seat.
Cohabitant, it'd be cohabitant or co-conspirator.
It means that
it's just co.
It means also mutual.
Yeah.
No. Oh my God.
Together with.
No. Co means conspiring for real. I think that's what it's really
co means with.
It means with. It means equal.
Yeah.
It means in agreement.
So co-pilot means first officer.
No,
it means second in command. So the pilot is in command. The co-pilot is second in command. So co comes from command. Command pilot. You are the second in command.
But the word, the prefix co would mean with or together.
Commanded.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right?
you're right. It's
Right.
second in command. So it's
right.
Aren't they with him together in the?
Isn't that second very important? Second in command.
That means it has to work together with something else.
And we agree, sir.
There is no such thing as a king without a kingdom.
Come on.
Right?
Why did you say there's no king without a queen? Why didn't you say that?
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why I said it.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you why I said it. There is no king without a kingdom, right? Because the king's responsibility is to protect. That does not make him better than his subjects. That's the problem that you guys have, right? Simply because you have someone who has a position or a hierarchy does not mean that they're less of importance to the whole scheme of things, right? This is what the Gestalt theory teaches, right? The sum of the whole is not greater than the sum of its parts. These are the things that you guys don't get when it comes to actually psychological thinking on a whole psychological thinking. When you guys talk about, especially you, Mr. Fatty, right? When you talk about, you say you don't demonize women. That's all you've been doing since you came on here. But the understanding of I'm gonna tell you real easy. If you think that the reason why you're leading your household, right, and you're wearing the crown is because that's by your choice, that's only because that woman has chose to submit to you in some type of a way.
Why is not the queendom? Instead of a kingdom, why is not a queendom?
Once she removes that submission, then what are you?
Come on, he's cooking right now, Fatty.
Fight
back.
No, he's not.
How are you not? Hold on, I'm confused.
You are. Hold on. Anything that you really think you are in a position of power, only because there are those who have decided to relent or relinquish to you. But once they decide you're no longer it or that guy, you're going to be in the category of Mr. Fantastic, divorced.
Damn, that's personal now. That's crazy.
No, he said it. I didn't.
Well, he's saying it with love, right? You're not offended.
No, we're not offended. I'm just saying. I feel like I'm being baited, and I love you. Thank you very much.
Allow me to retort. Now, again, brother, listen, man.
Come on, let's hear it. Let's do this.
Every marriage is good till it ain't. Okay.
You want to be on the big screen, Mr. Fantastic? You can fight back with that.
I left my my ex, not the other way around, right? I'm the one who wanted a divorce, right? So when you have options out here and you learn that it's very, very nice to be single, tall, handsome chocolate gentleman as myself. I mean, listen, man, the sky is the limit. It's endless out here. Damn. So as I said, right, and shout out to Sarnetta, he pointed out, I've done the married thing. Okay, I've done it, been there, done that. So I understand what it's like to be in a relationship with a woman, protect a woman, provide for a woman, give her all those things, physically, emotionally, mentally, all that stuff, man. I've been there and I've done that. But again, what most people seem to misunderstand, or I guess just not think about, most relationships in life fail. Most of them. The majority of relationships in life fail. Be they business, be they cordial, be they intimate, be they whatever. If that was the case where everybody, fell in love with a first little high school sweetheart or so on and so forth and live happily ever after, I mean, hey, the world would be perfect, right? But we know that's not the case. So saying that a divorce, all a divorce is just a legal breakup. People break up in boyfriend and girlfriend, and all a marriage is a licensed relationship. So to make it seem like
a girlfriend,
yeah, that's I mean, a boyfriend and a girlfriend.
Is that how you viewed your marriage?
Yeah. Oh yeah, and I'll explain it to you because
I just want to jump in real quick. Have you heard of those new marriages that are just like on a time. They say, well, let's be married only for 10 years. Have any of you heard of that? It's a new thing.
I think that marriage should be like NBA contracts. You get
Wow.
6 years, and once the kid go to school, we negotiate to see what we do about this. I think, you know why? Because people actually perform better when there's a deadline. People perform better when they know there's going to be a contract renegotiation in 3 weeks. When people have an infinite amount of time to do whatever they want, that's when they get sloppy. That's when they gain weight. That's when they start to do some dumb things. When they know that your time is up, I guarantee you, this way, just like players work way better and are way more productive when they know their contract is coming. I guarantee you, man and woman actually will be way better for each other if they knew every 5 years, 6 years, like 6 years, kids goes to school, renegotiated, kids goes to middle school, renegotiated, people goes to college, renegotiated, we done. Do we stay together or we bounce? I believe that way people actually would perform better instead of doing this union forever and ever, and now everybody can do whatever they want because for whatever reason human beings don't deal well with forever. They deal well with concrete amount of times so they can do the best time possible and then go from.
But your beautiful parents have been married for 45 years.
Thank you.
There you go. Come on. He froze. We got to wait till he comes back. Go ahead, whoever.
But no, I was saying no. So
fantastic. Go ahead.
No, so what I was saying was, to your question about if you handle relationships the same, the only difference that changes whether you're in a committed monogamous relationship is a piece of paper. I treat all of my relationships when I'm in a actual relationship as if I was married, because I mean, I'm faithful to you, you're faithful to me. I still have to provide and protect because again, you're the woman that I'm choosing to be in a relationship with. So like I said, when you look at it, I mean, that's all that a marriage is. It's a piece of paper. In the same, you should treat any relationship that you actually have the same way as if a marriage would be. Because I mean, if you're no one just married today and you know everything is perfect. No, you practice beforehand until you get to the point of marriage. In most cases, I would imagine, right? So I think people overthink a lot of things, and like I said, people don't look at the reality of the things that we see on a daily basis. Most relationships fail, okay? Most of them, especially, okay? Because people deal with people on the daily and they stop dealing with them for whatever reason, right? One person's ready, the other one's not. Incompatibility is at some point in time or whatever, you know, something that you didn't know about the person that you learn as time goes on. So again, I don't find divorce to be this big deal, especially when again, like I said, now it's a 50% thing. So if half of the people are doing it, can it really be that wrong?
Yes, absolutely.
Why do you hate women?
No. No, it's called trends for a reason.
Do you believe that then? So you're saying that commitment has a timestamp? You have. I mean, not a timestamp, but a time limit.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Most people don't understand how long life is.
Is that me?
No, that is Fatty. That's you. But yeah, so no, yeah, Yara. I'll say yeah, exactly. Yeah, commitment does have a time limit because everybody thinks that forever is, you know, a lot shorter than what it actually is. If I gave you your favorite meal, whatever it may be, could you eat that same meal any and every day for the rest of your life? No, you're not gonna be able to do that. And that's just something as simple as eating.
I get your point, but if you think a woman is as simple as having a hot dog every day, you're out of.
I'm actually saying just the opposite. That's what I'm saying. It's just the opposite. It's far more complex. You don't. A hot dog don't have no emotions.
So why would you expect to get a hot dog every? Why would you expect to get a hot dog every day? In terms of your experience with that woman, see, that's the problem.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
With you, nano babies. That's exactly what you.
Well, no. Let me clear because you're conflating. I'm not gonna say you're purposely. Yeah, I'm not gonna say you're purposely doing it, or maybe you're mistaken. What I said was I gave you that analogy to just show you how something so simple would be difficult, right? If whatever your favorite meal was per day for you to eat it every day, eventually you would get tired of it. Okay, if you had to only eat the one thing every day, you get tired. You want something different. Now that's the simple thing of no emotions involved. Just simple. Hey, I need to feed myself, but I can only eat this one thing. Okay, as a human being, you get tired of that.
I see now that you guys' concept of relationships with women and commitment is skewed. It's burnt to a crisp.
No, it's not.
No, it's just different than yours. It's just different than yours.
No, it's not.
Yes,
that it's
because
different.
if we believe in monogamy and you believe in polygamy, we believe in.
You talking about polygamy and not? No, your concept. It doesn't matter. Your concept of being of committing to another person is completely wrong. Let me explain to you.
What is your concept?
This is what I mean. It's not my concept. This is what I mean about you guys not being taught as men and how to deal with women. I said it over an hour ago, right? If you find a woman, right? You find a woman that you decide that you want to be in a committed relationship with, and she wants to be in a committed relationship with you, and you guys are in love, you guys have these things. How you should look at her and how she should look at you is if she is the very breath that you take. So you mean to tell me that you can look at that and say, this is the very breath that I take, but you know what? At some point, I'm going to get tired of breathing.
What?
I'm going to get tired.
Again, so no. So again, you conflated. You did it again.
I'm telling you what the concept of actual love is, not this manufactured baby love y'all got going on.
Well, no. For one, love is different for everybody. So whatever your concept of love is, your concept of love. Okay, your concept. Love is different to every person.
Define your concept.
My definition.
Yes, define it.
My definition of love. My definition of love would be commitment, loyalty, service, honor, intimacy, dedication, and protection.
But
That's
for
me.
only 10 years.
Well, no, I didn't. I know for as long as the woman does what. No, I got it, Faye. For as long as she does everything that she's supposed to do in order for me to give all those things to her. As long as she's serving in a way to where I'm making all those things and I'm doing all of the job that I'm supposed to do, and she's giving it enough back to me, reciprocating enough for her to deserve it. That's how long it lasts. Because
commitment for you is always.
Just real quick, let me finish.
Okay.
So the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome. So if I keep doing all these things and the woman keeps not doing what I need her to do, what I want her to do, she obviously does not love me, and now I'm wasting my love and I'm wasting my time. And one thing you can never get back in life is time, right?
Okay, so great. So you live your life based on the concept that in a relationship you're gonna always be giving 100%.
Of course not. I never said that. That's not what I said.
Okay.
I'm going to be giving it the maximum capacity. I'm going to be doing as much as I possibly can to, in those areas that I possibly can. Nothing's ever going to be 100% all the time.
Right. So nothing's ever going to be 100% all the time.
But
so
I can tell. Hold on. Wait, just real quick. Just like we can tell 100%, we can tell 1%. Right. So just like we know where 100% is, we know where 0% is. So if I'm giving, let's say I'm giving 85% and she's giving 5%, 5%, 5%, 5%, 5%. Okay. Eventually, as a man, I'm supposed to understand that, hey, you're not really appreciated here. You're really not wanted here. You're being used and abused. Okay. And this is not the woman for you, and you need to move on. Okay. Of course, you can address it with her and be like, hey, listen, I'm doing all this, and this, and this is all you're doing. And you don't even do this all the time. What's going on here? Can we figure this out? Now, after I bring it to her and she continues to keep giving 5%, all right, I'm out. I'm not going to waste my time in my life over someone that's not appreciating all the sacrifice and all the hard work that I'm doing.
And what's wrong with what you said?
I'm going to tell you what's wrong with it. Because if he's saying that love for him is based on has to be based on him getting at least 95% of what he gives out of his 100, but he says 100 is not 100%, right? But whatever percentage out that he gives out, then it has to be reciprocated in the exact same way. So there's
didn't say-
never
he didn't
any
say that.
compromise. That's exactly what he said,
No,
Fatty.
No, it's not what I said. Exactly. That's exactly not what I said.
So there's no compromise. Hold on. So there's
If
no
he said I'm
compromise.
giving you 85,
So every
I will
relationship,
not enough. You have to
it
give me
doesn't
more.
matter. If she only gives you that 5%, guess what? She only had 5% when you married her. And if she didn't have that 5% when you got with her, you knocked her down to that 5%.
Fantastic. Give me just 1 second. I think at this point that you are. I think at this point you are actually baiting us, right? You know, I think you are actually baiting us. No, let me talk to you for a second, right? No, let me talk to you for a second. Me be willing to die for my woman is 110%, is 200%. I'm out. If I'm willing to die for my woman, even if I'm performing at 85%, 80%, 75%, but I'm willing to do the ultimate sacrifice, there's 200, 2,000, whatever. I'm done. I'm out of here. If I am willing to die for you, I won't expect a subpar performance. You have to be 50 and up. You have a kid, I know it's going to go down. Postpartum depression, I get it. You are on your period, I know you're not happy. I will be understandable of your situation, but if I'm performing on a high level, I want you to perform at the same level. And the way that I'm actually structuring relationships by using terms is actually good for women too. Because women complain all the time that men get complacent, men get sloppy, men don't love them the way they loved before. So the same time I'm going to say, hey baby, do you want to continue this shit? You are going to tell me the same. Hey, I didn't like the things you did on the 3rd year. I didn't like what you did on the 4th year. I'm going to give you another chance. If on the next 5 years you are not going to do this, we go part ways. Nobody gets mad, no nothing. The fact that you, for whatever reason, think that we hate women for expecting the bare minimum from them is crazy. We love women. That's why we have expectations from them. You can have expectations for people that you hate. If we thought that women were our enemies, I will never be disappointed. I will never be surprised because you are my enemy. I'm expecting you to stab me. So the fact that you keep doing this, y'all hate woman, that doesn't show that you love them. That shows that you are an enabler, especially of bad behavior. Because let me tell you what love is. Let me tell you what love is. Love is I'm doing something wrong, and Mr. Fantastic says, "Hey, Fatty, come here to the side. Let me talk with you. You have a booger on your nose. You are acting up. You are doing too much. You are mistreating people." That's what love is. You know what love is not? You know what love is not? You know what love is not? Grand Rising Queens, the queen of the planet and the queen of the earth is the most important piece in the puzzle. There's not caring. There's not love. There's enabling.
Y'all love having sex. Y'all don't like women though.
How?
Y'all like having sex with women, but you don't like women.
Explain that.
Let me tell you. I'm gonna break it down for you real slow.
Yes,
please explain how I don't like women.
You like the physical, because you said it yourself. Calling yourself a tall, dark bottle, a walking Yahoo player.
Whoa. I didn't say all that, brother. I just said this.
That's what you said.
Don't say that out loud again, sir.
Y'all like having sex with women, but you don't like women.
No, actually, I love having sex with women.
Think. Hold on. You don't know how to think. You don't like the fact that they have opinions. You don't have the fact that they have responsibilities just as great as yours. You don't like the fact that they're equal. They're equal to you in a relationship. Y'all don't like women. Y'all don't like their positions of power. You don't like how they submit to you when they only give you 5% submission instead of 100% submission. You don't like women. You like having.
I don't. No.
I'm not saying y'all.
So I'll say this.
I'm just saying you don't like the women's species.
You're right. You know what, Youre, you're right. Youre, I don't like women. I love women. I love having sex with women. I love women that are cooperative. I love women that don't cause me issues and problems. I don't like women that are problematic. I don't like women that are argumentative. I don't like women that won't cooperate. I don't like women that like drama. I don't like women that like ain't shit niggas. Okay, yeah, I don't like those women, but a woman that's a woman, I love that. That's what I try to keep around. When I get one of those, she gets in the process and she puts on the track to see if we can actually make something of it. See if we can be in a real relationship, right? But she got to make through the probationary period. Because you again, you're a little older than us, but not too much, right? What you learn as a man is that you can't get caught up in the sex, right? You can't get caught up in the puppy love and the early stages and the euphoria and all that other shit. you gotta give it time. You gotta let the shit marinate. You gotta let her get comfortable, right? And so the real her shows up and not the representative, brother. See, I'm not that young. I might look it, but I'm, you know what I'm saying? I'm 41, right?
I don't care how old
So
you are. I'm saying.
so what I'm telling you is we got a lot of life experience in this shit, dog. I'm not just some guy that's fresh out of this thing, so on and so forth, doing this or whatever. Bro, I got this shit down to a science. But the thing is now that I'm the one calling all the hold on. I'm the one calling all the shots. I'm not out here, you know, in love and just being in love with women. I love women. I'm not in love with them, because when you're in love as a man, you're out of control.
Yes. Let me just say this so you can so you can reply to both of us at the same time. It's real quick, right? If I say 10 times, I'm slim, I am slim, I am slim, I am slim, and I'm not slim, I'm still fat. What you do is you keep pointing to the crowd that we hate woman, but you can demonstrate it in any type, shape, or form. So just because you repeat three times, y'all hate woman, y'all hate woman, y'all hate woman, you are not true. You are not telling the truth. You know why you're not telling the truth? I want women to vote. I want women to get credit cards. I want women to be presidents, mayors. If they're competent enough, go be an astronaut. If you are a 304, go ahead and do what you need to do with your body. Your body, your choice. It's your body. You decide if this baby comes in or not. I don't hate women in any shape or form. I'm willing to say that a lot of women need to work with their men because their men are not competent enough to lead relationships. The difference is I don't pander to women. I don't put them on the pedestal. And like Fantastic said, I separate good woman from bad woman. Good woman will get all my protection, all the resources. We are going to pull up. We're going to make a party. We're going to make sure that if something happens on the community, they are protected. We are going to shame the deadbeat dads that trick them. When it comes to the bad woman, you get nothing. You don't deserve nothing. I have no authority over you, so you get no protection. That's not 18 woman, just like when woman ate bad men that did them dirty, men that stole their youth, men that did a bunch of things to them. That doesn't mean that woman ate men. They hate I can cuss. They ate below average man when it comes to actually being righteous, being good, being competent, being all that. So you're not going to blame us for that at all. You have to prove it. You have to come in with a statement, with something that we need that actually proves that we
your own words, Fatty. You prove with your own words. And let me show you how you just proved it with your own words, with all of that. So when you say there's a specific type of woman, right? Because she acts a certain way, she doesn't deserve your protection.
Absolutely.
Right? What if your daughter becomes one of those women? Does she still deserve your protection?
No, she has to fend for herself. I will take care when she's 1 second, please. You asked me a question. While she's a child, she will have all the opportunity to grow into a woman and to commit her mistakes and all that. But if 18 and up as an adult, she keeps missing the mark, I will rescue her once, I will rescue her twice, I will lend her some money, I will give her some shelter. And if she becomes so unbearable that there's nothing I can do, I'm not the rescue of Private Ryan. I am not a police officer. I'm not the Power Rangers. I'm not going to rescue lady. Go ahead and live a beautiful life. There's nothing to do with me.
So in your mind, there's a point that your daughter can come to that you won't mind her man beating on her because she's out of his ideal. She's out of his ideal scope of what a good woman is.
Yeah, that's not what he said.
I will repeat this very slowly. If my daughter is 33 or let's go 27 and a man beats on her and I go to her house, me, my brother, and we beat the living crap out of him and we go back home and next week she's calling me again and says, Dad, he beat me up again. You are on your own, lady. We came there to rescue you. We came there to save you. We gave you a shelter. We said, leave that man, come home. And you know what most women do? No, 1 second. You know what most women do? And everybody on this panel probably had the experience about your bestie or something like that. Your friend, female friend, comes to you and complains about the man is cheated on them, the man is beating on them, the man is doing a bunch of things. You try to rescue that person, and then 2 weeks later, they are back on the same situation they were before. Shit. So at that point, it's out of my hands. I try my best. I give you a rope. You went back to the burning building. So let it burn. let it burn,
Yeah,
let it burn, gotta let it burn. There's no
Patty,
my responsibility at all.
Y'all gonna burn in hell because I don't care how many times my daughters call me. If I don't care how many times my daughters call me, I don't care how many times I have to go where I have to go. I'm coming to the rescue, my nigga.
Okay, so what
this
happened?
is what I mean. This is what I mean about mano babies. You guys have no concept of what love is.
No, we do actually. And
listen,
I think
you don't, because love doesn't consider any of those things either one of you guys talked about tonight.
No, well, that's again. I think you're mixing up love and
brother.
Well, hold on. Well, I mean, we got perspective, right?
See, love, according to my understanding, covers
that's your understanding.
Of faults. Right? Hold on, I got you. But it covers a multitude of faults. So I don't get to say, although I love someone, right? I get to say I don't love them because they're not doing what I want. Now, if that person chooses, right, to reject and walk away from me, right, that's on them. In your case, I get that. But that does not diminish what love is. And it doesn't diminish your responsibility.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Hold on. But so you can't choose. Wait. So hold on. Is there a scenario where you can walk away and still love a person?
You said what?
Is there a scenario where you can walk away but still love a person?
Yes. There's a scenario.
So why not? So all right then. So that's what we're saying. So that Fatty gave you
no,
the
that's not what he's saying, and that's not
what I said.
That is what he's saying. Hold on.
That's not what you said.
I still love you. I just can't be.
That's not what you said.
Hold on.
I was talking about your daughter. I wasn't talking about his wife.
No. He was just saying hypothetically who have a daughter or whatever, right? So the same thing. I have a daughter, right? God forbid my daughter. God forbid my daughter gets in an abusive relationship with a guy, right? As Fatty said, she tells me, "Hey, Dad, he beat me up, blah. She got a black eye, all this stuff, so on and so forth." You know, clearly, without a doubt, he actually put hands on her. Clearly, right? I'm going to handle that. All right. Now, even in me handling that is love because I'm putting my life on the line, which I'm willing to do because it's my daughter, right? We can do this with hands, and it may turn into something else. I live in Florida. Right, so I gotta go there with something else, and that could lead into something else where I lose my freedom or my life. But for my daughter, I'm willing to take that risk. Now, if my daughter doesn't love and respect me enough to leave that ain't shit nigga alone when I done put my life on the line, my freedom on the line, and so on and so forth, I am done. I'm not. You don't even get two from me with that. Well, if I have to physically step into a situation and become a motherfucking superhero and put, I'm sorry, my bad, Napah, and become an MFing superhero and put my drawers out on the outside of my pants and come save the day from a man abusing you, and you can't get it through your skull enough for this dude that's temporary. I gave you life, I raised you, I provided for you, protected you, taught you all this stuff, and you choose him over me. You made your choice. I love you enough to respect it. I'm gonna love you from a distance. And I'm gonna pray that you find your way through this and how it's over. But I'm done because I've shown you the ultimate love. I put myself at risk for a poor decision that you made. Because more likely than not, I already told you I don't like that little nigga. I don't like him. Okay, he don't have no goals. He don't have no this. He don't have no that. You know this as a father. You can tell when a dude ain't right for your daughter. You can tell when it's something not right. You can tell you got that sixth sense. So once I've already given her my counsel and told her, hey, I don't feel right about this guy. Oh no, he's this, he's that, he's right. And then it comes out to be what you said. You got to step in and save the day, right? And then she still goes back. Hey, you made that bed. And some of the best love is tough love. Love isn't always just this caring and giving and this, that, and that. Sometimes love is letting you get your hand burned on the stove.
But that's the very definition of love. You said it earlier. It is about caring and giving. This is what I mean about how you guys live a contradictory life. You live a contradictory life to the things that you let fly out of your mouth. The things here is that if you have a child,
yes,
it does not matter. It does not matter what you thought about the boyfriend. It doesn't matter what you told her to do or not to do. If she's in harm's way, your job as a protector, this is what I mean by you guys don't really believe what you say, because protection comes as in a form of a protector.
So how many
but
times?
not indefinitely.
How many times you
indefinitely.
go and give her?
Protection needs to be had.
No, that's
It's
fair.
Not indefinitely though.
No. Save us. Give us the number.
Guys fail. That's why a lot of you guys fail.
Yeah, not indefinitely
Give
though.
me the number. What will be the amount of times that Fantastic would have to save his daughter from these dudes, right? Give me a number. Give me
unlimited.
Do you want to do it forever?
Forever.
Okay.
Yeah,
So no. Okay, so let's do this. You have a son. I steal from you $30,000. Go again. Give me a chance. Another 30,000. I go back on your wallet. I take another 30,000. How many times are you going to let this little brat take money from your bank account and bankrupt your family, your wife, and your mortgage, everything? How many times do I have to steal from you for you to say, hey, brother, I love you, but I can't be next to you because you are? How many times?
I wanted to say, can I just jump in? I've seen that actually, and the parents just kept on until the person got it right.
So how many times how many times are you? I'm going to allow you to steal from me until I say enough is enough.
I'll take your hypothetical, right, and I'll raise you one. But what I'll do is that there's a reason why this is happening, right? There's a reason why he's continually to steal from me, right?
And now we're talking about parenting, by the way. We're off of couples.
Yeah, exactly. So
he's a thief.
There's a well, no, it may not be he's a thief. It may be
he's stealing.
No, maybe hush, man, hush, fatty. It might be because he's a drug. It might be because he's on drugs. He might be a drug addict.
He's a thief. He's stealing.
He's a thief and a drug addict. He's a drug addict thief.
Listen, it may be because he's in love with a young woman that he's trying to help out.
He's a simp thief. He's a thief and a simp.
So as a knowledgeable father,
you gotta be a simp though.
Right.
If he's stealing from me for his girl, he can be a simp.
So as a knowledgeable father, so as a knowledgeable and loving father, I want to deal with the cause. What's the root of it?
Yeah.
Right. Because I didn't raise him as a thief. He didn't see me steal, or maybe he did see me.
We already did this. Hey. Sir,
maybe he did see me steal.
A lot of men don't raise their kids to be 3 or 4s and crackheads and all that, and they do it. It is what it is. Once the kid is out of your grasp, it's not your responsibility. Let me ask you something real quick, once again, because you didn't answer the question. How many times does that? We have the conversation. We're trying to do the gentle parenting, the art parenting, called the therapist, the counsel, the Power Rangers, the Ghostbusters. Doesn't work. For whatever reason, every time he's around, goes on your pocket, right? How many times does he ask to steal from you for you to say, like Mr. Fantastic say, I will love you from afar. I love you, but I can be letting you come in every time you come in and steal money. How many times?
If he does it one time or 10,000 times, I will never say that to him.
Wait,
that's being a parent, and there's steps too. We gotta
no. One sec, please. Can you
Napah, but just hold on. So this is what I'm saying. So no, you guys remember the show? What do they call that shit, fatty? Intervention, right? Y'all remember Intervention, correct?
Yeah, Intervention.
So all right, so Intervention was literally a thing to where these families would get obsessed and they would understand you had to bring a third party in, usually Yana Van Zandt or some other psychologist. And what's the word they would say you were doing? That's called enabling. So when you constantly support a person in their
no,
I'm sorry.
I don't mean to interrupt, but it's like
no, go ahead.
You guys are just saying how many times there's steps and levels, and you said
we already explored them. That's what my point. We already explored all these things.
Yeah,
we went to the intervention. We went to the therapy.
All those things.
What we call Yaena. What's the name of the girl? Yaema what?
Yaena. You get one time.
We called her. We that, and he's still stealing.
Listen, there is a watch this. There's a reason. Watch this. There's a psychological condition called kleptomania.
Come on.
There's a psychological, listen, children, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. There's a psychological reason for it.
Yeah, that's an actual condition, though. There's nothing we can do.
Listen, thank you. There's nothing he can do.
No, what do you do to your kids? No, what do you do to your kids?
Listen to what I'm saying. If you don't know the cause, you cannot properly pass judgment. If you don't know
we are not passing judgment. We tell you,
you might be the cause.
You are talking in platitudes.
This is what I'm saying.
You
So
might be the cause.
I asked you a question earlier, right? And that's why I asked you this question. Love is a two-way street. We do agree, right? Love is never supposed to be one way.
Yes.
No, love is not a two-way street.
Sometimes
no.
when you're parent, it's a one-way street a long time.
How is it supposed to be? Napah, I agree.
Wait, Mr. Fantastic, can we flip this to couples? Because
you're right.
You hear how Fatty's saying he'll die for his woman? Across the board, parents will do their last and their last breath.
Yeah, for the kids. Yeah, I understand.
It's kind of.
But I think, even so, yeah. Going back to the relationship
I knew
aspect,
you were
right?
Cap, Fantastic. When you were saying she's on her own, I knew that was all Cap. You will be there to the end for your daughter.
No.
Brother.
Seriously, no.
I know
seriously,
you'll be there for your
my
daughter.
My personality type is this. I let it be known, and I let my kids know how it is with me. And so if you need anything, I will fight to the end of the world for you. But I'm not gonna keep fighting and you keep putting me in a position to fight. You're taking advantage of me, right?
Yeah.
So I understand, and what life has taught me over time is if you let people take you for granted, they will, right? And I've had actual situations with my kids, because my older kids, I got twins, they're grown, right? And then of course I got my youngest, right? And I have to reiterate to them at some times, like, hey, listen, I'm not just a wallet, I'm not just a fix it, I'm not just a this, hey, it'd be nice for you to hit dad up and be like, hey, what's going on? Just chop it up, let me know what's going on, and so on and so forth, versus just asking me for something when you need something, right? Now, of course, we still had a conversation. My son's a lot better than my daughter is, but there's other stuff in there with that also. The thing though is still with all of them, I let it be known. I'll fight, you know what I'm saying, kill and die for you in that order, right? But at the same time, don't let it be for something stupid, right? And don't make me put myself in a predicament that I don't have to be. Of course, if an emergency situation or something comes up, that's understandable. For something that's self-inflicted and something that you caused, I'm still going to jump out there, but I'm only jumping once. Because after I save you, I'm going to say, I'm going to bring you back. I'm going to bring you out of that. If you decide to walk back in, you have to save yourself the second time around.
So where do you know how Fatty said the man is there to protect? I don't want to, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm kind of paraphrasing. He's there to protect. He's there to provide. That is what the man is. And so despite the tough love and everything, if it continues, isn't that what you say men are? Aren't you there to just continue to be there to protect, there to provide, there to pick up the broken pieces and say, yes, Dad has you?
Yeah, I agree. But what it has to be measured. And that's what I'm saying is the thing you learn over time. And even Youre gave credence to it. You can love people from a distance. Hey, I'm not going to give you any more money, son. I'm not going to give you any more money, daughter. I've given you money the last 3 times, and you have not used the money for what you're supposed to use it for.
Yes.
And you keep being in dire straits. So what I'm doing is you're not learning anything. So you're going to have to go through some hard times and actually try to figure something out to get this thing right. And then build back up that trust to where, hey, I can now give you the money to know what you're going to do what you need to do with the money. Otherwise, I'm just keeping you in your horrible condition that you're already in. And I think people use your love against you in that way. They know it. They take advantage of that. And then now both of y'all are on this hamster wheel to where it's parasitic. It's a parasitic relationship. And it should never be that situation with intimate partner or family member, business, or anything. Relationships should never be parasitic, and a lot of people use your love against you and your care for them against you in that situation so they can be the parasite in a relationship.
And just to complement this situation, what is the difference between a courageous man and a stupid man? I see a lion in front of me. I can fight him or I can run. Am I courageous for fighting the lion or I'm stupid? Courageous, you being a brave man, is taking care of problems when the tide goes rough, whatever the expression is in English.
When the tide is high.
Exactly. It's when you have problems. This is your job as a man to mean what you say, to say what you mean, to be resilient, to take care of trouble and all that. If there's a fire, you put it out. That's what a brave man does. If you are carrying people outside of the burning building and these people keep going inside of it, no matter how many times you bring them out, now you're not a brave man, you are a dumbass. So respectfully, protect yourself and protect your family, because there are things that actually are going to hurt you if you love people unconditionally. And respectfully, I don't believe him at all, because if I'm your dad and you put your hands on your mother, I will, whoo, and as you do it once, you do it twice, you're not my son anymore. What the hell are you doing? There's nothing to talk about. There's not, let me see where this trauma is coming from. No, if you put your hands on your mothers with no reason, no motive, and you get the treatment that you need, and I see you do that again, there's no coming back from that. And I'm not going to put your mama in danger just because I love you forever. No, you are not going to be on my house anymore. Same thing with money. I'm not going to jeopardize your mama savings for 30 years, 40 years, because you became an addict or because you can control yourself. You have kleptomania, go to the doctor, go to the therapist. If I am protecting a man that is hurting my family, I'm not protecting my family at all, because my job is to actually protect the people that are good for my family, the people that are not. So when I protect both, I'm doing a disservice. And just to wrap it up, this is how kids get touched. Let me finish so to make sure. This is how kids get touched. Is somebody on the family is doing something wrong. Instead of saying, please don't do that, you need to stop with that. We don't allow this over here. We're going to call to the doctor, the cops, and all that. Oh no, unconditional love. And now you have a problem because one of those kids is hurting the other kids in the family, and now you have complications because of that. Some things need to be pinned in the butt and actually get disappear from whatever you have going on. You can go ahead.
Well, actually, that's bad parenting. Here's a lot of things. Here's the problem that you have, Mr. Fatty, is that these
nothing like that, Mr. Youre, the Black Sage, New Torah.
These out of bounds hypotheses you keep coming up with, like your son hitting your wife upside the head. If he didn't get it from you, he got it from somewhere. Maybe it's the violent TV show or the violent video game that you allow.
Yeah, it's Call of Duty.
He got it from somewhere. He got it from somewhere. These things are learned behaviors.
Some kids are just bad.
Hold on. No, stop. Kids are not just bad.
Kids as young as 1 year old being envious.
Not just bad.
No. If you
now
actually
you're finna say a 1 year old is the equivalent to a 10-year.
If you actually have kids as babies that are envious of their dad and mommy, every time you pick them up, they want their dad and their mommy more than like, you don't touch my dad, you don't touch my mom. Being envious, eating other kids. Kids, a lot of times, is not learned behavior. They just mean kids for whatever reason. It happens all the time.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Behavior.
It doesn't.
Excuse me, 1 second. No, 1 second. My tone has not changed. Obsidian and I are still cool. I have the same talking points, and nobody dumped me. I'm still married. Stop playing in the chat and just enjoy the show, please. All right, go ahead, y'all. Sorry.
Yeah, these things. Okay. Here's what you guys don't learn about. You don't understand about children and the psychology of it. There's a thing in psychology that we study called Boniface rings, right? And the child is influenced by those who are closest to him, which begins with his parents, or maybe his mother, or maybe both the mother and the father, right?
Everyone on your family is a good person?
What?
Everyone on your family is a good person?
Just listen to what I'm saying.
No. Please answer the question and don't run from it. Everyone in your family is a good person.
Listen to what I'm saying.
So you're not going to answer, right?
It doesn't matter if
No,
everyone in my
you made a
family
statement.
listen.
You
It
made a
doesn't matter
statement.
if everyone in my family is a
You
good
know what?
person or
I will
not.
let you
That
go on a
child is
monologue, and I'll let
still
you
being
in.
Okay, yeah, this is
influenced.
what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna let Yara, you're gonna get 1 minute, right? I'm gonna let you get 60 seconds, and then I'm gonna give Fatty
Napah,
60
I
seconds.
don't need 60 seconds because I'm going to ask this question again and again until he answers. Because he
Let
said the
me
he
give
said
you
the
this.
statement.
You go.
If
You got
somebody is
60
eating
seconds.
somebody,
Let him answer, 'cause
come
he
from
thinks he's
your
right.
family. So I'm going to keep asking you again. Do you have bad people on your family? Go ahead, sir.
Okay, you
Keep
get
peppering
60
me.
seconds.
Keep
Yeah, I'm
Appreciate
sure
you,
that
but that's
there
you
is.
later.
I'm sure that there is. What's
Where
your
did you
point?
learn it from?
They learned it from somewhere. I don't know. I don't know any people in my immediate family that I
No,
would call bad.
it's your fault.
You said what?
It's your fault because you're part of the
But
family.
you
You have
don't
to
want the
learn
60
somewhere.
You don't want him to go 60 seconds. All right, y'all just go back and forth then.
It's literally your fault because you said if this person is a bad person, you are a bad parent. You are because it happened on your family. So if something happens inside of your family and one of your family members go wrong,
That's not what I said, Fatty.
So what did you say? Clarify.
What I said, there's a thing in psychology. Get a pen and write it down, or make sure you go back and clip this.
Yes, learn
There's
behavior.
There's a psychology called Bonifer's rings, right? It talks about the child's upbringing or their behavior is more influenced by like the rings of a tree. If you cut a tree open and you see the little rings that tell you the age of the tree, well, Bonifer says, just like those rings of a tree, that very first ring, that's where your child's first influence comes from, and it's usually from the people who are closest to him. It goes from parents, it goes from siblings, it goes to aunts and uncles, then it goes to teachers, then it goes to people in the community, then it goes to people on their job, and so those circle of influences is what dictates to a child's behavior. Right?
So it might be outside of the family, right?
Yeah, it could be outside of the family.
So why you blaming? So you are
contradicting.
contradicting. So you are contradicting your
you said a baby.
Because one second, please.
Because you said a child. You said a baby.
No, sir. No, think about it. You said.
No, you think about it. You said, how does a baby know to come out and a baby is doing this and doing that?
You said this, but that's irrelevant because the baby can eat his mom. A baby, one second, please. A baby can't steal. A baby can eat his mom. You see what I'm saying? Let's assume that this baby actually. Let me finish, please.
I can't hear you.
You said this. If this kid is eating his mom, you are a bad parent because this has to come from somewhere.
No.
And now you are and now you are backtracking and say this influence can actually come outside of the house. So it's not the parents' fault if I have a great education, my parents are there, they give me food, they give me books, they give me everything, and just because I'm going around with the wrong people, now I'm doing wrong things. That's not bad parenting, that's just me being a dumbass.
That's not the argument. You just see
Yes,
how you just made that up out of nowhere. You just pulled that from under that hat. The statement that you made, Fatty, was that don't you see when little babies come out that they do bad things?
Yes.
That's the premise that I'm speaking on. That's
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
You are wrong.
There are some babies that are bad babies. We call them bad kids.
Listen to what I'm saying. So do you think a baby? Do you think a baby, an innocent child, let's say 1-year-old, like you said,
they are jealousy, for example.
Hold on. You said a 1-year-old baby is jealous.
Yes, yes.
That's not bad though.
No. That's respectfully, because I had a younger brother, 10 years younger than me, right? And I actually had eyes to see it. When 1 second, please, I will repeat it. When my mom had when my mom grabbed my dad, my brother used to go and be jealous and pull her and say, no, this is my mom. This is a feeling that happens all the time. If you guys have parents, you actually know, have kids, you know that the kids, for whatever reason, attach to one of the dads or one of the moms, and then for whatever reason, they become jealousy. Like, jealousy is a feeling they have that nobody taught them. Nobody said, you go ahead and be jealous of your mom. This is a natural instinct that we have. So even though I agree that some taught behavior that you're going to learn throughout your life, we are not pure like people say. We have emotions. We feel envy. We feel sadness. We feel happy. We laugh. We cry. We want. This is what we do as human beings since we got out of the not cursing. Since we get out of our moms, Know what? So the fact that you are here lying, because now you're lying, right? And saying there's no bad kids out there. There's a bunch of mean 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds, stealing people, pushing babies, grabbing them, saying I want you. There's no learned behavior. This is what they do.
That's what I mean about lack of intelligence when it comes to how to deal with human beings, right?
Yes.
Anyone that has ever dealt with a 1-year-old child, there's no such thing as a bad 1-year-old child, right?
Yeah, they're not bad.
The problem is, young man. The problem is, young man, is that those children aren't jealous. Those are associative disorders, right? And not even associative disorders, and that's on a large scale. But sometimes children go through. That's how they develop relationships, right? They're learning how to be human, how to be adults.
I agree.
That's not jealousy.
No, that's not what I said.
That is exactly what you said.
No, that's not what I said. You said that they are pure. They are
They
not
are pure.
They are not. No, they are not even pure.
They
or
are
evil.
pure until
No, sir.
they're influenced to be something otherwise.
No, sir. They are nothing. They are a blank canvas. They don't have the notion of good and right, so they throw food away. They eat people in the face. They will throw upon you and laugh about it. They don't know better. And this is what I'm saying. If you actually pay attention to babies and you have 4 daughters for whatever reason, you are not remembering well what your daughters did when they were babies. These babies don't have a notion of right or wrong. So one day you are going to come home and they are going to draw a tree on the wall because they feel like drawing a tree on the wall. They don't know better. So they're not pure. They will do bad things. They just don't have the notion that the things that they're doing are bad or good.
Well, you don't know what you're talking about. So here's the thing, brother. When you said, see, this is a psychological theory again, when they talk about tabula rasa, right? When things that begin with a clean slate. That's ridiculous, right? Here's the problem. Those children are influenced either by your hard head behind or somebody around you that you allowed that child to influence that child. That's just a fact. Okay? So stop trying to skirt around this. And if you guys, the most evil thing that I've heard on this panel outside of you guys blaming women for all your ills and misgivings in the world is for you to sit up here and try to blame a 1-year-old child as being some type of devil spawn.
Just because I'm explaining something doesn't mean that I agree with it. I have all the
complete. So you don't agree with what you're saying?
No, no, sir. Just because I'm explaining you what the moon is, that doesn't make me an astronaut. Like it's just me explaining what it is. I don't have to agree with, there's some parts in this world where if a tribe conquers another, they take their woman and now is their tribe. I don't agree with it. I'm just explaining what it is. So when we're having this conversation, if you actually was as intelligent as you understand, because your cap probably will be too tight, right? You would understand this because I'm explaining that kids a lot of times are mean, doesn't mean that I hate kids. And because I'm explaining that women sometimes do something wrong, that doesn't mean that I hate women. I'm just explaining what people are doing. Would that be fair, sir?
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
If you say children are mean, you're still missing the boat. That is a conditioning. That is a learned behavior.
Is there any disorder that can make a kid mean?
You said what?
Is there any disorder that the kid can have that can actually make his brain go and derive to do some?
Oh, you said a disorder.
A lot of things.
Disorder, yeah. But
there's a bunch of them, right?
That still goes against your argument. That's a disorder.
No, but is the disorder learned?
What? No, this
is the disorder. Or if your kid is a sociopath, if your kid is a psychopath, if your kid has lack of impulse control, if your kid has ADHD, there's so many. One second, please, because you said something. There's so many disorders that the kid can have that are not learned, and the kid will be jumping over everywhere and eating everything, and then you take him to the doctor. Your kid has ABCD. This is why it's behaving this way. He didn't learn that. He just added.
No, but we understand now that attention deficit hyperactivity disorder is a learned behavior.
What about sociopathy? What about sociopathy?
Listen.
What about psychopathy?
and a sociopath is also a learned behavior. Is also a learned behavior. We're learning that. We understand that now. It's a learned behavior. There's no chemical release in the brain that makes one a sociopath, son.
A sociopath is a learned behavior?
Yes, it's a learned behavior.
Okay, what about autism? What about Down syndrome?
You guys, hold on. We're going to go back to before we talk about disorders. When we're just talking about a healthy 1-year-old that doesn't have any psychopathy or any disorder, that child isn't evil. It's not doing bad things.
They don't understand what bad is. They are not good or evil. They are just doing things like they don't.
What point were we getting to from that? Because we were trying to get
the point was, he said kids are pure. If they are doing something, is because they learn. It's not true. Kids will grab food, and because they have food on there, and they will throw it. Well, I don't know why. I don't know why you did that, but you are going to do good things. You are going to kiss your mom and your dad, and you're going to laugh, and you're going to do bad things. Does he have the concept that he's doing bad? No, but the kid is not pure. There's a bunch of kids that come in out of the womb, just bad kids. My mama said all the time, you are a bad kid. It's not because he was talking me bad. It's because I was a bad kid. That's what it is.
That's the scripture he just got when it says they come out of the womb wicked. Yeah. But you just quoted Bible.
Wait. There's a scripture about that?
Yeah.
Oh, no, recite it for me, then, please. Can you do it, please? I want to forget it.
I'll get it if you want to keep talking. I'll grab it.
Yeah. I want to know the scripture. Are you religious?
Before you get too excited, the understanding of that scripture is that when children come out of the womb, there are times, right, when I would say maybe spirits are involved, right? Certain spirits are involved that take certain possession of that child. But if you understand scientifically, we have things there's a thing called epigenetics. Those things can be imprinted, right? Just like that's why it's important when a woman she's with child, that she speaks positive to that child, that she has things, a positive energy around her, not fussing and fighting and arguing and yelling. Because why? Those things become imprinted onto the child. So y'all
believe in the Bible, right?
You said what?
Y'all, I have the verse. Y'all believe in the Bible, right?
Yes. Oh, but let me get
the Lord has made everything for its purpose, even the wicked for the day of trouble. Meaning the Lord actually, right? So is it learned behavior, or actually people came out of the womb wicked?
But that's a different conversation, though. We're talking about babies. And let me just read Psalms real quick. Psalms 58:3. I'm going to read the New Living Translation just because your English is your second, or I think your second language. I'm not trying to insult your English, but you know what I'm saying. I'm
very sad. I'm almost about to cry.
I know you're very intelligent, and you're multilingual. I'm a polyglot. I speak several languages. So my point is, I'm going to try to, even for those who speak English, the Old English is hard. So these wicked people are born sinners. Even from birth, they have lied and gone their own way. That's Psalm 58:3. So that's all. Just wanted to
it proved my point. If y'all believe in y'all book, it says in the book that some people just come out of the womb evil. They didn't learn it. They didn't.
But then Youre, that goes into like spirits and.
There's your worldview. I don't believe it. But I don't believe
the Bible is not talk outside of spiritual influence. That's the problem that you guys have.
Don't move the goalpost, sir. Don't move the goalpost, sir.
Did you hear what I just said? The Bible does not speak. Listen, when you're using those scriptures, the Bible does not speak outside of the realm of a spiritual influence.
Right.
When you're using those scriptures and say, see, it says it. No, it's telling you that there is a spirit that is involved with that. And that's what the scripture is telling you.
Something. Like Omen, Damien off of the Omen. He was a bad seed.
So kids are not coming wicked out of the belly.
There
of
are
the
some bad seeds, but we're talking about the majority. When we're talking about in general.
And there's the point. All I had to, that was my point. I'm not saying these kids come out of it being bad kids. I'm saying there's a lot of kids that coming outside already wicked. They have they're doing bad things. They have, like you said, I say evil spirits on them, and the book actually proves the point. So let's move on.
Okay, what was the point though that you were getting
The
to?
point we're talking about parenting, and my parenting is not infinite ammo. I'll give opportunities, I'll give the tools for you to survive and thrive. But if you keep pressing the button and you keep abusing the button because you feel entitled, because you were not raised right, because you want to be funny, I'm not going to love you forever. I'm going to love you from afar. That's all I said. But the mister above me says that his son can steal 10 times from him. He's always going to have an 11. He's saying that his daughter can go ahead and go back to the guy that beats on her, and he's always going to go there and save her. And I know he's lying because he has a mouth.
It's different when you have children. I want to talk to you because it's different.
No, it's not different. I'm a man. I'm not a woman. Women are the one that have unconditional love, and their son can be a serial deleter, and they'll go to jail and says, "My baby, he didn't do nothing wrong." Men are not like that. Men are very understanding of their kids until they are not. I'll give you one opportunity. I'll give you two opportunities. As soon as I see that you are actually abusing my kindness, there's more kindness anymore because I have other people to protect. Why am I wasting my time, my effort, my money on my bed seat when I have other good kids and I have my woman? If she's behaving well, why am I giving money to you? If they're behaving well, why am I giving my time to you? No. People, love is conditional. There's a reality. Love is conditional. Unconditional love is very rare. It is a lot of times between mother and son and daughter and all that. But for the most part, if you're not doing what I want, I will make sure that you get the retribution that you deserve. That's all.
Well, you know what? That takes me back to the conversation about the mother. That is why a lot of people, whether certain men like it or not, value the mother more because she does have that to the death, I will always be there. Typically, of course, we know there's some bad mothers, there's some bad fathers, but I'm talking about the mothers that aren't bad mothers. They will be there. Yes, that was like in my family with my dad and my mom. My father passed away, but when my dad was like with certain things, like, nope, I don't care. And my mom was always like, oh, okay, well, don't let your dad know, but here, go ahead. And that's even something else that's in the Bible. We have a story, Jacob and Esau and Isaac, their dad. The mom was like, Jacob, go ahead, I'll take care of it. Don't you worry. So, you said, remember we were talking about the mother. The mother is valued more for that reason because
but their unconditional love is not towards the man; it's towards their kids.
I shouldn't have said valued more. That's not true. I want to retract that. The mother is the people have or the children have more of a tie and an affinity, and they're drawn to the mother because the number one
because there's your mother. I love my mom more than I love my dad. I respect my dad. I respect my dad more than I respect my mom.
What do you think about that, Youre? I'm not gonna say no on that one. I don't think I love my mother more than I love my dad.
I definitely love my mom more than I love my dad because I actually I love her more than I love my dad, but I respect my dad way more. And I guarantee you, if I go to them and I tell them that, they'll say makes total sense.
But wait, now listen. If you told your mom that, she would be crushed. But if you tell your dad that, like, oh, I don't care.
No, she wouldn't.
If I told my mother I love my dad more than her, she would never.
But she knows, and Napah, kids know. Even y'all know. Women that have multiple kids and pretend they like them the same. Do you think they don't know?
Oh yeah.
Our behavior when it comes even to our kids is different. You have a parent that you like more than the other. You have a parent that you respect more than the other. You have a parent that you fear more than the other. Wait until daddy get home. There's magic words, right? So you are not going to love people equally. But we can pretend that if you have 3 kids and one is great, one is average, and the one is terrible, that you love the 3 kids the same. You are absolutely not. Subconsciously, you might have still love for them, but actually you are going to have a different reaction every time one of them comes to the door, because one, you are going to be very happy that he comes in to visit while y'all are on whatever 20 years of relationship. The other one, you're like, oh my God, what the hell is he doing here? Like, what's going on? What you doing? This happens all the time. But man, I guess I don't know nothing about parenting because I don't have kids.
Well,
I will defer to the man with 4 daughters.
It's not, you know what? It's not about you that you don't know anything about it, but the certain conversations, you really, the tone changes, the tune changes, I should say. Anyway, welcome back, Youre. I'm gonna let you have the mic. I'm mute out.
No, I mean, no. Shout out to the brother Fatty, man. It's a good conversation. But let me say this real quick for the people, for the geniuses in the chat. See, I don't study what they talked about 5, 10, 15 years ago and make it prevalent. That's why a lot of you guys don't understand your head from a hole in the wall. If you study what the latest studies on ADHD are, they will tell you that now they understand it is a learned behavior. I put a link in the chat so y'all can go get the book and read it for yourself that talks about ADHD is a learned behavior. Just go look it up and actually do some reading.
Didn't you say that sociopathy is a learned behavior too?
Being a sociopath?
A sociopath, yes.
Yes.
And a psychopath.
Yes.
So your brain not registering emotions is a learned behavior?
Yeah, it is, because what happens is that sometimes children are raised without a healthy sense of emotional attachments, right? And so because of that, they only view things in a certain way without emotions. That's why this whole argument with men has come about in the last 5 or so years, talking about men are not emotionally intelligent. This is what they believe leads to sociopaths, right? And being a psychopath, because men are taught as children, right, as a whole, not to lean on your emotions, right, but to lean more on your logic, right? And so we're understanding now that a lot of these things, that's why you have more men who are sociopaths and psychopaths than men, right? Because these things are learned behaviors. See, I'm a psychologist. See, I have a degree in applied behavioral science, right? And I'm about to go back for my degree in psychology, my BS. So these are not things that I'm making up. These are things that you can easily go, especially, get with your guy, Mr. Fantastic, right? The stats guy. Go and look at these things. The work that is coming out. They know, and Cozy, whatever your name is in the chat, Casey, whatever your name is, go look it up and shut your mouth. I'm not playing with you either. But go ahead and read it. Go study these things, right? This is what's happening, right? These are not things that I'm making up. Go argue with the experts.
So like autism or Down syndrome, there's learned behavior too?
No, autism is a medical condition. That's something completely different, right? That's not in the same scope as a sociopath or a psychopath. You can't not autism.
Right? I didn't know. I always learning.
Yeah, so it's something completely different, right? But autism, it does come on a spectrum, right? Right. So you have certain learning behaviors, certain brain underdevelopment, certain things. You can have children that are born with fetal alcohol syndrome, which causes levels of autism. Some types of vaccinations can cause autism. You have different things that can cause these underdeveloped patterns of learning, right? That a child could have been born with, but they're not natural causes, right? But you have some children that are just people confuse mental retardation with autism quite a bit, right? And there is a difference in that. So this is what I mean about certain things when it comes to the behavior of children. And so I understand when people talk about the Bible, what the Bible says about, I shaped you in the womb, and you were wicked coming out of the womb. The Bible doesn't speak about things like that outside of a spiritual scope. So to try to bring the scripture outside of that without adding that caveat to it is not whole, right? So, but I will say that I do agree with you that there are specific roles, gender roles, that should be played out between men and women. Do I think that one is more important than the other? No, I don't. Right? Do I think that equality is had in relationships between men and women, even though there are specific gender roles, traditional gender roles that I agree with and should be had? Of course, I do. But for the whole to simply say that that the parts that make up the whole are not important is something that does not even work in nature. It doesn't work in the universe, right? We cannot call the universe without a black hole. We can't call it the universe without stars. We can't call it the universe without planets. We can't call it the universe without human species and other species that may or may not exist. We can't call it the universe without fully understanding and comprehending that. So
yes, you can.
No, you can't, because you don't know.
You don't understand the universe, and you still can call it. What is on the other side of a black hole, sir?
We don't know.
That's the point. You don't have to understand.
That's what I just said. You don't know, but you can't. But you can't. But you can't just have. You just can't say the only thing that exists in space are black holes, and you can't say that the stars are not part of the universe like a black hole is. A black hole is a part of the universe, just as stars are. So you can't dismantle the things that make up the whole of the universe. You can't do it, right? You can't do it, right? So it's a point where when you dismiss the role and the importance of women, whether or not we agree you want to put them in a certain box or different things like that, you can't dismiss them and say what woman is a good woman, what woman is a bad woman. Trust me, there's somebody that's fully in love with that bad woman. There's a child out there that loves that quote unquote bad mother and will give their life for it.
Inspirational quotes. If I am a rapist, if I'm a deleter, if I rob people, if I'll sell drugs, if I am a deadbeat dad, I am a bad person. I'm a bad man. If I am broke, I'm a loser. If I am short, I'm a loser. If I'm fat, I'm a loser. If my airline is crazy, I'm a loser. Like, we call men losers for anything and everything. But for whatever reason, every time it comes the woman part, love your curse, girl. If he doesn't, if he doesn't want you at your worst, he doesn't deserve you at your best. You don't have a bad attitude, girl. You're just a diva. He's insecure, girl. Like, we can call man failures left and right for the minimal inadequacy. And all of a sudden, when woman, you can call woman bad because she has a son that loves her. Yes, she's a bad woman. She's a bad woman. She doesn't care about her parents. She doesn't care about her family. She's selfish. So yes, it's a bad woman. Why can't I, sir? Why? Actually, question. Why can't I call man bad so quickly, but I shouldn't call woman bad if I have data, information that actually makes her a bad woman? Why shouldn't I do that?
Because I guarantee you, if you actually really look into that data and be honest, it's a man behind the reason why she's like that.
Oh, here he come, Derek Jackson. I love these. Why?
I like that. I gotta.
Yeah, go ahead, Derek. Go ahead, Derek Jackson. You got this.
Call me what you want to call me. I'm just saying there's either a father that wasn't present or a father that was present and was abusive, or a father or a husband that doesn't understand what it is to uplift a woman and think that he's always supposed to keep his foot on her neck.
Right.
So there's a reason for it. And for you guys to simply want to say that somehow there's this magical space where these bad women just appeared out of thin air, right? That you call bad women. That's horrible.
Okay. No, that's perfect. Are women responsible for anything bad in society?
That was my question to you guys. Remember, and you guys came up and said,
I came up and I said a bunch of things about men. Now, sir, since you literally said everything is about man. The father wasn't there, or the father was there and was bad, or the father had one leg, or the father had like Mr. Pinky. It's always the father, right? Is there any circumstance, Sir, that a woman is bad and is not the man's fault?
Even though I didn't say everyone, I said in most cases I believe that.
Let's go.
My honest opinion. If you want to know my honest opinion,
no. You say most. I correct myself. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, if you want my honest opinion, I still will hold the same. I think that these bad women that you guys are labeling, there's a bad influence from some male, whether he's been present or not present. I still lay the charge at his feet, because this is what you have to take in the responsibility if you really want to be kings. See, the king doesn't take the responsibility of what's bad in his kingdom. He also takes the responsibility of what's not good in his kingdom. See, that's the problem that a lot of you guys have. You want to pick and choose what makes you feel better about yourselves, because you really don't know how to feel about yourselves. That's why I said y'all need a daddy.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Right? No, it's fine. I just want to make sure that we are on the same page. So there's.
I want to add in my point, my 2 cents. I think Youre, we got kind of off. It's both. There's no more or less, but definitely in these forums with, and I appreciate the forums. I appreciate women are listening to the manosphere and the red pill, but you've taken it and pushed it over all the way, overshot. Like you tried to balance it, and you're just going overboard. You're not really telling the truth that there's culpability on both sides. So that's all I want to say.
Nope. If a man does something wrong, it's a man's fault, even though it came from a woman. If a woman does something wrong, it's always man's fault, because there's one man in her life that told her, oh, you I hate your niece. And now she's a psychopath, taking kids out of this earth, stomping on elderly people, and just doing bad things because a man once told her. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, you know, it's funny. You actually show that you don't respect women at all and you don't like them like that. Because if you did, you would say women have full autonomy. They are grown adults just like men. They have a functional brain. They are the smartest woman ever walking on this planet. They are the most educated. They are the most free. They are becoming mayors, presidents, and all that. So definitely, if a woman does a decision, I'm not going to be condescending and saying it's because she didn't have a daddy. It's because her brother didn't love her. It's because the bus driver was no. She was a person that did something wrong. Because if you respect women and you respect their autonomy, you actually will put the responsibilities the same way you put the credits when they do something wrong. The fact that you are pandering like that at 6:40 a.m. in the morning on a beautiful Monday is ridiculous. But I will just make sure that
you would digress, as you should. The problem is that
my mic is muted. I digress.
Have you spoken to these women that you call bad women?
I know bad men and bad woman, especially because I'm a content creator. Are you a content creator too?
I'm asking you, have you spoken to these?
Absolutely.
Okay, so have they told you that they just woke up being evil?
No, this is why the villain never thinks he's the villain on other people. A bad person never thinks they're a bad person because your brain is conditioned to gaslight you, to rationalize why you're doing something. So you think that you are a bad person, but this is your movie, and Napah is a side character that is not doing her way, and because I can't get my way and she's telling me no, and she's making my life difficult, they're supposed to be the villain. Now I think I'm the hero, and Napah is the villain because she's not doing what I want her to do. So a villain will never come to you and say, "This is my origin story, sir. Let me tell you, it was third grade. It was a guy called Thomas. He elbowed me, and he doesn't know. He has no recollection."
So you agree that a villain has an origin story?
Right, I was thinking that.
Sometimes it comes from birth, nature. Sometimes it develops into something, nurture. Psychopaths come from birth. If you, for whatever reason, are indoctrinated into a satanic religion, whatever, and you go ahead and you do a bunch of things like Charles Mason, there's learned behavior. I don't understand what's going on.
Psychopaths did not come from birth. You made that up.
Yes, they do, sir. Stop.
Who was born a psychopath?
I mean, psychopaths don't. They can get abused. Like, for instance, a child can be abused and become a psychopath.
Yes.
But let's go back to. I want to say this. That's for both sides. I know a lot of men, most men who are, like, let's take these guys who are unaliving, pew pew with the tool. When they're unaliving, these young guys are unaliving other guys. It's because they were. They didn't get securely attached. They were neglected. They had they were inappropriately parentified and actually bullied in their own households by usually their mother and their sisters because of the whole thing of like blaming the male child for the dad. So there, I'm saying that there's issues with males that have been affected by their mothers. Just like there's issues with daughters who've been affected by their fathers.
I agree. So both of the sides are the one to be responsible and the one to bail is something. Sometimes it's the dad, sometimes it's the mom. Sometimes the dad is caught on the Coldplay concert and he breaks his family. I'm not going to blame that on the mom. I'm not going to say, every man comes from a woman, right? So this makes his mama fault and his grandmama fault and his great grandmama. Like, no, I'm going to put accountability on the man. This man found a loophole that everything that woman do wrong is about men because she talked with the guy one day. She dated the guy one day. She had a date. Like, it makes no sense. Let's put responsibility and accountability on woman because if your behavior is so dependent on the men that you have around, you shouldn't be in no position of power whatsoever. And I don't believe in that. I believe that women are grown. If they're competent enough, they should lead. But if everything you do is responsibility of the man, why not just put the man in charge and take the woman, take the middleman out of the equation, right? But I'm the one that hates woman, not you.
So can we take it back to, and then we've been going for a while, and I appreciate your audience being
That's
here.
what she said.
Hit the like button, and don't forget to check out Fatty's channel. I don't know if you put your link in there. Can you put your link in the back? Just to, and for your people subscribe. No, so what do you mean no? You don't want us to send?
No, I'm saying no. I already tagged you on my part.
Okay.
The next time that we do something a little bit more organized, we could do all these.
I know this was fun, a little spontaneous, but I want to say this, taking it back full circle to the woman and the single mother. I know we touched on the adoption abortion thing, but I think we worked that out. Talking about the single parenting, and this is where we'll end it. So with that said, you said it can be both. Are you ready to acquiesce to the point that we're making, that the woman doesn't have full culpability in a single parent situation?
So
pass the mic to Youre after you.
So nothing is all, right? Nothing is all, because even when you say LeBron James going to the NBA, LeBron James is son of somebody. His DNA, he didn't got on this planet being 6'8" and looking like a ridiculous beast just by his mother. His dad has a responsibility. But if I came to you and I said, LeBron James is not a product of Gloria James, is a product of his dad because all these DNA gifts that he got came from his father, y'all would revolt. He wasn't around. He didn't take him to practice. He was a bad father, right? So if I'm going to talk about the LeBron James situation, I will give him an 80-20. It was when LeBron is successful, 80% is his mama because he was there. 20% is his dad because of the genetics. y'all will never do that when it comes to bad kids. Every single time we say about the kid going to jail, it was because his father wasn't there. Wasn't it because his mama? Yeah, 10%. But you know, woman, this is what it is. If his father was there, that will never happen. Y'all will never give a fair percentage of blame to the woman because women today have all the powers, all the privileges, and none of the responsibilities when things go left. Because it's always a man like this man down here that is going to take all the blame, all the tears, all the shame, and say, "Don't worry, baby. It was a man's fault. Wipe your tears, Queen. Grand Rising." And I hope you have a great week.
You love saying Grand Rising.
Isn't that? Do you say Grand Rising, sir? How do you greet the queens in the morning? I'm trying to learn.
I say shalom.
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 Boker
I like Grand Rising a little bit more.
You know why I don't dislike Grand Rising, but people turn me off to it because whenever I say good morning to somebody that's super annoying, they say, "I don't say good morning." And that they kept on doing that to me all the time. So I'm like, okay.
I will say this. If I send you a
Grand
message,
Rising, it's okay.
If I send you a message of Grand Rising, I'm trying to get some coochie. Don't listen to me.
Yaura.
I'm just being honest.
Hey,
if I'm
guess
saying
what?
Grand Rising Queen, either I'm trolling you or I'm trying to get some. Don't listen to me. Don't
You're funny when you said that one. I don't think I fully disagree with you on that one. But I want to say, if you both can close out, Yaura, go ahead. Thank you so much for hanging in here for this time, Yaura. Thank you so much, Fatty. We're so glad this is your first time and not your last over here. This is a light. I want to get Fatty into a panel where we're really, he's an atheist. So I told him we have atheists over here. He didn't know that.
So Napah, the thing about it is, like, you think like what happened on my show, like I come from a place called Fight Club. Go ahead and search it, whatever it is. Like, go ahead. The Anton Daniels,
I'm listening to you.
Right? There's something called Fight Club. Like, I don't have a problem with the fight, with the aggression. I just like a little bit of decorum, especially like you say on the show when a part talks. Fatty, shut the fuck up, right? Because that's my job. So I just don't like when I'm trying to solve a problem on my own show and you do that. I'm going to close the door, but I'm going to say something before I close the door, and you're like, bah!
But Fatty, you got to listen to me. That's not how it actually works, though. You are ready to close the door because you think I'm going to beat people up. But this guy, they come in and they'll be like, which Ali was different. Like with Ali, it wasn't where he was trying to get digs on me. But the guy that came in, I don't know who he is. Doesn't matter. It's just like it wasn't anything personal. After I said what I said, it triggered him. And he came in with the whole, I'm not into people. I have pet peeves. If you're going to be on a panel and you're like reclined, that's one of my pet peeves. And it had nothing to do with the person. But if you're laying down,
that man has a comfortable setting. It's a nice house.
Know. And you know what?
Summer, he was just doing that.
He's a great person as a man. I mean, personally, I'm sure in his life. But when he came at me like, "Oh, we got to use our frontal," bro. I was like, no, it's prefrontal. And by the way, I'm going to say it again. You have a frontal cortex, and there's a part of the frontal cortex that is the prefrontal cortex. The frontal cortex includes motor skills as far as how you maneuver your body and problem solving and logic. However, when you go to the prefrontal, it's exclusively talking about social skills, social interacting, logic. So when he came in trying to get me, Fatty, I just came out and said, you don't know what you're talking about. It's prefrontal. So it caused him to be triggered because they're used to women sitting up there doing this. You're so smart.
Napah, I just think
being
that
ratchet.
Yeah, but I just think that like some things are just petty, and you come across as a petty woman, and I love petty. Petty women are awesome for shows, but what I said to you is still open. This is how I deal with women on my show, right? Because my show has a bunch of them. You are going to send me an email and saying, Fatty, if there's something personally popping off and I go against each other, I want to get into the middle and have it out for 10 minutes, or I want to be protected and I want to say we don't do personal things and we move along. And as soon as you actually get that in written, because I want that in an email, right? Because we corporate right now. Then I let you fly like a butterfly or slide like a caterpillar. I don't know what you're going to choose. You decide, because once again, I respect woman autonomy. I think women are grown-ups. If women think they have either the fighting ability or the conflict resolution tools to actually solve it out, I'll give you 10 minutes and you do it your way. Because I don't want, you know what? And I don't want to try to guess. And then on the next day, you are telling, and this is why I don't F with Patty, is because when something did this to me, he didn't do nothing or he did too much. I want a clear definition.
But let me let you know something about me. I'm not petty. The people in your chat are petty. I meet the energy. Let me say this.
Welcome to the internet.
I'm actually, listen, Youre knows me. Nobody over there could do anything to me. I come from the toughest debate league with real intelligent people who use real sources and read. And there's nobody over there. I'm not petty, but I can be petty when you come in. If I make a point.
So you are petty.
No, let me finish. I can be very petty, but me as a debater, he was hurt because I checked him intelligently. He didn't use the word correctly. And your chat, especially Red Lipstick, you have a lot of very jealous women in your.
Do you want to debate her?
No, sure. She's very jealous. She can't stop focusing on me. It's okay.
You see how you're petty. You're being petty.
Let me finish. I'm trying to make a point.
You're being petty right now.
See how you disrespect me and just talk over me, and I didn't talk over you. See, she's being petty. I'm making a point, but she's petty because I'm fabulous. I am Napah Shadah. Check my resume. One thing I will do, I'll be petty while I'm checking you all the way through with sources, intelligent sources. Okay. So, like I said. He came in, he thought I was Red Lipstick or whatever her name is. He thought I didn't know what I was talking about and that I was just sitting up there screaming like most of the women on your panel or trying to get points by sitting there and smiling. But I came in and busted his piñata and told him he didn't know what he was talking about. I'll say it again. That Rainy lady that came and said, I'm a therapist. There is such thing as a frontal. She needed to shut her mouth because he meant to say prefrontal cortex. Listen, he meant to say that, but because he's not as intelligent as I am, and he's damn sure not as petty, he got checked in his.
I thought you weren't petty.
Wait, I didn't say I wasn't petty. I said I'm not just petty. I'm petty, but I'm also intelligent. When he came in trying to check me, he thought that I just had a pretty face and I was sitting up there ready to scream and get some points, but he got checked intelligently. Hold on. I challenge any of them, especially Red Lipstick. She can't hang with me. I'll never insult her personally, but I will bust her head to the white meat intelligently with sources in a debate because I am Napah Shadah. Check my resume. Why you think people hate me so much, boo-boo? Because I'm a triple threat. I have the looks, I have the mind, and I have the pettiness. Okay, and for me, I'll do myself a big favor after I said that and drop a bomb.
So you went from petty. You went from I'm not petty.
No, you didn't hear me. I said I'm petty and I'm ready. I'm petty and I'm
literally said I literally went back to the footage and I watched on the phone.
I said I'm not petty. I'm more than petty.
No. So let me say this,
I'm
right?
Intelligent, and I will bust their heads open. He didn't. At the end of the day, let me tell you. No, I'm gonna keep.
Oh, there's more.
Because you were trying to come in like you did on your channel. I'm above everybody on your panel when it comes to women and brains. Yes, y'all right. They're getting me started. They don't know me. This is why they don't like me. Don't come in and try to check me unless you're ready to be checked. He came in and said frontal cortex. I saw it. I got it. That's why I'm a good debater. And that's why this is the toughest environment. He should have said prefrontal cortex. We don't play that over here. We don't give passes. We don't give passes. We find anything. And if we see a chink in the armor, we ram the sword into it. If y'all didn't like that over there, too bad. Challenge me in a debate or just keep on crying and saying I'm ratchet and petty. I don't care. Now, I'll let you talk.
It sounds like you are very sensitive and you are just running your mouth because you
Whatever
have
you
no.
say,
Oh no! I didn't
you
interrupt
still
you,
hurt
right?
his
I'll let you
feelings.
finish, right? I'll let you finish. For
No,
somebody that
because
stop.
listen,
You see?
whatever. This isn't your
No, let me
channel.
mute
where you
myself
tell me
then.
I feel like I sound like my feelings are hurt. I'm checking.
No, you are
I'm
sensitive.
checking
Yes,
your
you're looking at it.
audience.
No,
I'm
Napah.
checking your audience.
No,
Who likes to
Napah.
call women?
You,
You like to call women?
so let me
petty
know when I can
and
talk, right?
ratchet. I will, because if you're gonna come, see, you don't get to come in and try to insult me. This isn't that environment. I'm letting your audience know again. You will not come in and try to check me if you don't have the right information. If you come in and try to check me, because I said that this is what was the conversation, Youre, if you didn't see it. I said all women are not just alone because of one night stands, or women are single and men are leaving. They got triggered, and that one dude that was kicked back, laying on his back halfway, came in and said, "We need to start using our frontal cortex." He got checked. But see, it wasn't fair over there. Instead of you saying, "Well, she got you," you made it like I'm ratchet and I disrespected him and I'm emotional and I'm petty. He got checked. He got checked. He didn't know what he was talking about. How come you couldn't just say, "Oh, let her have it"? Because I was on a panel the first time on your channel, and this lady with this big face and this big yellow face was screaming around and acting wild. Nobody called her ratchet. Nobody called her petty. Why is that? Why? Because she didn't know what the hell she was talking about. That's why. Go ahead.
And this is why I'm saying that you are sensitive, because you can definitely talk smack, and I love it. You can talk smack to people in the chat, to people in the panel, to men, to women, and to all that. But as soon as somebody says something to you, you get triggered and repeat the same thing over and over again. How many times just on these 5 minutes you said prefrontal cortex? You're just repeating yourself.
Because he was wrong. How come he just didn't say he was wrong?
Let me go on mute again.
Exactly. Go on mute again. Why didn't he just say, "Oh, I'm wrong"? Why do I have to sit there and go, "Oh, okay, I'm gonna go tap into my femininity so I won't hurt any of these soft shell noodle backs"? Hey, how about he said, "You know what? You got that. You know what? You got that. She's right. She's right." No, you could call me emotional. I'm a woman. I don't care what you call me. I'm Napah Shadah. I whip people in debates. I'm intellectual. I check sources. I've been run through the ringer. I'm from the toughest debates where Youre, we got all kinds of people that actually know what they're talking about. And I've sat on panels with men who are intelligent. You think I'm going to let some guy laying on his back that doesn't even know the difference between saying frontal or prefrontal cortex to try to check me? No. So I'm going to keep coming back in. I will let you speak, but you know what? I don't care what your chat says. Please check my resume. Look at all the shit that people say about me on the internet. "Oh, she's a bitch. Oh, she's a slut. Oh, she's passed around." It's just because I bust their heads up into the white meat and they can't stop me. They only hate you if you hurt their feelings with the truth. Kevin Samuels, Cynthia G, Napah Shadah, Youre bin Nazar, Sonnetter. Fatty, they hate you too. They're gonna hate you more. They only hate you when you talk and you bust their head through white meat, and they think you should stop. I'm gonna talk in circles if I feel like it. This is my mic. I'll hand the mic over to you. But if you keep coming in talking about you're emotional, your audience is a bunch of incel, noodle back, butt hurt guys, and women who are looking for points. "Pick me, please. Ooh, I'm going to sit here quietly because I want everybody to say that I'm great." I don't need that. I don't need that. You understand? I love you, Fatty, but I don't need that. Not over here. I don't. So go ahead.
2 quotes. One from The Art of War. One from the 48 Laws of Power. Another one from the Game of Thrones. When your opponent is committing a mistake, don't interrupt them. This is what you did right now. You showed that once again you have like, I think your husband has like 100,000 subscribers. You've been with all these big
channel. He has a channel with 200,000. So yes,
you've been with all of these big YouTubers and you've been in the limelight. You debated all of them, and the chat still can get you on your feelings. So
no, you're wrong.
Not interrupting you at all. I'm just going to
You're wrong again, though. But you're wrong.
Yes, and the second
I want to let you know something about me. Check my debates. Check my resume. I'm professional. But what I don't do anymore is sit up and let people talk shit about me. I didn't do this on your channel. I didn't act like this. But I'm not going to let you tell me that I'm wrong when you're a guy on your panel. It was ladies first night, first off. It was ladies first. But he came in laying back like this, talking to me after all I said was, women aren't the only ones leaving. And you thought you were going to make me feel like they were saying she's ratchet, she's a whore, and nobody stopped them. You didn't check anybody in your chat or say.
I was outside. No, I went to, I got some drinks.
Came in behind
no,
me.
I was muted. I was out. Napah, you can do that. That's unfair.
I'm sorry.
I left to get some drinks and I came down. And when I came back, y'all were fighting. So it's not that. See, you see why I want an email from you? Because you said that you didn't do nothing when they were doing this.
No, Fatty. My point is, I did it myself, sweetheart.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying this is why I need an email from you. So it's unwritten when something happens that you yourself actually chose to be dealt that way. I've been dealing with people like you since the time I got here, and I actually need to explain them and show them the ropes of how I work so they can actually commit mistakes. If you want to win, you win. If you want to lose, you lose. But there will never be a day where you say it was because of Fatty. Right? Because you chose
I
it.
wasn't blaming you.
I just want to say this, and then because there's the second quote, right? The second quote is this. Is from Game of Thrones. And a true king doesn't have to say he's the king. A true king doesn't have to say he's the king. If you have to keep mentioning your resume and how intelligent you are, and how smart you are, and how great you are, and you can step over everyone and all that, prove it.
I will.
No,
I
love it. I love an injection of energy and all that. But if you think you're better than Red, if you think you're better than Kazi, if you think about that you're better than all of these people in this place, especially on my side, I told you, we are the worst generation. We are the up and comers. We are going to break this space apart. So you have the chance to prove that you actually are better than us, and you are going to fail miserably because you can't even control your emotions. So let's see.
So by the way, this is how you guys act on your panels all the time. So I don't know what you mean. I see people yelling and screaming over everybody. It's not organized, and I love it. No, listen. I love it. I didn't say I'm better than you. I'm saying the women like her. Let me be clear. I don't think I'm better than my sister Melanin. I don't think I'm better than sisters that respect me. But I'm talking about women who sit in the chat and just are petty, saying, "Oh, she's a model. Oh, she's this." They're haters and they're weak. And men who sit and attack me for no reason, they're haters and they're weak. Now, when you're saying I'm not saying I'm the king. I'm saying I'm the best, one of the best debaters.
Yes, I'm an intellectual.
I haven't met a woman that is definitely not over in that forum. Because they don't read, they don't know how to debate. They don't know how to get sources. All they do is sit up there and yell at each other. And it's funny, Fatty, I love you. I love your personality. I like how you are. But let me tell you something, Fatty. You know what's funny? This is how you guys act on your panels all the time. Youre, have you looked at their channels? This is how you guys act on your channels. All the yelling, all the screaming, all the cursing. And when I do it, it's like, oh my God, you're emotional. No, I'm not emotional. I'm just, I'm meeting the energy. I'm meeting it.
No, it's because
I'm cutting a little bit deeper than most of the.
He actually is not.
Do.
And Napah, we got the worst of the worst on our like women that are like we have them, but there's not the point, right? And this is the point. Think about it. If all these people that are criticizing you are haters, are you their haters for criticizing them? Are you a hater of Red and all these people? So
when people, every time I'm on, she's so jealous. All she does is talk about me. I thought I'd bring her up and give her a little clout.
Because she's watching the show. She can watch the show.
She's a hater. That's why.
So when you go at her, are you a hater too?
When I turn this off and this goes clip to your channel, I'm still going to be Napah Shadah. I'm still going to be over here doing my debates. I'm still going to be doing interviews everywhere I want to go. And she's still going to be in your chat saying, oh, we got her. She's so emotional. And you and I are still going to, hopefully, you could come over and talk and we can collaborate.
I'm actually going to bring her up because she's a part of my squad. But I have a question for you. Do you think you have an ego?
I know I have an ego. Are you kidding me?
Yes. Like, do you have a ego, gigantic one?
Yeah, I do.
Is it under control?
No, it's not. You want to know where it came from? From being stepped on beat down, dragged for years, kicked in the face, worked on, and I've been in these YouTube streets working and debating, going back and forth, respecting when I get respect, getting talked about, getting lied on, getting slandered. Oh, she's naked. Oh, she's a prostitute. Oh, she's a whore. Oh, she's a pedophile. Oh, she's got AIDS. So now I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, I will do it. Like, I do respect your platform. Like, I know where to, when I wouldn't do this over, you have it streaming over there. But when I'm here, I'm going to say the truth.
So other people made you bleed. So now you're coming to our side and bleeding on us.
I'm not making you bleed. I'm letting
nobody called you a PDF file. Nobody
No. I'm telling you, they're going to. I'm not going to sit on a panel when I make a valid point that men are leaving babies, and then have some guy who doesn't even read books come in and try to check me and not use the correct word. I'm not going to let that happen.
I will say this before we go, right? If somebody can trigger you from the chat, I wonder what is going to be.
He wasn't in the chat. He was on the panel. That woman.
No. I'm talking about the chat.
She's not triggering me. She's
I'm talking about Cassie. Like, you mentioned them personally, right? You mentioned Cassie, Red. If they can trigger you from the chat, no. What I'm saying is that if they can trigger you from the chat, I wonder what they're going to be able to do to you on the panel.
You know how you keep on saying that? I've been on this YouTube. I've been debating in real debates for 5 years. You using those words like trigger, emotional, that doesn't faze me. It doesn't, because
I'm describing what I see.
Let me tell you why. I am telling her, finally, she's been begging for days for my attention. Every time I'm on with the 2 times I was on, she's begging. I finally mentioned to her, I'm done talking about her. You keep on bringing her back up. I know I can beat her in a debate. I know I'm more intelligent than her. I don't know how she looks. She's probably very good looking, because you only have good looking women around you. But as far as brains and debating, she's an infant to me. I know how to. I talk the talk and I walk the walk. So it's not about her anymore. All that stuff about triggering, we all get triggered. These are debate forums. We all get triggered. But I'm talking about the guy. When I was on your panel for Ladies First.
You're talking about Opulent 6. Yes, he's a massive content creator too. So this is what we're going to do.
I don't care. It doesn't matter.
I'm not mentioning because I want you to be aware. Like the same way I wasn't aware about you, and now I am aware about you and your connections and all that. I want to make sure that you understand that the people that come to the Ladies First, the people that come to the super panel, they are not amateurs, they're professionals, just like Fantastic was here. He's professional. So Napah, if you
intellectually, I don't care if he's Jesus, I don't care if he's Michael Jackson.
No, he's fine.
He couldn't, when he tried to come in and check me, he used the wrong word. That's what I got it.
But that's what petty, like, there's the point, but that's what
that's not
like,
petty.
You know what? You are right. You know what? I will concede. I have two. I'm curious about 2 things. How long are our relationship professional relationship is going to last until you get mad at me, right?
Never. I don't do that.
This is being recorded right now, so
hold on, Fatty. Youre, are you still there? See this man down here? He's been around since I came on the internet. Yes. He and I used to go back and forth. This is nothing. We used to clash in debates. I mean,
but he's kind of docile, but like
no, Youre's not docile. Listen,
or he's very well mannered. Let's go. No. Let me take that back. Let me take that back. He's very well mannered. It's like he doesn't come across as I have to run 10 men versus gorilla. It comes across as like a panda, nice person.
Well, Youre's not nice. He's one of the most fearful debaters. Youre, remember?
I'm so scared right now. I'm shaking on my boots.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this. You have you don't have soft skin, but I'm gonna say I did go in on your audience a little bit.
No, it's fine. They are soft skin too.
Because they always go in on women, and so I wanted to give them a taste of. But let me talk to Youre. 5 years you've known me, right?
Yes.
When I came into was I in the, we're not going to say the place, the league though, the debate. Was I so everybody, and and then I started, can you just talk? Because he's right. One thing I don't like to do, you shouldn't praise yourself, but sometimes you have to, because if you don't give yourself flowers, you might not ever get any flowers. But Youre, tell him, what do you think about like my progression as a debater and me professionally and everything, just all of it together? Like if you give him some background on us when we first met.
Yeah, I mean,
he's thinking I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm not ever talking to you again. We're gonna fall out. So
no, Napah and we had several heated exchanges. I'll put it that way. We had some heated exchanges, and she stood her ground then. And it's been 5 years. I respected her for it. I've seen guys lose to her in debates and refuse to admit that they lost to her in debates, cheated her out of debates. Judge debates and different things like that. So, like I've been here for it. So I don't, like I said, I mean, if it was just, if you think you're the caliber, if you're the standard on your platform and your other buddy that was here, if that's your standard, I don't think either one of you could beat Napah in the debate.
It's fine. So Youre, this is what we're going to do, right?
I like Fatty. I do like it.
So this is what we're going to. This is what we're going to do. Okay.
No.
I will we're going to do because y'all probably do debates on your site. We have something called Raised in a Cage where we do debates, right? Why don't we do next Saturday a 2-on-2, Fatty and Red versus Napah and Youre with one of y'all moderators. We bring one of our moderators just to make sure that everything is clean. No wins, no losses to our debate, and we smack each other. How about that?
Why can't you come over here and do it? This is a better.
Because that's what I said is a double header, because I want to do one here and one there.
Okay, so you want to bring her here and bring her up right now. Let's see what she's got.
No, this is going to be this is going to be scheduled. Why you? I am trying to be professional. Why are you running?
Wait, but why? If she, you know what, me, I'll hit a link in a second.
No, but that's not the point. If you are gang banging, that's not our.
No, I'm saying just me. He's not. We're not a team. He's my brother, but
let her
hit the link. Let her hit the link.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to
be around to protect her.
Huh?
Yeah, he needs to be here so she can sit here.
Yeah. No. One second. Y'all was bragging on. No, Napah. Y'all were bragging about I am the best debater and Youre is one of the fierce competitors.
Yeah,
right?
We were.
So since he is one of your fierce competitors and one of your best gladiators, we should do a 2-on-2 with moderation from both parts. Put the 2-hour clock running. I'll go through your shows. You'll go through mine. We'll find some points of contention, and we go ahead and have it. Are you scared? Are you scared?
No, come on.
She's a runner. She's a track star. She's gonna run away when things get hard.
You don't watch this channel, huh? We don't get scared over here. We get ready.
So next Saturday, first one, and then when is the next one?
What does she want to debate, though? I mean,
no, we will find ways. We will find ways to get.
Black women should be quiet and submissive and
stop
saying that they're. I mean,
sounds like you're scared. Oh, Red said I have nothing. She said I have nothing to debate with her.
See, I don't debate her because I'm so feminine, even though I'm a black woman. Yeah, right. She's scared. So why don't you be quiet?
You went from why doesn't she pull up now to
Patty, let me show you your button. Your best female debater. Let me show you. Since you're so don't have anything to debate me, why don't you stop sitting in the chat hating on me? How's that?
Because she has the right to have her opinion.
I know, and she has a right to
she asked for the link.
Such a nice guy. You now who's caping and simping. She has the right to
I don't know about this.
She has a right to be a hater, and I have a right to be somebody.
Let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and go to my console. Okay, let me see. Carl Anderson, Nino Nation. Should I give the link to Red? Okay, I'll trust y'all. If they decide to know, this is my console. They are in the chat. Nino Nation and Mr. Carl Anderson.
I don't drink any alcohol anymore.
No. Carl Anderson says no. Oh, chat too. JM is in the chat too. I have to consider. Hey, Nino, you have the final call. Damn, sure she has
cheerleaders.
Can I give her the link?
Why not? I don't care. I said bring her in. She has so many finger taps to do. Come on up here.
It's 11 a.m. I need to get mine.
Oh, now we're gonna make excuses. Bring her in.
No, I'm telling you, it's me. I need to get my thing.
Bring her up, and then let's negotiate this debate that we're gonna do, because she needs to get humbled by Napah, Shadah.
But what are y'all doing? Are you going to call names to each other? Are you going to call names to each other, or are y'all going to?
Nope. I don't have any names to call her. All I want to.
I guarantee. Oh, of course not.
What? I didn't call her any names. I said
no. I'm not saying that. I think this is not going to be nothing intellectual. This is going to be.
It will be intellectual. I just did that with you because you kept on trying to come back after I explained that guy was like, you kept coming back, and
because I solved the problem. Why would I?
You forgot I'm a woman. You're trying to get the last word, and you just say you never get the last word with a woman.
No, there's my show. I have to have the last word because I have to solve.
Guess what? On your channel, I give you the last word. You know how you say stop, and I say yes.
No, because I have to do it. On your channel, you have the final word. If you say we're done with this topic, I don't want you to fight it anymore, you know what I do? I click on the mute button and I'll do this.
Me too. Go ahead and get her up here so we can make this debate schedule. Because she has a lot to say. Oh,
damn, did that? Yeah, that's crazy.
She has a lot to say. See, this is how they are, Youre. Especially all these, like, I'm a woman's advocate. Like, why are you sitting in the chat just trolling me, boo-boo? Like, if you have a problem, get up here and speak, or just
but what did she say that was in the chat that was so bad that you see? You know what?
Look, she's black, I'm black. We're the petty queens of all the universe. Don't worry about that. I understood her pettiness. I understood the language that you couldn't understand, that black women, they do so much, they're such shadeologists that the shade is so it's so obscure for you that you couldn't understand it, but I could. So, and I'm not even mad at her. Actually, right now, I love debating, and I love especially beating up people who deserve it. So I would be very professional. I would never talk about her personally, but if we pick a topic, I do professional debates. Right now, I was just kind of talking a lot of beef and smack. But if you want to do a debate, if she wants to debate me, I will show you. Youre, I'm talking a lot of shit. Youre, you know I love you and your wife.
Youre,
are we from the school of talking it and walking it? Tell me.
No doubt.
I learned it from you, Youre.
Napah, did you watch? Did y'all watch Dragon Ball Z?
No, I never watched
it. What about you, sir?
No.
Like, there's a character on Dragon Ball Z called Mr. Satan. Like, he's the strongest. He's the champion of the world. He's the strongest of them all. It kind of reminds me of what y'all doing today. Yeah, I'm the world champion.
I'm the world champion.
I am the champion of the way. Yeah, that's me. Mr. Satan.
I have collarbones though, not muscles on my. I don't have big arms, but yeah. So anyway, yeah, Look, let me tell you something, Fatty. You need those turn-ups. What would you do without me? It brings you views. You get to use it. And then you go, oh my God, look at this crazy ratchet black lady. Even though I am a black lady, but I'm hardly ratchet. This is the environment. It's funny that I'm being called ratchet when I turn up, but everybody turns up.
Who called you ratchet?
Your entire chat says it.
My old chat, there was 500 people today on the chat. 500 people said you are ratchet. 500.
I don't care if they call me.
You don't. So one person calls you ratchet, and the all 499 get blamed for it, right?
But I don't care. Even that Ask a Brother guy came in and he was all, if someone starts to talk, they're wretched. It's like, that's what people do on these panels.
I don't have no problem with that. I just want to make sure that you say your chat, and then when I ask, but I don't care. So one person called you a wretched, and 500 people got the blame for it.
No, I shouldn't have said everybody. Okay, so y'all caught strays, the ones that weren't saying it, the ones who love me and the ones who are neutral. But it's getting later and later. I just want to say, because I know Youre probably needs to go to sleep, and because you're in Portugal, right? Oh, I know how to say something in Portuguese. Saudade.
What does that mean?
That means I miss you.
Yes, there's the
My
only
friends-
word that only exists on the Portuguese dictionary.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Wow.
so that
Why?
like all the other countries is I miss you, like it's 3 words. So that is just one, like is the only like is the only language that has a specific word for that feeling. So
Yeah.
congratulations. I don't know which Brazilian taught
My
you that,
friend,
but
I have a friend. She's actually Portuguese. She's not Brazilian, but I speak Spanish, French. I speak Farsi, and I could understand a lot of Portuguese. So
and
anyway,
speak Patty and
yes. What? First off, let me sing the song. Seems like I'm petty. Oh, I'm petty. I meet the energy. I'm not the only petty person in here. At least I admit it. So I'm more than petty, though. I'm actually a great debater. I have gotten beaten, but I'll never admit it. Like that, right, Youre? We never admit it.
Right.
But I would love to. I would, in all honesty, all that smack talking I was talking. I would love to see you come over and do some real real debates. Now I know I was dogging on y'all over there, and I can't take that back because I'm used to being in an environment where people, even though it gets heated, we pull sources up, and you guys will start doing this too. I would love to see you do it. We actually go pull primary sources or secondary sources. We share screens over here, and that's why I guess Youre, I was a little harsh, right? That's why I feel like I'm a elite over others who don't share sources. But I guess there's different types of debates. I'm used to people telling me source up or shut up.
yes. So I know y'all better than us.
No,
So
no, Patty, don't say that.
no, I'm just you don't know me. I don't care about the. No, I know.
But I'm better than anybody who steps to me. So if you want to put yourself in there, I doubt it. But I'm talking about debates. I'm talking about debates. I'm not talking about you as a person. I am.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't
Let me
even
stand on my shit. I guess I'm better.
even
I'm
and you
better
should
than all
even
those,
if you wasn't but we are go.
I'm better than all those debaters.
You know what? I learned this with the situation once, right? It was Ali. And what happened was there was a person came on the panel to fight Ali. And because I thought Ali wanted to fight him back, I just said, you guys go ahead and fight. And that didn't actually bode well because he actually didn't want to fight at all. I'm not going to put people in the middle of the ring. I will go talk with people. I'm going to figure things out and I'll send you an email and we can figure it out sooner or later if you are as good. Because I can, even if it's not her, I actually can find a couple of people that are going to give you a run for your money. So
stay in the chat.
Yes, we're going to have fun. Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate you.
Okay,
Sir, nice to
We'll be okay over there. And Fatty, thank you for coming over. Did you have a good time?
Absolutely, it was a fun time. And I can't wait to debate y'all. Hey, we like literally.
You're not gonna debate me. You're gonna debate Youre.
No. But it can be any person because we do one debate show a week, and I can literally come here, do 2 hours, 3 hours, and then go about my business. Invite me anytime you can. Yes, just to be in advance. Okay. But other than that, our channel is on top. Please go ahead and subscribe to her. Go watch the Black Show and 2K. Don't piss me off in the morning, whatever the name of the show is. Sorry, Black. And later tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be on Anton's show. Probably it's not locked, but very probably.
About him. I want to give you a little story. I did an event, and we had a panel of everybody, and I was on the panel. He was supposed to be there. He showed up, but then because I guess he felt like the event was delayed because we were waiting for I think it was Sydney Star. The
yes, I know.
So. And shout out to Sydney. She's great. And anyway, so he felt like, he was above everybody, and he thought, I don't want to wait anymore. Even though he was paid, even though he was flown out and he was there, supposed to be professional, but he decided that he didn't want to wait any longer and he just left the event and he didn't even do it. So, it's like, I just threw that story out there because, like, you say, oh, Napah, you think you're so great. I think we all have an ego, but for me, I'll be professional for the most part. I mean, I did a little mess talking because this is just a panel and I see it happening over there all the time, this kind of screaming back and forth. I've heard people cursing. I heard people, not just in your channel, I'm saying the whole sector that's trying to do the debates like we do, because Sonetter's the pioneer of debates. The HOK is the pioneer of debates, and everybody's debating now. So the reason I'm bringing up Anton that you said you're going to be on, because he has that ego too, but he wasn't professional. You get what I'm saying? But he's not going to be called ratchet. Nobody's going to call him unprofessional for getting paid and flown out to an event. And because it didn't start when he wanted it to start, he decided to just leave. So you get what I'm saying? We all have our little ego. But for me, Napah Shadah, I'll be your friend. But if you come for me, if you try to check me for telling the truth, you better come with some sources. And if you don't have sources, I'll be as ratchet as you say I am and petty. And I will just check you. I'll just check you and it'll be, hopefully we can be friends after it. That's all. And I can pretend I'm feminine later on and be, oh, thank you. Oh, yes, you men are so great.
If anyone watching wants to fly me out to events, thank you very much. I'll definitely accept it, especially if anyone has like a big. No, I'm done.
Listen, Fatty, I predict that you're going to be huge because you got what it takes.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
Yeah, you got what it takes, brother. You're not gonna cry in your car when you leave here.
I'll definitely will. I'm filing a complaint with YouTube HR. But
don't do that. We'll see you soon.
I appreciate y'all, friends. I'm going to disconnect. Team Fed in the Untouchable signing out.
Peace to you and peace to everybody. Peace to the darkest minds of life. Peace, Youre. Thanks for joining. Bye, Red Lipstick. We'll see you later in the chat. So how'd you like that, y'all? Everybody, you liked what you saw. I hope you enjoyed it. We will be, thank you. They don't know who they're dealing with. They were not Fatty, but I'm talking about the audience that they're watching and calling me ratchet and saying, oh, who she thinks she is. You got the wrong ones, you guys. But you'll find out. You'll find out soon enough. This is the toughest environment. This is the HOK. And I am Napah Shadah. So peace and love. Peace and love to everyone. Have a good night. Land that goddamn plane. See, they think I'm sensitive. They don't know me, Asiatic. They don't know. Do they know Beef Tube? Asiatic. They don't know, but they are soon to find out. All right. Peace, everybody. Have a nice night. Peace, Karen. Peace and love to you, Queen. All right, I'm going to end the stream now. Let me play a song. Oh, my fans. Hold on.
Damn.
Frankie on the trendsetter. You did it again, man. HOK Field Marshal, Apple Nation. None of them can bother dance on the top. Revelation, violate the general. Head up in a blood clot funeral home. Anchor the AK, Jabari got the chrome. Hector was the hard, we're sending them home. Regina the alley with a Cuban and a galley. Send you back on Nile Valley with a shot in your toe intellectually. How click the link if your scholarship sloppy. More just want make you cry with the truth. No lie, my youth, him a really scored on. 21 gun salute for commission. Not a brother, a hustle, a move like all left found the black woman not all like Ulls and the Yana past sister freedom. I don't hold panel, no what time for Bible thumping. The minute them see me come, reviation set. Frankie are the trendsetter. None of them can mother than Sonetta. None of them can mother than Sonetta. Them got a podcast but saw better.
Coast to coast, we be banging. Bringing all this knowledge, we be slanging. In the HOK, we don't do no entertaining.
Speak the truth, speak the facts.
What the niggas just a layman. Better get on one accord. The future can be yours. Ancestors push you more. We gotta go explore the sciences and math. The future's based on class. You bout to catch my wrath. We turning up this track.
In the dark minds of the light.
The dark heart still fight. We gotta make this right. Talk right now. We learn how to stand up and stand proud. No man down. We fam now. House of the Cox to my clan now.
Frankie are the trendsetter. None of them can mother than Shadah. None of them can mother than Shadah. Them got a podcast, but
when I look at you niggas, I see what I'm not. Go take him, a little bit of her, mix it with them, I put them in a pot. You still can't get none like me. It might sound the same, but it's unlikely. One white tee, if I lift it up, you niggas gonna see where the gun might be. I thought I told ya. Afro Nation, revelation, we some soldiers. Sinetta put this team together, now it's over. We got the weight of the world up on my shoulder. When you get conscious information, hearts turn colder. Now look at these trappers who rapping the same, so stuck in their lane, systemically, chemically. I'm thinking something is wrong with their brain. As long as they paid and flying the chain, I got nothing to say. They in love with the gang. I traded my gang for change, and now that I changed a few things, still say the shit.
Frankie are the trendsetter. None of them can mother than Shadah. None of them can mother than Shadah. Them got a podcast, but saw better. Frankie are the trendsetter.
You did it again, man.
General, HOK Field Marshal, now.
Afro Nation.
None of them can better than Shadah.
Revelation, set the top.
Violate the general. End up in a blood clot funeral home. Anchor the AK, Jabari got the chrome. Hector was the how we sending them home. Regina the alley with a Cuban and a galley. Send you back on Nile Valley with a shot in your toe intellectually. How click the link if your scholarship sloppy. More just man make you cry with the truth. No lie, my youth him a really scored and 21 gun salute for commission. Not a brother a hustle a move like all I found the black woman not all like Ulls and the Napah sister freedom. I the whole panel know what time for Bible thumping. The minute them see me come, revelation set. Frankie are the trendsetter. None of them can mother than Shadah. None of them can mother than Shadah. Them got a podcast, but saw better.
Coast to coast, we be banging. Bringing all this knowledge, we be slanging. In the HOK, we don't do no entertaining.
Speak the truth, speak the facts.
What the niggas just a layman. Better get on one accord. The future can be yours. Ancestors push you more. We gotta go explore the sciences and math. The future's based on class. You bout to catch my wrath. We turning up this track.
In the dark minds of the light.
The dark heart still fight. We gotta make this right. Talk right now. We learn how to stand up and stand proud. No man down. We fam now. House of the Cox to my clan now.
Frankie are the trendsetter. None of them can mother than Shadah. None of them can mother than Shadah. Them got a podcast, but saw better.
When I look at you niggas, I see what I'm not. Go take him, a little bit of her, mix it with them, I put them in a pot. You still can't get none like me. It might sound the same, but it's unlikely. One white tee, if I lift it up, you niggas gonna see where the gun might be. I thought I told ya. Afro Nation, revelation, we some soldiers. Sinetta put this team together, now it's over. We got the weight of the world up on my shoulder. When you get conscious information, hearts turn colder. Now look at these trappers who rapping the same, so stuck in their lane, systemically, chemically. I'm thinking something is wrong with their brain. As long as they paid and flying the chain, I got nothing to say. They in love with the gang. I traded my gang for change, and now that I changed a few things, still say the shit.
Frankie are the trendsetter. None of them can mother than Shadah. None of them can mother than Shadah. Them got a podcast, but saw better. Frankie are the trendsetter.
You did it again, man.
General, HOK Field Marshal, now.
Afro Nation.
None of them can better than Shadah.
Revelation, set the top.
Violate the general. End up in a blood clot funeral home. Anchor the AK, Jabari got the chrome. Hector West the Har, we sending them home. Regina the alley with a Cuban and a galley. Send you back on Nile Valley with a shot in your toe intellectually. How click the link if your scholarship sloppy. More just want make you cry with the truth. No lie, my youth, him a real historian. 21 gun salute for commission. Not a brother, a hustle, a move like I left out the black woman not all like Tulsa and the Napah sister freedom. I do whole panel know what time for Bible thumping the minute them see me come. Revelation set Frankie are the trendsetter. None of them can bother than Shadah. None of them can bother than